I was 7 days into being frozen when I stopped being able to feel my own toes, and that was what finally woke me. Winter, 1980. Solstice. Deep in the mountains, a village called Kaoshantan. Wind screamed against the paper window like something with a grudge, and the room I woke in was cold enough to frost my breath before it left my mouth. "Husband, you're awake?" My wife's voice, small, frightened, shaking. I turned my head. In the dim light, Lin Xiu had curled herself around our daughter Nyonyo like a hen shielding a chick, and the threadbare quilt covering them didn't even reach their feet. Nyonyo's face was blue with cold. Her little hands were fisted in her mother's collar, and even in sleep her mouth worked at nothing, the reflex of a child who's gone too long without food. Memory hit me like a landslide. I knew this morning. I'd lived it before. This was the day my second brother went to the county seat for a matchmaking meeting. The day our mother took the last of the family's white flour and baked it into buns for him to carry, while my wife and daughter didn't get so much as a bowl of warm gruel. The same day Lin Xiu, half mad with hunger, went digging for frozen potatoes in the field and fell through river ice and never fully recovered. The same day I was driven into the mountains in a blizzard to earn my brother's bride price and nearly died to a bear for the trouble. I wasn't dead. I looked down at my own hands, calloused, scarred, but whole, and my eyes burned. Heaven had given me this life back, given me my wife and daughter back before either of them died, given me the chance to undo everything. I swung my legs off the bed and stepped into empty air. My shoes were gone. The new cotton ones Lin Xiu had spent half a month stitching by lamplight. Where are my shoes? Lin Xiu flinched, snatched her own feet back under her, and held out a pair of ragged straw sandals with the toes worn through, her voice cracking. "Husband, were mine first. Mother came by earlier and took. She said second brother has his matchmaking meeting today, and for the family's face, he should wear your new shoes just for the day." For the family's face. You're the eldest. You're supposed to give way. I'd swallowed that line my whole first life. Worn straw sandals until I lost 2 toenails to frostbite, so my brother could parade around some woman's family looking respectable, while mine were ground into the dirt. Not this time. I left the sandals where they lay and walked out barefoot onto the frozen ground. The main room told a different story. A firewall keeping it warm, the smell of scallion pancakes and rice porridge thick enough to taste. My whole family sat around a table loaded with white rice porridge, 2 plates of golden pancakes, and a dish of salted duck eggs glistening with oil. Eat the egg while it's hot, second son. You're the family's scholar, good for the brain. Our mother, Li Tsuhua, doting as ever, was stuffing the only 2 peeled eggs into my brother Zhao Shanhai's bowl. Shanhai, dressed in a crisp mouse suit, hair slicked back, chewed with his nose wrinkled, tapping his new shoes with his chopsticks. Ma, sister-in-law's stitching's no good. Soles packed too tight, pinches my foot. I'll need real leather shoes once I'm in the county. Can't let the girl's family see homespun cloth shoes and think we're paupers. Third brother, Zhao Shanlin, sprawled in his chair like a puddle of mud, a cigarette hanging from his lip, turning a bright red hair ribbon over in his fingers. That ribbon had cost me 2 good rabbit pelts at market. I'd handed every fun of the 4 yuan to my mother, secretly holding back 2 cents to buy it, the only New Year's gift my daughter had ever gotten. He struck a match, didn't light the cigarette, leaned it toward the ribbon instead. My ribbon. Nyonyo, trailing behind me, saw it and wailed, lunging forward to save it. "Papa gave me that. Don't burn it." Shanlin kicked her before she got close, the same motion you'd use on a stray dog, and struck the match against the ribbon in the same breath. The red thread caught and curled to ash, the smell of it foul in the warm room. "Heh, burns fast." He looked at the little pile of black char, grinning. "Cheap junk anyway. Better off gone." Nyonyo tumbled, wailing, clutching her chest. Lin Xiu flew to her, tore open the ragged jacket, and there, printed across that thin little chest, was a boot print, black and purple, an adult's full weight behind it. "What's all this crying for? Money-losing brat." My mother slammed her chopsticks down, eyes narrowing to slits. "Wailing at breakfast, shut it, or I'll throw you out to the wolves." I stood in the doorway, looked at that boot print, listened to my daughter's screaming. Something in my head, the last thread I'd call reason, simply snapped. I didn't say a word, didn't even look at my mother. I crossed that threshold like a wounded bear coming out of hibernation, murder in every step. "Oh, eldest is up." My mother saw me looming in the doorway and, without missing a beat, shoved a bowl of watery vegetable broth toward the table's edge. Standing there gawking? Drink up and go fetch water. I ignored her, kicked the long bench out of my path, and walked straight to Shanlin. What are you looking at, big brother? Something to say? He sneered up at me, still spoiling for more. What? Feeling sorry for that little money. I didn't waste words. My hand closed around his wrist before he could pull it back, and I squeezed. Bone gave way under my grip. He screamed and slid off the chair. Which foot did you kick her with? I didn't wait for an answer. My knee came up into his chest, hard enough to send a grown man flying into the firewood pile, blood on his lips, eyes rolling back. My mother shrieked and came at me, nails out, clawing for my face. I turned my hip into the strike and put a boot into her stomach instead. She went rolling across the floor and sat down hard, wailing that heaven should strike me dead. The whole room dissolved into chaos. Only Shanghai still sat frozen at the table, an egg clenched in his fist, staring at me like I was some kind of demon. I turned to him, to his new shoes, to the bowl of porridge still steaming on the table. Big brother, what are you? He tried to stand, puffed himself up. I'm a state cadre, you. Cadre my ass. I grabbed the edge of the heavy table and flipped it whole. The porridge, the pancakes, the pickled vegetables, all of it arced through the air and came down on Shanghai in one scalding wave. He screamed loud enough to shake the rafters, his glasses flying off and shattering on the floor. Broken porcelain, spilled porridge, the ash of a burned ribbon. I walked toward him, barefoot on the wreckage, and told them exactly what I'd decided the moment I woke up. The eldest brother you've been kicking around his whole life, he's dead. Starting today, nobody in this house walks out unless we settle this properly. Shanlin came at me with a rusty kitchen knife next, grabbed it off the table, screaming that he'd gut me for hitting him. I didn't even turn my head to look. A lifetime of surviving bears and wolves in the mountains had sharpened my instincts past anything a man like him could threaten. I stepped inside the blade, caught his arm, and drove my fist into his elbow. The joint went the wrong way. He screamed and dropped the knife, and before he'd finished falling, I put a knee into his face. Hard, glancing, final. He went down and stayed down. My mother lunged at me, screaming that I'd kill her son. I struck her once, open-handed, and she spun into the porridge and didn't get up for a while. Then I turned to Shanghai, cornered, terrified, stammering about being a cadre, about going to the police. I hit him twice, hard enough to split his lip, then pinned him and pulled the new shoes off his feet myself, tearing his socks in the process, and tossed them to Lin Xiu. Take these home and wash them. We're not too proud. Then I crouched in front of him, patted his swelling cheek, light, almost gentle, and asked, quiet enough that only he could hear, did he still plan on going to that meeting today? Did he want the matchmaking family, and the man his mother was so proud of, to learn what he'd actually done to the sent-down girl at his school, and where he'd taken her afterward to end it? He went white, would himself where he sat. He begged. He handed over the 50 yuan in his pocket without being asked twice, and when I pointed at the old hunting rifle on the wall and the trapline hanging in the corner, he told me to take whatever I wanted, just please don't go to the county. I took the rifle. I took the traps. I emptied their winter grain into a sack, flour and cornmeal both, slung it over one shoulder, tucked the new quilt under my arm, and walked to the door. From today, we're square. I told the room, not looking back. Anyone comes near my wife or my daughter again. I brought the rifle, but down on the doorframe hard enough to crack the wood. I'll send him to see the king of hell. Xiaoer, get Nyonyo. We're going home. She was still staring, stunned, but she gathered our daughter close and followed me out into the storm without a backward glance, leaving that wrecked, howling house behind us. The place we walked to wasn't much of a home, a collapsing mud hut at the foot of Black Bear Gully that the village called Ghost's Despair. Half the thatched roof had rotted through. But when I dropped that 100+ pounds of grain on the floor, the sound of it landing was the finest thing I'd heard in either of my lives. I hung the rifle on a nail, tossed the new quilt onto the Kong, and told Lin Xiu we weren't eating gruel tonight. We were going to steam bread, fry cakes, eat the white flour until we didn't want to see it anymore. Nyonyo poked the flour like it might be snow, then smelled her finger and asked if snow was supposed to taste sweet. I knelt down and told her. This wasn't snow. This was what only her uncle and grandmother used to eat. And from now on it was our food too. Every day, every meal, until she got sick of it. That night, while Lin Xiu worked the dough, I sat by the fire and cleaned the old rifle by touch. No oil, just melted snow water and a rag on a stick. She asked if I really meant to go back out into the storm after dark. I told her, having grain wasn't enough. This was our housewarming, and a housewarming needed meat. I found a roe deer bed by scent and touch alone. 2 big bucks sheltering under a fallen tree, 30-some meters off, at the outer edge of what my homemade black powder gun could reliably do. I gambled on both barrels of luck and 30 years of aim, waited for a gust to cover the sound, and fired. One dropped where it stood. The other I finished with the knife. 130 caddies of meat between them, more than I'd dared hope for. I carried them home on my shoulders, dropped them on the floor with a crash that shook plaster from the ceiling, and told my wife to get the water boiling. That night, the whole ruined hut filled with the smell of roasting fat and steamed bread, and for the first time since I'd woken up in this life, nobody in my family went to sleep hungry. Back at the old house, the mood was rather different. No one had hauled water, so the jar sat empty. No one had split dry wood, so the stove choked on wet green logs and filled the room with smoke instead of heat. Shanlin lay curled on the kong, his wrists swollen black, his nose shattered flat, moaning that he was dying. Shanhai huddled under 2 blankets, still too frightened by the words, public indecency, to move. My mother knelt at the stove coughing on smoke, cursing my name between fits. Then my little sister Zhao Xiaoyu came home from school, new leather shoes and all, and found the house reeking and everyone howling. When she heard what had happened, she didn't believe a word of it. Not that her spineless eldest brother had broken anyone's bones. She marched off into the storm to go scold some sense into me herself, already composing the speech where I begged her forgiveness. She got as far as our door before the smell hit her. Meat, real meat, fat crackling in a pan, richer than anything the school cafeteria ever served. Her stomach growled before her pride caught up with her fury. I was hiding food from the family while they starved. She kicked the door open ready to scream at me, and found me sitting cross-legged on a warm kong, a bowl of stewed venison steaming in front of me, a pile of fist-sized steamed buns on the stove, Nuno gnawing happily on a bone bigger than her own fist. I didn't even look up right away. I finished my bite, chewed it loud on purpose, let the grease sit visible at the corner of my mouth, then glanced at her standing frozen and half-frozen in the doorway. Well, look who it is. Our house scholar. Not enough good eating at home, so you came sniffing around my den. That set her off proper. She marched in, dropped her school bag on the kong hard enough to spray dust into Lin Xiu's bowl, and launched into her script. Mother's practically ill with grief, second brother's soaked in porridge and shivering, third brother can't get off the kong, and here I was gorging myself. If I brought the meat back, apologized to Shanhai, and returned the grain, she said, we could all still be a family. Then, with the same offhand cruelty she'd shown her whole life, she pulled the red scarf from around her own neck and tossed it into Lin Xiu's lap like a dirty rag, complaining it had gone bobbly and needed to be unraveled and reknit overnight, tighter this time. That scarf. I recognized every strand of that yarn. I asked her, quiet, whether it kept her warm. She said it was scratchy, cheap yarn. Why else would she want it redone? I reached over and pulled Nuno's bare foot into view. The sock gone, the heel worn through, toes red and cracked with frostbite, some of it weeping. That red yarn had been 2 fox pelts worth of my earnings, meant for socks to save my daughter's feet. Last winter, when Nuno's toes were already blistering, Xiaoyu had thrown a fit about needing a red scarf for a school recital instead, and our mother had made Lin Xiu unravel the half-finished sock and reknit it into that scarf. A year of Xiaoyu complaining it itched her neck. A year of my daughter's feet rotting and healing and rotting again in the same broken sock. Xiaoyu's face went scarlet. She snatched the scarf back, screaming that mother had ordered it, that she'd won a prize reciting on that stage, that it had brought honor to the family. What was a little frostbite compared to that? Her face was the family's face, she said. I was being small-minded. I repeated that phrase back to her once. Then I slapped her, hard enough to spin her half around, hard enough to split her lip and swell half her face before she'd even registered what happened. She stood there in shock, calling me a peasant, screaming that she was the family's future, that our mother had never once raised a hand to her. I told her I'd held back, that if I'd used real strength, her head would already be somewhere else. She sobbed that it was my own fault for having no talent, that if I'd gotten into university, I wouldn't be stuck doing manual labor. That did it. I asked her to search her own conscience. The year our father died, I placed third in the whole county on my exam. Teachers came to our door asking me to keep studying. I tore up that acceptance letter myself and went to haul sacks of grain to keep this family of ingrates fed instead. If I hadn't, who would be the one sitting here now, eating meat, wearing new clothes, attending university, sneering at calluses? Her or me? She had no answer. Whatever pride she'd walked in with cracked open and emptied out completely, and she stood there gasping for air that wouldn't come. I took the scarf back from her hands, tore it, and laid it at my daughter's frostbitten feet. A rag from now on, nothing more. Then I told her the debt was paid, with interest, and to take her precious face and get out. She ran home sobbing and told her version to our mother in Shanghai, who were only too happy to twist it into a plot. Shanghai, sharp in the way only a small, frightened man can be sharp, decided the real prize wasn't the meat itself, but a way to bury me for good, before I could ever use what I knew about him against him. He had a classmate running market enforcement the next day. A word in that man's ear, and my illegally hunted, unlicensed game would become a case of speculation and profiteering, a charge with teeth in that era, the kind that put a man behind bars. The next morning, I went to the county market anyway, carrying a fresh roe deer hide and 40 caddies of meat, with no idea what was waiting. I found my price fast, a state hotel chef named Lu Changchun, portly and sharp-eyed, who recognized quality work on a hide the moment he saw it and offered 60 yuan for the lot. No argument. He'd nearly finished counting out the bills when 3 men with red armbands and rubber batons shoved through the crowd. Market enforcement, led by a pockmarked man everyone called Ma the Pockmarked, who happened to have gone to school with my brother. He accused me of selling diseased meat, of trading without a license, and ordered his men to seize everything. I didn't argue with him. I turned to Lu Changchun instead, loudly enough for the whole crowd to hear, and asked whether a state hotel's head chef, someone who'd handled meat for 20 years, would really have been about to buy diseased goods, or whether accusing him of that was the same as accusing him of poisoning the county leadership. That put the fear of God into Ma the Pockmarked. Lu Changchun, cornered into defending his own competence, roared that the meat was fresh and fine, and that anyone calling it diseased was either blind or slandering him on purpose. I pressed the advantage, asked, loud enough for the crowd, whether the man who'd tipped off the enforcers happened to wear glasses, talk like a scholar, and go by the name Zhao Shanhai. Ma flinched, gave himself away before he caught it, and the crowd turned on him in an instant, everyone recognizing exactly what this was. A state officer settling a family grudge with a government badge. Ma slunk off, humiliated, and Lu Changchun handed over the full 65 yuan without another word of complaint, delighted enough by the show that he threw in an extra 5 as thanks. I gave the 5 back. A fair price was a fair price, and we shook on becoming acquainted, him telling me to knock on his back door anytime I had good game to sell. I walked away from that market with 60 yuan against my ribs, warm as a coal, and not one thought left to spare on my brother's schemes. I had a daughter with holes in her socks and a co-op store waiting. I bought Nyonyo a thick pair of red acrylic socks, the good kind. The clerk's whole manner changed the moment she saw my money, plus 2 caddies of white rabbit candy, shell ointment for Lin Xiu's cracked hands, and cloth for new clothes. I walked home through the snow feeling, for the first time in either life, like a man who could actually provide. Lin Xiu cried when she saw the flour and the candy and the little shell tin of cream. Nyonyo bounced on the Kong in her new red socks, declaring them softer than her aunt's scarf had ever been. That afternoon, over bowls of meat and bread, I told Lin Xiu the house wouldn't survive a real blizzard. The roof was too old, the walls too thin, and that with the money we had left, we couldn't fix it properly. I told her I was going back into the deep mountains the next morning. I hadn't told her the real reason. In my last life, this same winter had brought the worst blizzard in decades, and somewhere out past Black Bear Gully was a boar the size of a small cow, half an ear torn off, 480 caddies of meat and fury, a beast that had once torn through 3 good hunting dogs and nearly crippled our militia captain before it finally went down. Everyone in the village had called it the Black Demon King. If I could take that thing down before the storm hit, the money would buy real lumber for the roof, real coal, enough to get us through winter without fear. I found its scratching tree the next morning, bark gouged clean off at chest height, black bristles caught in the wood like steel wire. I built a trap instead of hunting it head-on. A cable snare rig between two pines, backed by a row of sharpened stakes buried in the snow behind it, and drugged bread scattered as bait. Then I climbed a tree 50 meters back and waited. It came at midday, exactly as big and as scarred as memory promised. It hit the snare, panicked, drove itself backward onto the stakes, and still, even gutted and snared, came at me with enough fury to nearly rip the anchor tree out of the ground. I put a shot behind its ear from the tree, dropped it, and climbed down to finish the job, only for it to lunge up in one last burst of dying rage, tusks aimed at my leg. I met it with the knife instead of retreating, drove the blade up through its palate into its brain, and took the impact of its skull against my chest hard enough to fly backward into the snow, coughing blood. It was dead, really dead, this time. 480 caddies of the mountain's most feared animal, lying still at my feet. I didn't get to enjoy it. The wind carried the blood scent, and within minutes a wolf pack, 7 or 8 of them, appeared on the ridge above, drawn by the smell. I made a call a lot of hunters wouldn't have the stomach for. I let the boar go. One shot to the nearest wolf's skull scattered the rest long enough for me to skin the fallen wolf clean, in full view of the pack still watching from the brush, a message, plain as I could make it. Then I walked away, steady, unhurried, and left the boar behind as the price of passage. Behind me, the sound of the pack finally falling on the carcass told me the gamble had paid off. They'd be busy long enough that I could get clear. I came home with a wolf pelt and a fox instead of the boar, short of what I'd hoped for, but not empty-handed, and already turning over how I'd need a real hunting dog if I wanted to hold ground against a pack like that next time. I remembered a half-wild wolf-dog cross kept chained up by an old, cantankerous trapper named Old Sun, a dog nobody could tame, mean enough to bite people. That dog, I decided, was going to be mine. That night, while I was still out in the storm, my mother and Shanlin came to the hut. They'd learned exactly how much I'd made at market and decided the debt for Shanlin's broken hand was 100 yuan, payable immediately, one way or another. They kicked the door in. Lin Xiao tried to hold them off with a fire poker. Shanlin, one arm in a sling, struck her with the other and split her forehead open on the edge of the stove when she fell. Nyonyo screamed for her mother. My mother pinned Lin Xiao down while Shanlin tore at her clothes, hunting for the money pouch she kept against her chest, the family's entire savings. That's the scene I walked into. I don't remember crossing the room. I remember the door coming off its frame under my shoulder, and after that, very little except my own voice and the small, high sound of my daughter crying that she was afraid. What happened to Shanlin in the minutes after? I won't dwell on it, and neither should you. It was ugly, and it was thorough, and it stopped only because Lin Xiao threw herself around my leg, sobbing that if I killed him I'd go to prison, and who would take care of her and Nyonyo then? My daughter's small voice saying Papa. Nyonyo, scared, did what nothing else could have. My foot, already raised for a blow that would have ended him, came down an inch short. I let him fall and turned to my mother instead. Told her, quietly, that this was the last time in my life I'd ever call her that. Told her everything I'd given this family since I was 6 years old gathering firewood, 8 years old earning work points in the fields. Every yuan I'd bled out for my brother's schooling, their gambling debts, their mistakes, while they returned the favor by robbing my wife and threatening my daughter the moment my back was turned. I told her to take her ruined son and get out, and that from that day on, the two families were strangers. If she came begging at my door in her old age, she wouldn't get so much as a cup of water from me. She didn't argue. She dragged Shanlin out into the blizzard without another word and didn't look back. The two of them tumbled out into the storm and were gone, swallowed up by snow and darkness. Silence dropped over the wrecked room, broken only by the creak of the broken door frame and the wind gusting straight through it. I stood there a moment, knife still unsheathed, dark blood dripping from the blade. My chest was still heaving, breath coming in ragged white clouds. That killing intent from a minute ago hadn't fully drained out of me yet. I stood frozen in the doorway, some animal part of me still braced for a threat that had already fled. Shauna. The small, careful sound of my wife's voice broke through it. Lin Xiao was curled at the edge of the Kong, Nyonyo shielded in her arms, Watching the stranger, I must have looked like with equal parts fear and worry. That was enough to pull me back. I let the breath out of me, along with whatever was left of that blood-scented rage, and crossed to the Kong, nearly tripping over the stool in my hurry. Xiaoer, Nyonyo, are you hurt anywhere? My voice came out rough. Did that animal touch either of you? Hearing me sound like myself again, some of the fear went out of Lin Xiao's face, until the lamplight caught me properly, and she saw the state of my jacket, black with frozen blood down the front, my face and neck streaked with it. I looked worse than Shanlin had. There's so much blood. Were you bitten? Let me see. She grabbed for my collar with shaking hands, terrified of what she'd find underneath. I caught her hands instead, small and freezing in mine, and told her to calm down. None of it was mine. Wolf blood, boar blood, from the skinning. I hadn't so much as broken skin. I flexed my arm to prove it, grinning at her until she half believed me. Then I saw Nyonyo, curled deep in the quilt, only her eyes showing, watching this blood-soaked stranger with the wide, frightened look of a fawn. I went to her, hand halfway out before I remembered it was covered in blood, and pulled it back, wiped it hurriedly on a clean patch of my clothes, and knelt down at the edge of the Kong until my eyes were level with hers. Nyonyo, it's Papa. Papa's home. She peeked further out, tears still streaked down her face, torn between crying and holding it in. Papa, you're bleeding, does it hurt? That nearly undid me more than anything else that night. That even frightened out of her mind, her first thought was for me. I told her it didn't hurt, that it was all the bad man's blood, that I'd already punished him for scaring her, and he'd never come back again. I made a joke about being like the Monkey King, sworn enemy of monsters, until she finally broke and reached for me, and I wrapped her up quilt and all and held her against my chest, feeling her shaking slowly settle. Once she'd calmed, I turned my attention to Lin Xiao's forehead, a coin-sized gash from where Shanlin had shoved her into the stove edge. The bleeding mostly stopped, but the wound still raw. I dug a handful of thistle out of my pack, chewed it into a green paste, and pressed it gently to the cut, telling her, half scolding, half something softer, that money lost could always be earned again, but I couldn't replace her. Then I nailed the broken door shut, took the wolf pelt I'd taken that morning, and hung it in across the gap in the frame. The wind died instantly, and the room seemed to warm by several degrees at once, that pelt hanging there like a guardian at the threshold. Nyonyo's stomach growled into the sudden quiet, and she went red with embarrassment. I laughed and told her a hungry stomach meant a strong girl, and pulled the frozen fox out of my pack, told her we were having stewed fox meat, and that once I skinned it, she'd get a fine red hat to match, like a little soldier. That night the fire caught again, and the smell of meat filled the room instead of fear. Outside, the storm raged on. Inside, as long as I was still standing, it was the warmest place in the world. The next morning I set off for the county town again, but the previous night stayed with me the whole walk. A door I could nail shut wasn't enough. I'd be gone into the mountains for days at a time going forward, and Lin Xiao and Nyonyo needed more than a locked door if my family came sniffing around again while I was away. What they needed was something that didn't bark for no reason, but that would tear the throat out of anyone who crossed the threshold uninvited. My plan: sell the fox pelt, find old son at the logging camp about that half-wild dog of his, and pick up a house dog on the way home. At the state restaurant's back kitchen, I walked in on chaos, crashing pots, men shouting, someone screaming about scalding water. A pack of kitchen hands, shovels and rolling pins in hand, had a starving black dog cornered, half its ribs showing, back leg broken and hanging useless, and it was still fighting, blood on its teeth, refusing to curl up and take what was coming. One heavy-set cook lunged at it with a wet mop. The dog didn't flinch. It lunged up and clamped its jaws on the metal mop head, whipped its neck with enough force to yank the man off his feet and open a gap in the circle around it. Before anyone could recover, it broke for the only open path, straight at the doorway where I stood. It came at my throat without hesitation. No warning snap, straight for the kill. I let it get close enough to feel its breath, then sidestepped just enough, caught the loose skin at the back of its neck in one hand, and drove it down into the frozen ground with its own momentum. It fought me the whole way down, legs tearing furrows in the dirt, neck twisting for my wrist, but I had it pinned, and it wasn't getting free. Lu Changchun, the chef, recognized me mid-panic and came at me with a cleaver, ready to finish the dog off, Some half-wild hunting reject a neighboring trapper had sold him for 5 yuan after it turned on its own handler mid-hunt, and it had been trying to eat someone ever since. I told him to hold the knife. Something about the dog, the broad skull, the thick base of its tail, the way it had used the mop head trick to open an escape route instead of just fighting blind, told me this wasn't a mad dog. This was a soldier that had never had the right commander. I offered him the fox pelt, worth easily 8 times what he'd paid for the animal, and he took the trade without a second thought, glad to be rid of it. I bound its jaw and legs, took a blow to the head from it before it went still, and carried it off in my pack. One guard dog found. Now for the real prize. Old Son's cabin sat deep in the red pine forest, walled in logs and barbed wire like something built to keep things in rather than out. I found him sitting outside, sharpening a wolf fang into a pendant, and he greeted me with an insult about my father. A coward, he said, who'd once wet himself at the sound of a bear and crawled home to farm instead of hunting. I let it go. I knew what he was doing, testing whether I'd flare up or hold steady, whether I had any business being on his land at all. I told him plainly I hadn't come to relive old stories, and set the bound black dog down in the snow in front of him instead. Even trussed and muzzled, the dog thrashed and fought the ropes rather than lying still, full of fight it had no business having, given the state it was in. Old Son's contempt shifted the moment he saw that. He knelt, ran his hands down its spine, checked its jaw, its paws, took his time. Good bones, he said. A wolf's build in the hips, spirit that hadn't been broken, even bound and helpless. Then he asked where I'd found it, and when I told him, traded for a fox pelt worth 8 times what the cook had paid, his contempt turned to something closer to respect. He told me the dog had the makings of something rare. Then he warned me. It had suffered, and it had killed, and it would grow into something that would turn on me the moment I couldn't hold it, same as it had turned on its last owner. I told him that was exactly what I wanted. A dog that wasn't afraid wasn't worth having as a guard. That earned a long, searching look, the kind an old wolf gives a young one deciding whether it's worth letting into the pack. Then he laughed, called my father's cowardly blood a surprise to have produced someone like me, and led me inside. The cabin smelled of old tobacco, mildew, and something far larger and wilder than either. In the darkest corner, chains dragged against the floor, and 2 green eyes lit up in the black. The dog in my hands went rigid the instant it saw them, every predator's instinct in its body recognizing something above it in the order of things. Old Son cracked a whip in the air to keep the shape in the corner from lunging, and by the light through the window, I finally saw it properly. A wolf dog hybrid the size of a young calf, coat coarse and bristling gray, skull broad enough to look built rather than born, eyes canted up at the corners with none of a dog's warmth in them. A creature that looked at a man's throat, not his face. Old Son called it Green Dragon. Said it had killed a lone wolf that wandered into the yard the week before. 3 seconds, throat torn clean through. Even the black dog at my feet, for all its earlier ferocity, began to shake at the sight of it. Real fear, honest animal fear. But it didn't wet itself, and it didn't stop watching. Even shaking, it gave a low growl of defiance at something 10 times its size. Old Son noted that with real surprise. Most dogs pissed themselves at the sight of Green Dragon. This one still had teeth to bear. That, I told him, was exactly why I'd kept it. A black dragon to guard the house, unyielding to the death. A green dragon to clear the trail ahead, one killing strike at a time. Together, I'd have the run of the whole mountain. Old Son laughed at the size of my ambition, then told me the truth. This dog answered to no one but him, and had put 3 holes in him over 3 years of trying. He tossed the key to its chain onto the table between us. If I had the nerve, I could unlock it and lead it out myself. If it went for my throat instead, his rifle wouldn't reach me in time in a room this small. Dying to it would just be dying. I set my knife aside, showing a blade to something like that only tells it you're afraid, and walked toward the corner instead. Green Dragon reared at my approach, chain snapping taut, jaws wide, a stench of rot and blood breathing straight into my face from less than half a meter away. Death range, if it wanted to take it. I offered it my arm instead. Fed it my own wrist, wrapped thick in cotton sleeve, straight into its open mouth. Old Son shouted that I was insane, half rising off the calm. The bite came down exactly as I'd gambled it would, but in the half second before its jaws could fully close and break bone, I drove my arm deeper instead of pulling back, jamming it against the back of its throat. The dog gagged, its killing motion stalled by the obstruction, and in that window I struck, my other hand hooking the loose skin at its neck, my knee driving hard into its soft underside. 100 caddies of wolf dog went down under the impact, and I followed it to the ground, all my weight pinning its throat, both hands locking its windpipe shut even as blood ran freely down my torn arm. It fought, legs tearing the dirt, tail snapping a table leg in half, but I didn't move. Face inches from its own, I watched its wild eyes slowly cloud with the first real fear it had ever shown a human being, watched the fight drain out of its body as the air ran out, until its tail curled between its legs and its throat turned up to me in surrender, the growl in its chest breaking into a whine. I let go, stood, shook the blood off my torn arm, and told it plainly that it had a good bite on it. Not a compliment, a statement of ownership. Old Sun sat frozen on the Kong, pipe fallen from his hand, forgotten rifle at his side, staring at what he'd just watched. Then he broke into laughter, slapped his knee, called it the gutsiest thing he'd seen in years, and tossed me the key without a second thought. The dog was mine. I bound my bleeding arm, unchained Green Dragon, and it came to my side without a fight, pressed its head low, licked the blood off the back of my hand. Claimed. The black dog at my feet had watched the entire fight, and whatever defiance it had left evaporated on the spot. It understood, in the way animals always understand power, exactly what it had just witnessed. It dragged its broken leg over and pressed itself against my heel, choosing the strongest thing in the room to hide behind. I cut its bindings, looped Old Sun's chain around its neck instead, and thanked him properly. Promised the first cut of the next big kill, and meant it. He waved me off, cursing good-naturedly, telling me to get my bleeding self out of his cabin. But I saw the look on his face as I left, the look of a man who'd just found someone worth passing something down to. I walked out of that forest with Green Dragon striding proud at my left side and the black dog limping, tail down, at my right. One fierce, one still learning what it meant to belong to someone, and headed home through the snow, feeling for the first time like the mountain itself might actually belong to me. The whole village had known about my brother's shattered hand and my mother's screaming fit within a day. That kind of thing spreads faster than the wind out here. So by the time I walked back into Kaoshan Tun with Green Dragon at my heel and the black dog dragging behind on a chain, half the village was already gathered under the old scholar tree with their dinner bowls, arguing about whether I'd finally snapped or whether my family had finally driven me to it. Nobody argued once they saw what was walking beside me. Green Dragon moved without a sound, wolf gray and built like something that shouldn't exist this far south, and every dog in the village that usually charged strangers barking took one look and bolted for cover instead, whimpering, refusing to come out no matter how hard their owners kicked at the woodpile. When one loudmouth near the tree made the mistake of muttering that I was still the same spineless coward underneath, Green Dragon simply turned its head, looked at him, and huffed a breath through its nose. The man dropped his bowl, didn't say another word. At home, Lin Xiu had been standing guard at the door all evening with a fire poker, terrified my brothers would come back for revenge while I was gone, more terrified I might not come back at all. When she saw me coming through the snow with what looked like a small wolf on one side and a limping black dog on the other, the poker hit the ground before she did. I told her not to be afraid. Told her these were our new guardians, that one man's fists weren't enough to keep her and Ñoño safe while I was away, so I'd found help. I called both dogs over and told them plainly, in front of her, this was the lady of the house. Second only to me. Anyone who threatened her was to be torn apart. Green Dragon read the situation instantly, caught my scent on her, understood exactly what that meant, sniffed her ankle once, and gave a low, respectful whine. Accepted. The black dog wasn't so cooperative. It had learned to fear me, and it had learned, the hard way, to fear Green Dragon. But Lin Xiu, trembling and clearly harmless, registered in its animal brain as beneath its notice. It didn't growl. It just turned its head away from her with an insulting little huff, presenting her its skull instead of its face. I corrected that on the spot, a slap across the muzzle, hard enough that it yelped, and when it still tried to sulk sideways rather than look at her, I grabbed the loose skin at its neck and forced its head around myself, telling it in no uncertain terms whose hand would be feeding it from now on. Green Dragon added its own opinion, a low, rolling growl that settled the argument for good. The black dog finally lowered itself flat to the ground, gave Lin Xiu one grudging look and a stiff wag of its tail. Submission, if a reluctant kind. I warned Lin Xiu not to trust that submission too far. A dog broken in one evening could remember its old defiance the moment the leash came off, but told her plainly that from now on, anything it did wrong was hers to report and mine to correct. That night, I set the bones in the black dog's broken leg myself, splinted with wood and cloth, the dog silent through the whole procedure except for one full-body shudder. Then I fed both of them a full pot of fox stew mixed with cornmeal, over Lin Xiu's quiet protest that we could barely feed ourselves. I told her the accounting was simple. They were risking their lives for this family, and an animal that's starved half to death won't fight for anyone. That night, for the first time, she slept soundly, and when a shadow lingered near the fence past midnight, one growl from the black dog and a deeper rumble from Green Dragon sent it fleeing without a sound. The next morning, before dawn, I started training in earnest. The black dog, still starving from months of neglect, tried to launch itself at me the moment I approached, thinking my presence meant food. I corrected it with the stick, not the food, the begging, teaching it to sit, to wait, to let a full bowl sit inches from its nose without moving until I gave the word. It tried once to snap at my hand when I reached into its bowl mid-meal, an old survival instinct about protecting what's yours. I overturned the bowl on the spot and told it plainly, nothing in this house was its to guard. Everything came from me and could be taken back just as easily. By the end of the lesson, when I had Nyonyo offer it a candy wrapper by hand, it wouldn't so much as lift its head without checking my face first. Progress, if not yet trust. Then I geared up to go back into the mountains, this time to check on the boar carcass and settle a score with the wolves. I left the black dog, legs still healing, posted at the threshold between the two rooms with clear instructions. Guard the house, guard my wife and daughter, and answer to nothing else until I returned. It understood the tone, if not the words, and dragged itself into position without complaint. Green Dragon I took with me. The boar was gone by the time we reached the ravine. Nothing left but a picked clean skeleton and a mob of crows jeering from the branches. That was the mountain's law. Nothing wasted, nothing left for the slow. I wasn't sorry to see it. The wolves had earned their meal, and I'd gambled and mostly won. What I hadn't expected was Green Dragon going rigid mid-turn, hackles raised, a low pressurized growl coming from somewhere deep in its chest, the kind of warning reserved for something at the very top of the food chain. I found the track myself, low in the snow, small, clawless, nearly weightless. A lynx. The mountain called it Ma Baozi, a name spoken with real dread, because unlike wolves, lynx hunted alone, silent, patient, and vindictive. It would eat your kill and then wait nearby to make you its next meal. We found it in a red pine, 30 meters up, watching us with flat amber eyes. The moment it knew it was spotted, it fled through the canopy, tree to tree, never touching ground, faster than anything with 4 legs on the earth should be able to move. I sent Green Dragon after it and followed at a dead run through knee-deep snow, firing once just to force it down, a shot that clipped the branch beside it and nearly sent it tumbling. But it caught a vine mid-fall and swung itself clear, vanishing behind a thicker trunk. It hadn't run far. It was setting an ambush of its own, waiting for Green Dragon to round that tree and expose its throat. I caught the intent just in time to scream a warning, and Green Dragon, smarter than any ordinary hound, actually obeyed, stopping dead 10 meters short and holding the standoff. The lynx broke first. It came out shrieking, going straight for Green Dragon rather than fleeing, a bid to cripple the more dangerous threat before dealing with me. Green Dragon met the leap head-on, taking the blow on its skull rather than dodging, knocking the lynx out of the air and onto the snow. That half-second of recovery was all I needed. I put a shot straight through its left eye before it could gather itself to strike again. Clean kill, no ruined pelt, no wasted meat, the skull almost entirely intact. A perfect hide. I carried it back to Old Son's cabin, where he took one sniff of the air before I'd even said a word and correctly named it. A lynx, and a big one, purely by scent. He examined the hide with real reverence. Not a single blemish besides the eye, and he told me plainly that hands like mine came from something older than luck. When I mentioned I planned to sell it at the county collection station, he called that a waste, pulled out a fat roll of bills from under his mattress, and offered 250 yuan on the spot, telling me he had a southern buyer coming through in a few days who'd pay top price for pelts this clean, and he'd rather see the money go to me than to the state station's flat rate. I skinned it myself in his cabin that evening, and by the time the hide hung gold and perfect from his rafters, I walked out into the night with 250 yuan against my chest, enough, in that era, to build 3 brick rooms from the ground up. The next morning, I split the money in 2 before doing anything else. Lin Xiu wanted to know why we weren't heading straight to the production brigade office to settle our debt with the accountant, who'd been running his mouth at the well about us mooching off the collective. I told her the accountant could wait. Old man Lu Changshui couldn't. When Nyonyo had nearly died of fever the year before, my own family had treated us like we carried plague. Lu Changshui, no blood relation at all, had handed over his own burial savings without a second thought. That kind of debt gets paid first, and paid with respect. He wasn't happy to see me arrive with gifts, gruffly accusing me of showing off the moment I'd scraped 2 coins together, until I explained the 50 yuan was the loan repaid, earned clean through hunting, and his face finally cracked into something like pride. He took the principal, refused the interest outright, shoved the extra 5 yuan back into my pocket, and told me to spend it on a proper winter coat for Nyonyo instead, warned me he'd have my hide if he ever heard I'd spend it on drink. When I mentioned wanting to rebuild the house, he told me flatly that leaving my mother's household was the smartest thing I'd ever done, and offered to lend a hand with the bricklaying himself. Then I went to settle the face debt. The production brigade accountant, Wang Changgui, who'd spent the morning lecturing the women's director about how families like mine shouldn't expect relief grain after splitting off from the collective. He greeted me with a speech about principles and self-reliance and how young men shouldn't lean on the collective's goodwill, right up until I laid the full repayment, with interest, on his desk. He fumbled, demanded to know where the money came from, warned me gravely against speculation and profiteering as though the accusation alone might make me confess to something. I told him, evenly, that it came from honest hunting, that the mountain fed those willing to work it. He had nothing left to say except one final petty warning about not squandering money on drink and women. The same lecture, recycled, now aimed at nothing. I took my receipt, folded it away, and told him I wouldn't be back to trouble his precious principles again even if I were starving. Then I thanked the women's director and walked out, leaving him gripping his teacup in silence, looking, for the first time since I'd known him, smaller than the desk he sat behind. Outside, the sun was blinding on the snow. 200 yuan still sat warm against my ribs, and every old debt in this life had finally been closed out, one way or another. Next stop, the brick kiln. This family was building the first proper brick house this village had ever seen. From the brigade office, I didn't head home. I went straight to the Red Star Brick Works on the edge of the county town. Out here, most houses were still packed mud, dagai, they called it, walls built up in layers and left to dry. A family that could afford stone footings and whitewash counted as somebody. A family that could afford red brick counted as gentry. I laid my money on the sales manager's desk. 5,000 bricks, 10 sacks of cement, 500 caddies of lime. And could the mill's tractor haul it out? I'd pay the transport too. He'd been about to tell me they had no truck free until he saw the stack of bills, and suddenly a driver named Old Zhang was more than happy to run it out that afternoon. By 2 o'clock, the whole village heard it coming before they saw it. A Dongfanghong tractor roaring through the snow, engine growling like some iron beast, its bed stacked high with brick so red it looked like a fire burning against the white ground. Half the village turned out to gawk, following it on foot as it rumbled straight past the center of town and turned, unmistakably, toward the ruined little yard at the west end, my yard. Lin Xiu came out at my shout to find a tractor bed full of brick and cement sitting in front of our door, and the needlework basket in her hands hit the ground before she managed a single word. I told her it was real. Told her, loud enough for every gawking neighbor to hear, that I'd promised her and Nyonyo the warmest house in the village, and that tomorrow we broke ground. Someone in the crowd, half suspicious, half hoping for gossip, asked where a man like me had suddenly come up with that kind of money. I lit a cigarette, offered one to the uncle who'd asked, and told them plainly, I'd bought it with a lynx pelt, taken off a beast that had nearly gutted me for the privilege. Money earned clean, off the mountain, with my own hands. That settled it. A lynx pelt clean enough to fund a brick house. Everyone here knew what that meant, and the suspicion in their faces turned straight to respect. I told them work started the next morning, and that anyone willing to lend a hand would get a yuan a day and 3 meals with real fatty pork at every one of them. Payment on a scale nobody in this village had ever heard offered for day labor. By evening, half the men in Kaoshan had lined up to volunteer. Behind the wall of my old family's house, the mood was rather different. My brother Shanlin lay swollen and stinking on the Kong, the untreated break in his leg starting to fester, begging for a doctor, for even a painkiller from the commune clinic. My mother refused. Every yuan spent on him was a yuan not saved, and her hoarded burial money stayed sewn into her jacket no matter how he screamed. Shanhai, preening at the mirror ahead of his own matchmaking meeting in 3 days' time, refused outright to lend a cent, reminded Shanlin, cruelly, that a man with a ruined leg had no way to ever pay it back. Cornered and desperate, Shanlin threatened to report me to the police himself, to have me arrested for what I'd done to him. Shanhai shut that down fast and hard, not out of any loyalty to me, but because he knew exactly how that story would read to the authorities. Shanlin had broken into my house and attacked my family, and I defended it. Dragging in the police now would only expose him, and worse, threatened to unravel the marriage he was counting on to save his career. My mother, when the argument settled, sided with Shanhai without hesitation. The wedding came first. Shanlin's leg could rot a while longer. The next morning, before the sun had fully cleared the ridge, the smell of my cook fire had already beaten the cold into retreat. I had a full cauldron going, thick-cut fat pork, pickled cabbage, glass noodles, boiling loud enough to be heard down the lane, the smell dragging every man in the village toward my yard on pure animal instinct. I fed them properly. Millet porridge with 2 full ladles of meat each. Told them plainly to eat their fill, or don't blame me for cursing them out later when they had no strength to work. Old man Lou, the same one who'd taken the money from me the day before, though a different Lou than the veteran I'd repaid, practically wept over his bowl, calling it better than New Year's dinner. By midday, the walls had risen to the roof beams, red brick against the gray, mud-walled village around it like a small fire burning in the snow. That's when matchmaker Wang arrived, escorting Lu Mylan, the production brigade secretary's daughter from the next village over, all city coat and leather shoes, picking her way through the frozen mud with obvious distaste, with my brother Shanhai trailing behind them, sweating despite the cold. The moment Lu Mylan spotted my rising brick house shining in the sun, her whole demeanor changed. She asked if it was Shanhai's, his wedding house. He should have told the truth. Instead, greed and panic together made the choice for him. He claimed it, said he'd spent everything he had to prepare it for her. I was up on the rafters at the time, close enough to hear every word, and I let it run just long enough to be worth interrupting. I flicked my cigarette down, landed neatly at the toe of his polished shoe, and told him, in front of the whole work crew and both his guests, that if he was hunting for a bride, he could keep hunting, but if he was hunting for the outhouse, it was back down the road to the left. That's his real family's house. The crew backed me without hesitation. Old Lou spat and told him flat out whose brick this was, whose meat had fed them all week, and that Shanhai hadn't laid a finger on so much as a mortar joint. The laughter that followed cut deeper than anything I could have said myself. Lu Mylan didn't storm off yet. She was sharper than that. She informed Shanhai, coolly, that since this wasn't his house, they'd better go see the real one. Wouldn't do to skip paying respects to his mother. He tried everything to steer her away. She wasn't having it, and neither was the matchmaker, sensing exactly which way this deal was about to break and scrambling to distance herself from it before it did. So they walked the 300 meters to the old house. Lu Mylan's fine shoes sinking into frozen mud and manure the whole way, her composure cracking with every step, the stench of the place reaching them long before the door did. And through the paper window, before anyone inside knew they had company, they heard everything. My mother and Shanlin, gloating over the plan in perfect clarity. Get the fool girl through the door, get her pregnant before she could back out, then work her like a servant for the rest of her days, make her clean up after Shanlin, make her pay for every humiliation the family had suffered from me. Shanlin, mid-conversation, punctuated the whole thing with the unmistakable sound and smell of diarrhea, complaining loudly about the strength of whatever remedy he'd been given. Lou Mylan stood frozen outside that door as the full shape of what she'd nearly married into assembled itself in her mind. Not a cherished bride, but livestock being fattened for slaughter. My mother, oblivious, opened the door mid-sentence carrying a chipped basin of waste and found herself staring straight into Lou Mylan's face. What followed wasn't restrained. Lou Mylan spat in Shanhai's face, kicked him bodily into the frozen filth beside the door, and told the whole family, in language sharper than anything a proper young lady was supposed to know, exactly what she thought of being treated like breeding stock. She threw his handkerchief into the slop bucket, promised to have her father look into exactly what kind of official he really was, and swore she'd see him ruined across the whole commune before she walked off with the matchmaker fleeing after her, disavowing the whole family loudly enough for the neighbors to hear. Behind them, up on my rafters, a burst of laughter and applause rolled through my work crew like thunder. Shanhai came apart after that. He kicked the waste basin out of his own mother's hands, screamed that the whole disaster was her fault for talking too loud with the window open, then turned on Shan Lin and beat him with a feather duster for the crime of choosing that exact moment to have diarrhea, as though timing his own suffering had been some deliberate sabotage. When the noise of my house-raising celebration drifted through their window, firecrackers, cheering, someone shouting congratulations over the new roof beam, something in Shanhai finally snapped into something colder and more dangerous than rage. He decided, with the twisted logic of a man who'd lost everything and needed someone else to blame, that none of it was his fault. Not the lie, not his mother's loose tongue, not his brother's timing. It was mine. If I hadn't split the family, hadn't built the house, hadn't been standing there to expose him, none of this would have happened. He worked himself cold with a bucket of well water, and by the time he dried his face, the plan was already forming. He grabbed paper and a cracked fountain pen and told our mother plainly, a farmer didn't come up with several hundred yuan in brick, cement, and daily feasts of meat off a few roe deer pelts. That kind of money meant unexplained wealth, meant speculation, maybe worse, grave robbery, theft of state resources. Who knew? He was going to write a report, take it straight to the county revolutionary committee. And if I went to prison for it, and the house was seized as ill-gotten property, well, as next of kin, who else would inherit it? My mother's eyes lit up at that. My brother, still bleeding from his own mother's negligence, cheered from the calm. The three of them huddled together again, plotting, not to reconcile, but to burn the whole thing down around me if they couldn't have it themselves. None of that mattered much, in the end, next to what happened at the village the next morning. Matchmaker Wong, desperate to scrub her own reputation clean of the disaster she'd nearly brokered, arrived early with a story already assembled. She told the women gathered there that Lou Mylan hadn't fled over the smell of shit alone. No, a girl raised by a commune secretary had smelled worse and stayed put. What had actually driven her off, Wong confided, voice dropped low for maximum effect, was a smell like rotten seafood fermented for months, like festering flesh trapped inside winter trousers. The unmistakable stench, she said, of a man carrying a shameful disease from his city dalliances. The evidence, as she laid it out, was damning in its own absurd logic. Shanhai buttoned his collar to the chin even in summer heat. Shanhai never swam with the other men. And yesterday's mud-rolling breakdown outside my house. Not distress, relief. Cooling the itch. By the time Shanhai himself walked past the well that morning, pale and hollow-eyed from a sleepless night, the whole crowd scattered from him like he carried plague, someone shrieking that he was leaking poison. A pack of village boys ambushed him next, performing an obscene, gleeful reenactment of the rumor complete with crude rhymes about his rotten trousers, until he broke and fled toward the county road in humiliation, only to be flatly refused a ride by the tractor driver, who cited concern for public health, while announcing the refusal loudly enough for the waiting crowd to enjoy. He walked the whole way to the county seat on foot, choking on tractor exhaust and public ridicule both, while behind him the village loudspeaker crackled to life with old Lou's cheerful announcement that my family was hosting a feast that afternoon to celebrate the new roof beam. Braised pork, stewed intestines, all you can eat. Come one, come all. Look at what an upstanding young man could build with honest work. One brother eating like a king, the other walking into town trailing a rumor he'd never lived down. I'd call that a fair trade. 20 li of frozen road stood between the village and the commune office, and Shanhai crossed every step of it on foot, snow soaking through his shoes, wind stripping the feeling from his face, carried entirely by the fire of revenge burning in his chest. Once he reached the commune gates, he told himself, once that report was in the secretary's hands, everyone would see him as the loyal cadre who'd put duty above blood. That confidence lasted exactly as long as it took the gatekeeper to look him over. Old Zhang, who'd bowed and scraped for a cigarette every time Shanhai passed before, took one look at the mud-caked, hollow-eyed man at the gate and didn't recognize him, or pretended not to. When Shanhai finally got him to admit who he was, the old man's face twisted into something between shock and open contempt. Word had already come down from the office to clear Shanhai's desk for coal storage. Shanhai screamed that it was impossible, that he was properly on staff, that he demanded to see Secretary Liu. Surely there'd been some mistake. Old Zhang wasn't finished with him. He reminded Shanhai, with real relish, exactly how much the secretary had once favored him, introducing his own daughter, no less, and exactly how badly Shanhai had repaid that trust by terrifying the poor girl into tears on their one meeting. The whole commune had heard by now that Liu Milan came home unable to speak straight, flinching at nothing. Was he courting a bride? Old Zhang wondered aloud, or auditioning for a ghost story. Before Shanhai could recover from that, a jeep's horn sounded from deep in the compound. The secretary's own car, plate 001. Old Zhang scrambled to open the gate properly. Shanhai threw himself at it. Literally, dropped to his knees in the snow directly in the jeep's path, forcing an emergency stop mere centimeters from his own body, holding his damp, crumpled report up like a man presenting his last defense before execution. He screamed his accusations at the rolled-up window. Unexplained wealth, speculation, undermining the collective. He was denouncing his own brother out of pure political conscience. He insisted, begging the secretary to just read the letter. The window came down eventually. Secretary Liu Changzheng didn't look at the letter. He looked, briefly, at Shanhai's ruined shoes and reeking jacket, and told him, not with anger, but with something colder, that he'd once believed Shanhai worth investing in, worth introducing to his own daughter. And this was the thanks he got. A man willing to devour his own brother the moment his own schemes collapsed. Someone with that little basic decency wasn't safe to keep on staff. Liu didn't trust what such a man might do to him next. He didn't so much as offer a hand out the window. He simply told old Zhang to keep the gate tighter from now on. No more letting filth wander in. Old Zhang, delighted to have official cover, beat Shanhai back from the gate with a broom as the jeep pulled away, calling him worthless, a waste of every chance he'd ever been given. The report, the one thing Shanhai had spent all night writing, ended up trampled into pulp under old Zhang's boot in the mud. Sitting in the snow outside a gate that had just slammed shut on the only life he'd known, Shanhai found he had no tears left. In the village, he was the man with the rotten crotch who'd made a girl scream. At the office, he was the fool who'd terrified a bride into a nervous breakdown. And in his own twisted arithmetic, none of it, not one part of it, was his own doing. He staggered up, retrieved the pulped remains of his letter, and swore, in a voice gone half feral, that if the commune wouldn't listen, he'd take it to the county. If the county wouldn't listen, the city. He would not let a jumped-up mountain peasant win. He turned and started walking, dragging a leg that seemed to have actually gone lame from the cold, toward the county seat, further away, deeper into the storm. Back at the new house, the night was warm as spring despite the blizzard outside. The build was finished, red brick, red tile, glass windows polished clear, a fresh Kong radiating heat through fragrant new pine boards. Not just a house, a monument to everything I'd rebuilt. Lin Xiu sat cross-legged on the Kong that night, turning our little tin money box upside down and counting out what was left, a handful of coins on the new mat, 3 yuan and change after everything we'd spent. And still she was smiling, delighted with every coin as though it were a fortune, marveling that even with almost nothing left, she felt more secure than she ever had holding real money back at the old house, where the wind through the paper window had kept her anxious no matter what she owned. I watched her count, watched the light in her face, and then I looked at her hands. 24 years old, and those hands looked 20 years older. Cracked black across the knuckles, joints swollen from years of hard labor, frostbite sores still raw from washing dishes in ice water. Against the bright new mat beneath her, they looked like a wound. I took her wrist before I even decided to. She flinched, embarrassed, tried to pull the hand back into her sleeve, apologizing for how ugly it looked, saying she hadn't had time to put ointment on yet. That flinch broke something open in me. I held on tighter instead of letting go, and before I knew it, I was crying. Really crying, tears falling straight onto the backs of her ruined hands, asking her how this had happened, how the soft hands she'd had when she married me had turned into this in only a few years of following me. She didn't pull away again. She turned her hand in mine instead, wiped my face with her thumb, and told me, half laughing through her own tears, that every farmer's wife had rough hands, that this wasn't suffering, not compared to what we'd already survived. We had a brick house now, a warm bed, no mother-in-law screaming at her. That was already more than most women got. Then she told me what she actually wanted, eyes bright with something I hadn't seen in her in either lifetime. To see Tiananmen someday. To stand in front of Chairman Mao's portrait, just once. She said her hands could stay rough as they liked if she got that one trip. I promised her. Sleeper car, the whole way. A photo studio, dressed in her best, once we got there. The next morning, the storm had cleared, and I woke early with that promise still burning in my chest. Money for New Year's. Money for Beijing. I went back to the old lean-to at my mother's house, quietly, to a hidden compartment I'd built into a cabinet years ago, and pulled out an oilcloth bundle I'd kept sealed since before winter set in. 2 sable pelts. Dark brown shot through with violet, shifting gold under lamplight, the kind of fur that looks alive. I'd taken 4 days and nights in a snow den to get them, before this life started over. In my old life, they'd been meant to pay for my sister Xiaoyu's university tuition after our mother refused to fund it. I didn't need that debt anymore. I had a better use for them now. Old Son's dugout cabin, deep in the pines, greeted me with laughter I didn't expect, big, booming, half in Russian. Inside, alongside a plate of hand-torn mutton and a graveyard of empty bottles, sat a barrel-chested foreigner with wild blonde hair and a heavy beard, drinking rice liquor straight from a tin mug and slapping his own knee between toasts. Old Son introduced him as Ivan Ivanov, an old contact from his border trading days, ostensibly some kind of trade inspector, though Old Son called him a smuggler to his face without any offense taken. His truck had broken down nearby, and his nose, apparently, had led him straight to the smell of Old Son's liquor. Ivan greeted me with a drunken slur of broken Chinese, eyes glassy. Except they weren't, not quite. Underneath the performance, I recognized the sharp, sober calculation of a man taking my measure. This, I understood immediately, was this southern buyer Old Son had mentioned, someone with a channel into the black market that ran straight across the border, trading scarce goods for the kind of hard-to-get materials that flowed the other way. I sat down calmly, stamped the snow off my boots, and took the seat at the foot of the Kong without waiting to be invited. Old Son, gauging my composure with approval, mentioned casually that I was the one who'd taken the links he'd been admiring earlier. Ivan's drunken swaying stopped instantly. He set down his mug, looked me over properly for the first time, and gave me a genuine thumbs up before sliding back into his loose, unbothered act, never once bringing up business directly. I didn't play along with the small talk either. I reached into my coat, drew out the oilcloth bundle, and set it down on the table between us without a word. The 2 sable pelts sat there under the lamplight, dark and shimmering, and Ivan's hand hovered an inch above them, trembling, not quite daring to touch. The reverence of a man who understood exactly what he was looking at. Sable that rare came around once every few years, even in the far eastern forests back home. But he was a trader first. Within half a minute, the awe had folded itself away, replaced by a practiced, oily calculation. He offered 500 yuan, generous, he implied, purely as a favor to Old Son. I didn't move. I lit a cigarette instead, took my time with it, and told him, evenly, like discussing the weather, that 500 was an insult, the kind of price you'd pay for rabbit fur, not for pelts this rare. I told him plainly what a pelt of this quality would open at a Leningrad auction house, and what it would be worth traded quietly to some general's wife in Moscow with a taste for furs, worth a car permit, a rail car of steel, easily. The mention of Leningrad hit him like a slap. His mug came down hard enough to spill, and the drunk act dropped entirely. He wanted to know, with real alarm now, who I was, how a farmer in the middle of nowhere knew how black market fur moved through Soviet high society. The suspicion turned dangerous fast. His hand drifted toward his belt. In an era this politically fraught, a foreigner spooked into thinking he'd stumbled into a setup wasn't going to negotiate. He was going to disappear, or worse. It was old Son who broke the standoff. Not with words at first, just the deliberate tap of his pipe against his boot heel, loud enough to cut the tension. He asked Ivan, without looking at either of us, whether in 2 or 3 years of dealing together he'd ever once been shorted or cheated. Ivan, some of the rigidity leaving his shoulders, admitted he hadn't. That old Son was the most trustworthy man he knew in this business. That was all the opening old Son needed. He told Ivan plainly that I was the boy he'd raised, that I'd taken both the lynx and these sables myself, and that his own knees were too old now for the deep taiga. From here forward, he said, pointing his pipe straight at me, anyone dealing in this territory dealt with me. Trust me, he said, the way you trust him. It was as close to a formal handover of a lifetime's reputation as I was ever likely to witness. One old master passing his standing in the trade to the next. Ivan's suspicion evaporated on the spot, replaced by something like delight. A supplier this connected, this capable, vouched for personally by a man he'd trusted for years, that was worth more to him than the pelts themselves. He shook my hand hard enough to nearly dislocate it, apologized for the insulting first offer, and asked what I actually wanted: rubles, dollars, car permits, even gold. He claimed he could get. I turned all of it down, told him plainly what I wanted instead: a coupon for a Butterfly brand sewing machine, a coupon for a Phoenix bicycle, a coupon for a transistor radio, and 300 yuan cash for New Year's supplies for my wife and daughter. He stared at me like I'd spoken in tongues, expected a hard bargain to gouge him for everything the market would bear, and instead got a shopping list for a modest household. I told him plainly, I wasn't in this for the big trade. I was a farmer who wanted his family fed and warm for the new year. He could keep his fortune, I'd keep mine, smaller and closer to home. He didn't argue twice. Out came the coupons, stamped and colorful, followed by a thick stack of cash he didn't bother counting. 500 yuan, he said. Keep the change, call it thanks for the drink, and for old Son's liquor besides. I tucked the coupons and the cash against my chest. The sewing machine, the bicycle, the radio Lin Xiu had wanted for years without ever asking outright, and felt, for the first time since waking up in this life, something in my chest finally settle into place. Before I left, I bowed properly to old Son, still smoking silently on the Kong, and told him there were no words big enough for what he'd just done for me. That once the New Year's shopping was done, Lin Xiu and I would come back with good food and good drink to see the holiday in with him. He waved me off with his pipe, not turning around, and grunted a single word that was supposed to sound like an insult, and came out, through the smoke, sounding a good deal warmer than that. The old scholar tree at the village entrance had become my mother's stage that morning. A knot of bundled women and idle men gathered close, half frozen and eager for gossip, and she was performing for them like a woman with nothing to lose. Word had gotten around that Shanghai hadn't come home since his commune visit, and the rumor mill said exactly what had actually happened. He'd been thrown out like a stray dog. My mother had a different story ready. He'd been noticed by important people, she claimed, seconded to the provincial capital on urgent state business. Too important a man now for a small commune office to hold. Any day now he'd come rolling back in a proper government jeep. Nobody believed her. Nobody dared say so either. My mother's temper was well known enough that challenging her wasn't worth the trouble. Buoyed by the silence, she turned her venom on me instead, the ungrateful eldest son who'd split from the family and deserved whatever bad luck found him. When someone mentioned my new brick house looked rather grand, she scoffed that it was empty theater, that I'd spent every yuan I had and gone into debt for the glass alone, that she'd heard Lin Xiu crying the night before about not being able to afford dumpling wrappers for New Year's. Just wait, she told them. By New Year's Eve, my family would be begging at her door for scraps, and she wouldn't spare so much as dishwater for us. She never got to finish that sentence. A burst of radio static cut through the cold air first. Too loud, too clear, to be some pocket transistor. More like the village loudspeaker had come loose and gone wandering. Then a voice, gravelly and theatrical, rolled out over the wind. narrating some old adventure serial at full volume, and every head at the well turned toward the sound. I came around the bend on a brand new Phoenix bicycle, polished black, riding tall in a proper sheepskin coat, a string of firecrackers swinging from one handlebar, and two net bags loaded with canned peaches, malted milk powder, and good liquor swinging from the other. The radio itself sat lashed to the crossbar, antenna extended, blasting the story straight into the frozen morning air. Behind me came a hired donkey cart, piled high, and at the crown of that pile, half covered by a red cloth the wind kept lifting, sat the unmistakable black and gold shape of a butterfly sewing machine. Beside it, sacks of fine white flour, a full side of pork with 3 fingers of fat, a bolt of bright red cloth. I rang the bell once, and the sound cut through the crowd like a slap. I didn't stop, didn't so much as glance at my mother standing frozen beneath the tree, her face draining white as the cart passed. The radio, at that exact moment, hit the punchline of its story, something about fortune turning over every 30 years, about never underestimating a poor young man. And I rode straight through the middle of the crowd's stunned silence, and on toward home, leaving the smell of good pork and the sound of my own laughter trailing behind me. Someone finally found their voice behind me, asking my mother, none too gently, whether that side of pork looked like a family that couldn't afford dumpling wrappers. My mother's legs gave out from under her, and she sat down hard in the snow. Back at the house, Lin Xiu had spent the morning turning 3 yuan and changeover in her hands, worrying about New Year's cloth for Nyonyo, about the empty-handed visit to her own family that was coming, about whether we'd even manage dumplings this year. Nyonyo kept asking when we'd get to hear firecrackers like the neighbor boy's family. Then the radio hit the wall of the house before I did, and Lin Xiu came to the door to find the whole cart's worth of goods waiting in the yard, the sewing machine she'd stared at through shop windows for years without ever daring to touch, the pork, the cloth, the radio still crowing away on the handlebar. She nearly went down at the sight of it. I carried the sewing machine in myself, put Nyonyo up on my shoulders first for good measure, and spent the next 20 minutes handing armload after armload through the door while Lin Xiu stood there directing traffic like she was dreaming. When I finally pulled the firecrackers out for Nyonyo, she screamed with pure joy loud enough to shake the rafters. Once the house was full, really full, warm and stocked and loud with radio music, I handed Lin Xiu the rest of the cash and told her it was hers to spend however she liked, that we weren't short on money anymore. She cried, not from grief this time, but from the sheer release of a woman who'd spent her whole life afraid of poverty, finally allowed to stop being afraid. That evening, with the smell of braised pork and glass noodles filling the house, someone pounded on the gate hard enough to rattle the frame. Lin Xiu's face went pale immediately. She was certain it was my mother, come to make a scene over the smell of meat drifting through the whole village. I thought the same, and went out prepared to send my own family packing again. Instead, I opened the gate to find 3 strangers shivering in the cold, noses twitching at the smell of dinner. Lin Xiu's own father, mother, and younger brother. Lin DePeo, blustering and entitled from the first word, immediately demanded to know why his own daughter hadn't invited them over to share in the good fortune. Her brother, Lin Chong, tried to shove past me into the house before I'd even finished the greeting, drooling openly at the smell of meat. I let the mother in first, gently, warmly, genuinely glad to see her. In my old life, she'd been the one who'd secretly slipped Lin Xiu boiled eggs and her own hidden savings when everyone else turned their backs. That debt I remembered. Her husband and son I let cool their heels at the threshold, made them stamp the snow off their boots before setting foot on Lin Xiu's freshly cleaned Kong mat. A small thing, but it told them plainly whose house this was. Once inside, the mother pulled Lin Xiu aside and pressed a bundle of 20 eggs and hand-stitched shoe soles into her hands, apologizing that it wasn't much, clearly terrified her husband would see. Lin Xiu nearly cried at the sight of it. Meanwhile, her brother made himself entirely at home, didn't bother removing his shoes properly, planted himself in the seat of honor, and started shoveling fatty pork into his own bowl with no regard for anyone else at the table, grease running down his chin. Her father's eyes, meanwhile, never left the sewing machine sitting by the window, sizing it up like something already his. He got to the point over a cup of liquor. His younger son needed a match set of 3 rotations and a radio, the standard bride price items, for an upcoming match, and this sewing machine would do nicely. He announced, not asked, that they'd be taking it with them after dinner. Lin Chong backed him up loudly, adding that he'd take the radio too while they were at it, since it was his sister's family, and he wouldn't feel awkward about it. The room went silent. Lin Xiao's mother stared at her lap, too frightened to speak, tugging uselessly at her husband's sleeve before he kicked her hand away. I told them plainly. The meat, they could eat their fill of. Everything else in this house stayed. That set both of them off. Lin DePeo pounding the table, reminding me loudly that without him there'd have been no marriage at all, demanding I show his son some family loyalty. Lin Chong standing on the Kong edge and announcing he was taking the sewing machine regardless, calling it a loan, while making no pretense of asking permission. When he actually reached for it, Lin Xiao, trembling, terrified, but unable to stop herself, slid off the Kong and threw her thin body between him and the machine, begging in a voice barely above a whisper not to take the one thing that might make a proper dress for their daughter. Her brother shoved past that plea entirely, raised a hand to push her aside outright, and found his wrist caught in my grip before the motion finished. I didn't say anything. Didn't need to. He yelped, bent double at the pressure, and I released him with enough force to send him stumbling into the wall. Then I turned my back on both of them entirely, settled Lin Xiao back onto the Kong, wiped her tears myself, and told her quietly that I had this. Only then did I draw the skinning knife from my belt, the one I used for field dressing game, and bring it down once, clean, through a heavy pork leg bone sitting at the table's edge. The crack of it silenced the room completely. I told them plainly, scraping meat shavings off the blade without looking up, the sewing machine was for my wife. Everything in this house had been paid for with real risk, out in the deep mountains, and if either of them thought their bones were harder than that pork bone, they were welcome to test the theory. That ended it. Lin DePeo, red-faced and humiliated but unwilling to press further, declared loudly that we'd grown too proud for family and that they were leaving, dragging his wife out behind him when she hesitated too long looking back at her daughter, kicking her hand away from the doorframe when she tried to linger. The gate slammed. The bloodsuckers were gone, leaving only the radio still crackling through its story in the sudden quiet. Lin Xiao broke down once they'd gone, not with relief, but guilt, certain her mother would catch worse than usual once she got home for having lingered too long, for having eaten nothing while everyone else did. I held her and told her the truth. As long as her father and brother controlled what her mother was allowed to keep, nothing we gave the old woman would ever survive the walk home. Better to wait. Once the new year settled and the house was properly established, I'd find a way to bring her mother out here alone, without those two vultures hovering, and let her eat well and rest properly for once, the way real filial care should look. Lin Xiao finally nodded, the first real light coming back into her tear-streaked eyes. The 29th of the 12th month, right after Little New Year, and the whole village smelled of gossip instead of festivity. Inside our house, none of that mattered. The sewing machine hummed its steady rhythm, Lin Xiao's foot working the pedal while red-flowered cloth flowed under the needle. A new cotton coat for Nyonyo, stuffed soft with fresh-carded wool. Nyonyo sucked on a piece of candy, watching her mother work with pure contentment. I sat cleaning my rifle with an oiled deerskin, half listening to Lin Xiao worry about the shadows lingering outside our gate all morning. Zhao Shanlin, apparently, pretending to pass by with a look on his face that unsettled her. I told her not to mind them, just jealousy with nowhere to go. Outside, the jealousy had organized itself into something uglier. A knot of villagers had gathered against our outer wall, waiting for a show, and at the center of it, for once united against a common target, stood my mother and Lin Xiao's father, Lin DePeo, sworn enemies turned temporary allies. My mother spun theories about ill-gotten wealth loud enough for the whole crowd to hear. Lin DePeo claimed he'd seen the village security officer on a suspicious phone call to the commune, hinting darkly that an arrest was coming, that everything we owned would be seized. The crowd's mood turned gleeful with anticipation. Lin Chong was already planning which item he'd steal for himself in the confusion. That's when a Jeep engine tore through the winter silence, a military green 212, plowing snow in a reckless arc straight toward our gate. In a village this remote, in this era, a Jeep meant one thing only: the authorities coming to arrest someone. My mother nearly danced with joy. Lin DePeo backed up out of splash range, but kept his greedy eyes locked on our closed gate. The Jeep braked hard right at our door, and what climbed out wasn't a policeman at all, but a heavy-set, sweating man in an army coat over a white shirt, who abandoned the car door entirely and came stumbling through the snow, shouting my name like I was his own grandfather come to save him. Song Weigwa, procurement chief for the county state restaurant. He explained it all in a rush, breathless, terrified I'd refuse him. Foreign guests arriving that evening for an official dinner, the signature dish, hazel grouse soup, a northeastern delicacy, ruined when a new kitchen hand accidentally killed and plucked the live birds meant for it before anyone could stop him, leaving them useless for the freshness the dish required. Without a replacement, heads would roll, careers would end. The whole restaurant's reputation would collapse in front of provincial dignitaries. Chef Lu Changchun himself, Song said, had sent him, insisted there was only one man in the region who could pull this off, the same man who'd once pinned a half-mad guard dog barehanded in his own kitchen. That story had apparently made me something of a local legend among the restaurant staff. He shoved a stack of ration coupons into my hands before I'd even agreed. 50 caddies of grain coupons, 10 of meat, 2 industrial coupons, and promised exclusive supplier status with the state restaurant if I pulled this off. I called for the black dog, told Lin Xiu to fetch my net, and watched the crowd outside go pale as Green Dragon padded out first, massive, wolf-eyed, silent, before the black dog came bounding after it, delighted to be chosen, practically climbing into the Jeep in its excitement, while Green Dragon simply settled itself across our doorway like a guardian statue, daring anyone in that crowd to test whether it meant business. Nobody did. The Jeep died at the mouth of Ghost's Despair Gully, buried too deep for the tires to manage further. Song Weigwa stepped out into knee-deep snow and nearly retreated back into the cab entirely, teeth chattering, questioning whether anything could survive out here, let alone be caught alive. I told him the mountain would come to me, not the other way around, and set off on foot with the black dog ranging ahead, all its earlier playfulness gone the instant its paws hit real snow, transformed into something focused and silent, nose working the wind like radar. A quarter hour in, it froze at the edge of a stand of birch, one paw raised, body rigid, staring up into the canopy. I signaled Song to silence and followed its line of sight to spot what looked like clusters of gray-brown lumps high in the branches. Hazel grouse, 4 of them, plump and glossy, exactly what we needed. Shooting them was out of the question. The noise would scatter the rest, and a bullet wound would drain the freshness the dish depended on. Instead, I unrolled the weighted net I carried for exactly this purpose, read the wind, and waited for a gust strong enough to keep the birds gripping their perches rather than watching the ground. When it came, I spun with it, released the net in a curling arc that threaded around the dead branches in its path, and dropped it clean over all 4 birds at once, bringing them down tangled and squawking, but very much alive. Song's jaw actually dropped. He called it magic, more than once, entirely sincere. I wasn't finished. The black dog had been circling one particular gully the whole walk, whining low, and I led us to a patch of ice gone faintly yellow from a hidden hot spring beneath, thin enough to break with a rifle butt. Underneath, packed into the mud, dozens of northeastern forest frogs lay dormant, plump-bellied with fat. Song took one look and called them toads, disgusted, until I split one open to show him the translucent, fat-rich gland inside. Snow toad oil, the delicacy Cantonese businessmen in particular prized as soft gold. The kind of restorative luxury that would elevate a meal from merely fresh to genuinely impressive. Exactly the kind of dish, I told him, to serve alongside the grouse soup if he wanted to truly win over a discerning guest. Song dropped to his knees in the snow at the words soft gold, pulled off his own coat to use as a makeshift sack, and began scooping frogs into it with both hands, all dignity forgotten. Back at the state restaurant, the kitchen was one step from open panic. The Hong Kong businessman, Mr. Jean, courting for a lucrative goods contract, had thrown down his chopsticks over a dry, freezer-burnt chicken dish and threatened to leave on the next train if the promised wild game centerpiece didn't materialize. Chef Lu Changchun sat frozen with despair while his deputy, a smug man named Ma San, suggested simply frying up another old frozen chicken under enough chili to mask the taste and calling it done. I kicked the kitchen door open before that plan could go any further, dismissed the frozen chicken as an insult to the guest's intelligence, and dumped the sack onto the prep table. For live hazel grouse, glossy feathered and thrashing with vitality, clucking indignantly under the kitchen lights. Lu Changchun very nearly wept at the sight of them, calling them the finest specimens he'd seen all winter. Ma San's earlier scorn dissolved into stunned silence. I wasn't finished there either. I opened Song's makeshift sack of frogs next, over Ma San's disgusted protest that I was trying to sabotage the meal with a bucket of toads, and cut one open in front of the whole kitchen to show them the pale, glistening oil inside. Explained plainly that a Cantonese guest raised on the philosophy of food as medicine would recognize this instantly as the delicacy it was. That pairing the grouse soup's freshness with the frog oil's restorative luxury would elevate the whole meal from merely good to unforgettable. Lu Changchun took the frog in both hands like a family heirloom and told me, with real reverence, that I understood not just hunting but people, that he was thoroughly won over. Crisis solved, and turned into a triumph besides. I stopped Song before he could rush off to spread the good news and told him plainly what I wanted in return, not commendations, not a banner on the wall, nothing that couldn't feed a family. 50 caddies of premium white flour, 10 caddies of pork belly, 2 tins of cooking oil, 2 cans of malted milk powder, and, remembering Lin Xiu still in her patched old coat, several feet of good red dacron cloth for a new dress for my wife, plus 2 caddies of white rabbit candy for my daughter. Under any other circumstances, demanding this much from a state restaurant would have gotten me thrown out on my ear. Song didn't hesitate for a second, waved his staff toward the storeroom, told them to hold nothing back, put it all on his own account. Within minutes, sacks of fine flour, glistening cuts of pork, colorful candy, and good cloth were piled in front of me like a small mountain. This era's version of true wealth. Whatever became of the Hong Kong businessman's contract, whatever Song's career gained from tonight, none of it mattered half as much as this. My wife and daughter would eat well and dress warm and hold their heads up doing it. That was worth more than any banner the state could offer. I thanked Song, asked him to help load the Jeep, and told him plainly, my family was waiting for me to come home for the new year. By the time the Jeep pulled up to our gate, half the village had gathered to watch. The pile of goods beside it caught the low sun, that half side of pale, fatty pork drawing every eye in the crowd. My mother and Lin Xiu's father, of all people, ended up standing shoulder to shoulder blocking our door. 2 sworn enemies suddenly in perfect agreement. My mother was still too stunned by the sight of it all to move. Lin DePeo recovered faster. I watched his throat work as he stared at the sack of fine flour and that pork, greed plain on his face, and he shot a look at his son. Lin Chong was 20 that year, big-boned, useless, spoiled rotten. The signal was all he needed. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. He was already reaching for the pork as he said it. This is good and fat. We've got no meat for New Year's. I'll just carry this home. Let your mother-in-law stew it up for us. His grimy hand went for the meat like it already belonged to him. In his mind, Lin Xiu had only ever been a resource to draw from, and anything in her household was his by extension. I caught his wrist before he touched it and slapped the back of his hand hard enough to raise a welt. He howled, clutching it, staring at me in disbelief. Zhao Shana, you'd hit me? I'm your wife's own brother. What's wrong with eating a little of your meat? Brother-in-law, I said cold. The day Lin Xiu nearly died in a hard labor, I begged you to run to the clinic for a doctor. Where were you? Home in bed. Said it was too cold to go out. When she couldn't nurse afterward and nearly starved, I came to your house to borrow 2 eggs. You told me a married daughter was water thrown out the door. None of your concern anymore. Now you smell meat, and suddenly remember you're my brother-in-law. I didn't say it loud, but every word landed like a nail, on his face, and in the ears of everyone watching. The crowd turned on them fast, muttering about shamelessness, about ignoring a daughter until she was worth something. Lin DePeo's face went through several colors before he found his footing again. He knocked his pipe against the ground, drew himself up with all the authority of an elder, and pointed at me. Zhao Shana, is that how you speak to your betters? No parent is ever wholly in the wrong. What's past is past. Now that you've come into money, honoring your father-in-law is only right. Since when does a son-in-law feast while his wife's own father goes hungry? Then he rounded on Lin Xiu directly. And you, hiding back there, tell your husband to carry that meat to my house. I raised you for nothing, you ungrateful thing. He knew exactly what he was doing, aiming at her instead of me. Years of beaten-in obedience meant one hard look from him usually did the job. Lin Xiao, holding Nyonyo, was shaking. Old instinct, nothing she could help. But this time, instead of bowing her head the way she always had, she lifted it. Her voice trembled, but it held. Father, Shanha earned this meat with his own life, up in the mountains. It didn't blow in on the wind. She went on, steadier now. A married woman follows her husband's house. I belong to the Zhao family now. What happens to these things is his decision. That nearly choked Lin DePeo on the spot. Insolent. The nerve. His hand came up to strike her. I stepped in front of it before it landed, and whatever he saw in my face made him snatch the hand back on his own. Lin DePeo. I'll say this once. I gestured at the whole loaded jeep, loud enough for the entire crowd to hear. This meat, this flour, this candy, it's for my wife and my daughter. Outsiders don't get so much as the smell of it. Don't lecture me about filial duty. Whatever we owed each other ended the day you sold your own daughter for a bride price. Stay away from my door from now on, and if you ever raise a hand to my wife again, I'll break your other leg to match. I turned my back on the lot of them and called to Song Weigua. Brother Song, help me carry this inside. Dumplings and stewed pork tonight. You got it. Song, thoroughly entertained by the whole show, hefted a sack of flour and followed me in without a second glance at the family still standing there. The gate slammed shut, sealing Lin DePeo, Lin Chong, and my mother, who never did get a word in, out in the cold together. The wind howled outside. Inside, before long, a smell drifted out that could crack a starving man's resolve. Pork rendering down in hot oil, scallions hitting the pan, dumplings going into boiling water. Lin Chong's stomach growled loud enough to embarrass him. He swallowed, staring at the shut gate, looking close to tears. Pa, I want meat. 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 That's all you ever think about. Go home and drink your cornmeal gruel. Lin DePeo kicked his son out of pure frustration, and every burst of laughter drifting from inside the wall landed on him like a slap. He knew, standing there, that the era of pushing his daughter around like a soft persimmon was well and truly over. My mother lingered a moment longer, glaring at the shut gate, muttering under her breath about how they could eat themselves sick for all she cared. Wait until Shanlin's leg healed, but she never finished the sentence. A growl from Green Dragon inside the yard sent her scurrying back with the rest. That night, the new house blazed with light and laughter. That night, half of Kaoshan Tun lay awake smelling meat they'd never taste, and in two houses especially, the Lin household and the old Zhao homestead. Nobody slept at all. Chapter 40. Morning came with the smell of cornmeal porridge and pickled vegetables drifting through our little yard. Simple food, but with last night's dumplings still sitting warm in everyone's stomach, Lin Xiao looked healthier than she had in weeks. Wiping rice off Nyonyo's chin, the three of us settled into something like peace. That peace didn't survive the pounding that hit our door next. Not knocking, kicking, hard enough to threaten the frame. Open up. Open this door. Co-op inspection team. Open it, or we break it down. Lin Xiao's bowl hit the floor and shattered. Her face went white. Husband. That's director's son. He hates it when people trade privately. He's here to make an example of us. I caught her hand before she could reach for the broken pieces and steadied her with a squeeze. Don't move. It's fine. I'm here. I walked out at my own pace and pulled the bolt. The door hadn't opened a hand's width before it was shoved wide enough to stagger me. Leading the charge was Sun Dana, director of the Kaoshan Tun Co-op, slick back hair, a proper mouse suit, for militiamen behind him with old rifles and red armbands, all of them wearing the look of wolves that had just found an open pen. Director's son, showing up with troops this early, planning a bandit sweep? I leaned against the doorframe, not moving aside, watching him with something that wasn't quite a smile. Don't get smart with me. Son's small, greedy eyes swept the yard and locked onto the half-eaten frozen pork on the windowsill, then the sacks of flour piled in the corner. Greed flickered across his face before he swapped it for official menace, jabbing a finger at me. Zhao Shanha, someone's reported you for speculation, illegally trading state-controlled goods. A layabout like you, not doing collective work. Where would you get money for white flour and pork? It's not honest money. He waved his men forward. What are you standing there for? Search the place. Anything of unclear origin gets confiscated for the collective. Cuff this speculator. Yes, sir. The militiamen surged toward the house like starving wolves, and one of them shoved Lin Xiao, still holding Nyonyo, out of the way. Move. Don't block us. She stumbled, nearly fell, and Nyonyo started wailing. You want to die, I said, and something in me went white hot. I closed the distance in one step, caught the man's wrist, and twisted. He screamed, his rifle nearly hitting the ground, and in the same breath I shouted, Black Dragon, Green Dragon. Anyone touches my wife or my daughter, tear his throat out. Both dogs came out of hiding like they'd been waiting for exactly those words. Green Dragon especially, the size of a young calf, planted itself in front of Sun Dana, fangs bared, throat rumbling low enough to feel through the ground. One word from me, and it would have gone straight for his neck without hesitation. Sun's legs nearly gave out. Whatever bluster he'd walked in with cracked in half. Zhao Shana, you'd set dogs on us. That's violent resistance to the law. I'll have the police put a bullet in you, you'll see. Sun Dana. Listen carefully. I pointed at everything filling the yard, voice cold as iron. This is payment from the county state restaurant. Procurement Chief Song Weigwa delivered it himself. You want to rob me under cover of law? Try it and see what it costs you. Want me arrested? Get a proper warrant from the county first. Song Weigwa's name gave him pause, but his eyes drifted back to the pork and greed won out again. Song wasn't here now, no witness to contradict him. Grab it first, sort out the rest later. Nonsense. Don't hide behind some big shot's name. I say you stole it. Sun, red-faced with humiliated fury, drew the pistol at his belt and leveled it at me. Kill the dogs. I don't care whose they are. We stood there, one wrong move from bloodshed, when a horn blared from the village entrance, the sound of salvation itself. The familiar 212 Jeep came roaring up, braking hard behind the crowd, spraying Sun with snow. Song Weigwa was out of the cab before it fully stopped, sweating, stumbling toward us. Stop. Everybody stop. Whoever touches brother Zhao answers to me. Sun's face changed the instant he registered Song, and changed further when he saw who climbed out behind him. An older man in a black wool coat and gold-rimmed glasses, 2 bodyguards flanking him. Someone important, clearly. Sun's fat face melted into a fawning smile. Ah, Chief Song. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, just a routine inspection. Song ignored him entirely, shoved past the militiamen blocking the path, and grabbed my arm, voice raw with urgency. Brother Zhao, help me. Something huge has happened. That's when the man in the wool coat stepped forward. His eyes were red. He'd clearly been crying, and there was something close to pleading in the way he looked at me. Mr. Zhao, I'm Jin Wanfu. Your snow-toad soup last night was extraordinary, but I received an urgent call from Hong Kong before dawn. My father has suffered a stroke. Only the gallbladder of a wild iron-backed bear can serve as the medicinal lead ingredient to keep him alive. He had his bodyguard open the case in his hands. The crowd gasped as one. Inside sat stack after stack of crisp new yuan, and even more eye-catching, colorful foreign exchange certificates. 10,000 yuan here, plus 5,000 in exchange certificates, Jin Wanfu said, his voice shaking. Whoever brings me that bear's gallbladder, this is the deposit alone. Succeed, and I'll add an imported truck, and I'll personally petition the county to name you an official trade consultant. The crowd exploded. 10,000 yuan. 20 years of a worker's wages, sitting right there in the snow. Never mind the certificates and the truck on top of it. Sun Dana's eyes went red with greed, all his fear forgotten along with the dogs still standing guard. Before I could say a word, he shoved forward, thumping his own chest. Mr. Jean, the co-op takes this job. He turned, sneering at me. Don't let this one fool you, Mr. Jean. He's just a layabout who got lucky with a few birds. Hunting a bear? An iron-backed bear? That's a job that gets men killed. The co-op has a proper militia hunting team. 6 rifles, experienced men. Nobody else in 10 villages could pull this off. Jin Wanfu hesitated. He needed certainty, and 6 armed men did look more reliable than one man alone. I lit a cigarette, unhurried, and said, cold, Sun Dana, go ahead and get yourself killed. I won't stop you. An iron-backed bear's near enough a mountain spirit. Hide too thick for bullets, and starving mad this deep into winter. Bring a crowd making noise like that, and you're just delivering dessert. Bullshit. Sun rounded on me, spitting mad. Don't think I don't see through you, Zhao Shanha. You just want the whole reward to yourself. Trying to scare the rest of us off so you can collect a loan. Mountain spirit, my ass. It's an animal, and I've got guns. I don't believe 6 rifles can't put it down. He turned back to Jean Wanfu, all smiles again. Mr. Jean, time's against you. Your father can't wait. This one's too much of a coward to commit anyway. Give the job to me. I'll have the gallbladder in your hands by tomorrow. Jean Wanfu genuinely couldn't afford to wait. Saving a life was like fighting a fire. He looked between us and made his choice. Very well, director's son, I'm counting on you. But he was a careful businessman, and he turned back to me for insurance. Mr. Zhao, since you know this work, would you come along too, as a guide, or in case director's son's team runs into trouble? The reward stands regardless of who succeeds. Son, unable to object without risking the whole deal, forced a mocking laugh. Fine, let him tag along. Let him see what a real hunting team looks like. Just don't wet yourself and make us carry you back, Zhao Shanha. You can carry the rations for my dogs, since you're so fond of them. He led his militiamen off, laughing loudly, full of himself. I watched them go, then looked at Jean Wanfu's anxious face. I didn't argue, didn't get angry. I just took a long drag on my cigarette, something cold and sharp settling behind my eyes. Fine, I'll come. I went back inside, picked up my hunting knife freshly honed, and told Lin Xiu quietly, put water on to boil. That's for washing the gallbladder, once I bring it home. Chapter 41. Deep in the greater Xing'an Range, old Black Mountain, true wilderness, ancient trees, snow past the waist, wind screaming through the branches like something dying. Sun Dana and his militia led the way, swaggering when they set out. 2 hours in, every one of them had shrunk into their own collar. Sun, wrapped thick in his army coat, still felt the cold working straight into his bones, nose running, eyebrows frosted white, each step a struggle like pulling turnips from frozen ground. Damn this godforsaken cold. He turned to vent his temper and found me trailing at the rear, hands behind my back, walking easy, my boots skating light over snow that had his men floundering, Black Dragon and Green Dragon ranging beside me, noses testing the wind. Seeing how relaxed I looked only made him angrier. Zhao Shanha, hanging back that far, scared already? Speak up if you want to quit, kneel down and beg, and I'll send you home right now. His men laughed along. Right, what good are dogs anyway? When the bear shows up, it's real guns that matter. I ignored the fools. I'd already read the clawed bark and the size of the tracks in the snow, and I knew exactly what waited ahead. I stopped, leaned against a tree, patted Black Dragon's head, and lit a cigarette at my leisure. I'm done walking. Find the rest of the trail yourselves. Coward, Sun spat. Come on, men, once we've got the gallbladder, he doesn't get so much as a taste of the soup. A few hundred meters on, a sharp-eyed militiaman shouted and pointed. In a sheltered hollow stood a massive dead red pine, a black hole gaping beneath its roots, bleached bones scattered around it, the air thick with a stench that turned the stomach. The den. Found it. Sun's face flushed with excitement, greed swallowing whatever fear he had left, the 10,000 yuan and the imported truck practically waving at him already. Spread out. Rifles up. He arranged his 5 men in a half circle, muzzles trained on the black opening. One older, more experienced militiaman hesitated. Director, should we call Zhao Shanha up first, just in case this thing's too much for us? Call him for what? So he can split the money? Sun glared him down. It's hibernating, dead to the world. 6 rifles, 1 shot each, will blow it to pieces. On my signal, fire. Flush it out. Bang, bang, bang. A ragged volley tore into the hollow, bark and splinters flying, the shots cracking through the silent valley loud enough to shake snow from every branch nearby. It wasn't gunfire. It was a knock on death's own door. Roar. A roar like something from the underworld tore the dead hollow open. It's coming out. Fire. Fire. Sun's hand shook so badly, he nearly dropped his own pistol. Through the settling dust came a shape the size of a small hill. A bear standing 3 meters tall, coat bristling like steel wire, a streak of silver fur running its spine, catching the light like polished metal. The legendary iron-backed bear. Woken mid-hibernation by a hail of bullets, it was in the foulest possible mood, small red eyes locked on the 2-legged creatures in front of it, jaws dripping with rank saliva. Bang! Bang! The militiamen fired again in their panic. The round struck its resin and grit-armored back and rang off like coins against metal, sparks flying. Not one round penetrated. Mother of God. Bulletproof. It's a monster. The men who'd been bragging minutes before dropped their rifles and bolted. Not that anyone outran a bear through deep snow. The bear reared up and charged like a tank. One backhand swipe sent a slow militiaman flying 7 or 8 meters into a tree trunk, knocked cold on impact. Help! Help! The rest scattered in raw terror. Sun tried to run too, but his own weight betrayed him. One turn, and he went down face first in the snow, scrambling on all fours like an overturned turtle. Don't eat me. The bear was on him in seconds, its shadow swallowing the daylight, its stinking breath hitting him full in the face. He tried to rise and caught his foot on a root, sprawling again, and by the time he rolled over, that dripping maw already hung directly above his head. There was nothing animal left in those small red eyes, only something cruel and almost human, savoring the moment. It raised one massive paw, wide as a millstone, and brought it down towards Sun's skull with a sound like tearing wind. Sun's bladder gave out on the spot, soaking his pants through. Grandfather Zhao, save me. Just as Sun braced for the paw that would turn him to pulp. Black dragon low, green dragon, the neck. The command cut through the storm, calm and merciless. Both dogs shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Black dragon, cunning as ever, slid low between the bear's legs and struck at its most vulnerable point. The bear roared in pain, its swing thrown off by inches, its paw crashing into the frozen ground beside Sun's head instead of through it. Earth and rock exploded outward, showering Sun, nearly stopping his heart from the shock alone. While the bear twisted to deal with the dog at its flank, a shape dropped from the rise above like a hawk stooping on a rabbit. I came down with my knife already drawn, using the fall's momentum, aiming not for brute force, but for the one soft spot a turning bear exposes, the armpit. Break for me. I drove the blade in with everything I had, but the beast was too cunning. As if it had eyes in the back of its skull, it twisted at the last instant and took the strike on its iron-hard spine instead. The knife rang off resin-caked hide thick as armor, the shock numbing my grip clean through, the blade sinking barely half an inch before catching fast. Not good, I thought. This thing's hide was tougher than I'd reckoned. Roar! It reacted with terrifying speed, backhanding a blow toward me that would have taken my head clean off if it connected. I let go of the knife and rolled with the momentum, snow exploding where I'd stood a heartbeat before, the paw tearing straight through to bare black earth beneath. I sprang back up, snatched Sun's dropped pistol off the ground, useless against that hide, but better than empty hands, and faced the bear alone. It seemed to sense, finally, that this two-legged thing was different from the rest. It didn't charge again. Instead, it reared onto its hind legs, beating its own chest like war drums, breath steaming white from its jaws. It was gathering itself and issuing a challenge. I flexed my numbed right hand, my eyes harder than they'd ever been. I glanced at Sun, still a heap of ruined nerve on the ground, and said, cold, get clear if you don't want to die. This thing's no ordinary animal. The wind and snow held harder. The real fight was only just beginning. The storm raged harder, as if trying to bury what was about to happen. I held the pistol I'd taken off Sun Dana, cold sweat filling my palm. My first strike had failed, and I'd lost whatever advantage surprise had given me. Facing a bear this enraged head-on was suicide. Black dragon, green dragon, circle it, wear it down, don't take it head-on. I backed away, shouting the command. However thick its hide, the bear's sheer mass made it slow to turn. My two dogs became something it couldn't shake, darting in to rip at its haunches and back legs, biting and retreating, never staying to fight. Roar! Harassed past reason, the bear thrashed its huge paws, shredding the brush around it to ribbons, but couldn't land a hit on either dog. Bang! Bang! I fired twice, aiming not for its body but for its nose and eyes. The storm was too fierce, the bear thrashing too wildly. The shots grazed its ear, clipping off nothing but a tuft of fur. That gave my position away completely. The bear's head snapped toward me, something cunning flashing in its small red eyes. It abandoned the dogs entirely, dropped to all fours, and charged, a runaway armored vehicle bearing straight down on me. Its speed was wrong for something that size. Utterly wrong. I bolted through the snow, trying to use the trees for cover. But the bear didn't bother going around them. It simply plowed through, trunks as thick as a bowl snapping like straw in its path. The distance closed fast. 30 meters. 20. 10. Woof! Green dragon, frantic to protect me, threw itself forward and clamped its jaws onto the bear's ear, trying to drag it back. Green dragon, let go! I screamed, my eyes nearly tearing. Too late. The bear roared in pain and whipped its head, flinging Green Dragon aside like a rag doll. Crack! It slammed into an old pine, howling in agony, and dropped into the snow, unable to rise, coughing up a mouthful of blood. With nothing left to slow it, the bear closed the last distance in an instant. It reared up, both massive forepaws rising with a stench of rot behind them, ready to bring them down on my skull. One solid hit, and I'd be paced. I had nowhere left to run. My back had already hit a boulder. In that final second, the fear in me vanished entirely, replaced by something colder and wilder at once. I didn't dodge. I did the one thing that made no sense at all. I went forward, not back. I dropped low, curled tight, and slid across the ice, straight between the bear's own legs. Its paws crashed into the rock behind me, sending stone fragments flying. And now I was directly beneath its belly. No armor plating here. But this alone wouldn't kill it. I didn't reach for the knife, too short to reach anything vital. I raised the pistol instead, and waited, missing its strike. Sensing the enemy beneath it, the bear roared and dropped its head, jaws wide enough to crack a cow's femur, driving down at me with everything it had. That was the true abyss, the stench overwhelming, its fangs filling my vision. Now, the instant its mouth closed to within 10 centimeters of my face, its saliva already dripping onto my skin, I didn't hesitate. I rammed the pistol barrel straight into its open mouth, deep into the roof of its throat. Die! I pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 I emptied the entire magazine in one motion. The shots came out muffled because they were detonating inside living flesh. No hide to stop them this time. The rounds punched straight through the roof of its mouth and tore through its brain, turning that massive skull into ruin. Ugh! The bear went rigid. The light drained out of its small red eyes, replaced by ash-gray stillness. Its enormous body came down like a collapsing mountain. Oof! I ended up pinned under several hundred caddies of dead bear, nearly having my last meal forced back up, but I was laughing anyway. Coughing blood and laughing at the same time. Ha! You damn animal. Nothing beats a gun after all. Behind a distant tree, Sundana peered out, shaking, his own frozen urine crusted stiff against his leg. He stared at the motionless bear, then at me climbing out from under the carcass, drenched in blood I couldn't tell was mine or the bear's. I must have looked like a ghost, hair wild, face streaked with gore, my sheepskin coat torn to ribbons. But I still had the empty pistol gripped tight in one hand, and something in my eyes that made him sit back down hard in the snow. He'd met plenty of hard men in his life. Never one this reckless with his own death. I ignored him entirely. First thing I did was crawl to Green Dragon, gathering the injured dog into my arms. Thank God, a few cracked ribs, but its eyes opened, and it managed to lick my hand once. Good dog. Still alive, that's what matters. Once Green Dragon was settled, I turned to the carcass, drew my hunting knife, and opened the belly with practiced hands. Among the tangle of organs, I found what I was looking for, a dark green gallbladder, glowing in eerie gold where the light caught it. The golden gallbladder. This bear had lived 50 years at least, feeding on rare herbs and mountain treasures its whole life to produce something this priceless. I washed it clean with snow and tucked it into the pouch against my chest. Turning to Sundana, still shaking on the ground, I lifted the empty pistol toward him. Thanks for the loan. Director Sunday wouldn't have killed it without your gun. Let's go. Back to the village. Mr. Jin's waiting on his father's life. Sun stared at my blood-streaked grin and shuddered violently. He understood, in that moment, that something in Kaoshan Tun had changed for good. By the time we reached the village entrance, it was already afternoon. The storm briefly lulled, though the cold had only deepened. Jin Wanfu hadn't gone back to the guest house. He stood beside the jeep, checking his gold Rolex every few minutes, face pale with worry. Less than 20 hours remained before the doctor's deadline. Even a flight back to Hong Kong tomorrow wouldn't save his father if we came back empty-handed today. Mr. Jin, perhaps you should wait inside. It's too cold out here, Song Wei was suggested. No. Jean shook his head, voice hoarse. I'll wait right here. I can't face my father without the medicine. A crowd of villagers had gathered, murmuring among themselves. Her director's son took the militia up after that bear. That's a death sentence. An ironback bear's practically a mountain spirit, and Zhao Shanhe went with them. I'd bet neither of them comes back whole. Then someone sharp-eyed spotted movement on the distant white road. They're back. Someone's coming. Jin Wanfu shoved past his own bodyguards to meet them, stumbling through the snow. The first to appear were militiamen in full retreat, coats torn by branches, some having thrown their rifles away entirely, looking like men who'd crawled straight out of hell. Then came Sundana. The once proud co-op director was a wreck, hat gone, hair a bird's nest, coat caked in mud and pine needles, walking with an obvious limp, the front of his trousers frozen stiff and reeking. Last of all came a man drenched in blood. My sheepskin coat had gone dark red, blood mixed with gore until it was impossible to tell which was mine. My face was the same. Only my eyes, unnaturally bright, showed clearly. I carried Green Dragon, wounded, in my arms, the empty pistol slung at my hip, walking with the steady gait of something that had just walked out of a slaughterhouse. The whole crowd fell dead silent. Director's son, Song ventured. At the sound of a human voice, Son's legs gave out entirely, and he collapsed into the snow, sobbing. It was horrible. A monster. That thing was a real monster. Jin Wanfu ignored him completely, rushing to me instead, his eyes fixed on the bulging pouch at my chest, voice shaking beyond control. Mr. Zhao, how did it go? I stopped, handed the injured green dragon to Lin Xiao, who'd come running, and gave her a look meant to reassure her. Then I turned to Jin Wanfu and slowly reached into the pouch. Every breath in the crowd stopped. I drew my hand out. Resting in my palm sat a gallbladder the size of a fist, catching the evening light in dark green shot through with gold. Mission accomplished, I said plain. 30 years on this bear. A golden gallbladder. Jin Wanfu, a Hong Kong businessman worth millions, dropped to his knees right there in the snow in front of the entire village at the sight of it. Mr. Jin. His bodyguards lunged to help him up. Don't touch me, he snapped, tears streaming freely as he took the gallbladder in both trembling hands like he was cradling his own father's life. He bowed his head to me deep. Mr. Zhao, you're my family's benefactor. Without this, my father would surely have died. I, Jin Wanfu, will never forget this debt. The whole village stood stunned. A wealthy Hong Kong magnate, a man who rode cars and lived in mansions, kneeling to Zhao Shanhe? I stayed calm, helping him to his feet. Mr. Jin, you honor me too much. I took your money, I do the job. This was a fair trade. Trade, and a promise. Jin wiped his eyes and immediately took the leather case from his bodyguard, pressing it into my arms. Mr. Zhao, this is the 15,000 yuan deposit in full. As for the imported truck, the moment I'm back in Hong Kong, I'll arrange shipment. It'll reach the county within half a month. I took the case and passed it straight back to Lin Xiao, who stood there stunned, holding a small fortune like she was still dreaming. The money in the truck are the small matter, I said, watching Jin Wanfu carefully. Mr. Jin, the other thing we agreed on? Right here, already prepared. Jin drew a folded document from his coat's inner pocket and handed it over with both hands. A red letterhead document, stamped in bright vermilion, carrying the joint authority of the County Revolutionary Committee and the Foreign Trade Bureau. I opened it and read. Approval regarding the appointment of Comrade Zhao Shanhe as Special Procurement Officer of the County Foreign Trade Bureau and the establishment of a designated purchasing station in Kaohsiung. Not just paper, a sort of authority. With this, buying and selling mountain goods was no longer something I did on the side. It was state-sanctioned business, earning foreign exchange for the country, untouchable by anyone. Satisfied, I folded it away and turned to Sundana, still collapsed in the snow. He'd already lost whatever hope remained, staring at the case of money, the golden gallbladder, and the way I looked down at him now. Director Sunday. I pulled the red document back out and tapped it lightly against his fat, terrified face. Open your eyes and read carefully. This is a county directive. From today, all trade in mountain goods through Kaohsiung runs through me. This is earning foreign exchange for the nation. This is a special procurement officer. Whatever charge of speculation you had in mind for me, you can wear that hat yourself now. Sun shuddered at the sight of the seal, his face gone the color of ash. He knew it was over. The co-op's monopoly on this region had ended for good. One more thing. I pocketed the document, stepped back, and waved a hand in front of my nose. Go home and change your pants. That smells fouling the whole village. The crowd finally broke, roaring with laughter. Humiliated past bearing, Sun scrambled up and fled through the crowd, limping, covering his face, gone like a dog with its tail between its legs. Standing there in the sunset, a fortune in cash behind me, my wife and daughter beside me, that red-sealed document in hand. I was, in that moment, undisputed king of this stretch of black earth. Our little yard blazed with light that night. The big cauldron was boiling, but not with pork tonight, with chunks of bear meat, gamey and rich, the finest tonic food any mountain family could ask for. On the warm Kong, Green Dragon lay in the best spot, wrapped in bandages Lin Xiu had torn from the new floral cloth, boiled first for cleanliness. The wound looked ugly, but no tendons or bones were damaged, just blood loss leaving it weak. I sat at the Kang's edge with a full bowl, fresh bear meat, unsalted, dogs shouldn't have too much salt, stewed soft. Here, old friend, you earned this with your life. I fished out a glistening piece with my chopsticks, blew it cool, and fed it straight to Green Dragon's mouth. It sniffed, lifted its head with effort, and swallowed. Husband, that's bear meat, Lin Xiu said, watching, not objecting exactly, but clearly pained by the waste. People barely got meat some years, let alone game this rare. Sold at market, that bowl alone could have bought sacks of cornmeal. So what if it's bear meat? I said, not looking up, spearing another piece. If not for Green Dragon today, your husband would be a bloodstain in the snow right now. Bear meat, dragon meat, it can have whatever it wants. From now on, Green Dragon and Black Dragon are heroes of this house. They eat well. They eat the best. Whatever reluctance Lin Xiu had melted away at that, replaced by something like pride in her husband's loyalty. She ladled out a bowl for Black Dragon too, who, unharmed but thoroughly exhausted, had been watching with hopeful eyes the whole time. That night, the smell of meat drifted the length of the village, and half of Kaoshan Tun lay awake in their beds, tossing and turning. Compare yourself to your neighbor and you'll die of shame. Look at Zhao Shana's family, even the dogs eating bear meat, while everyone else gnawed cornbread. The next morning, before full light, I was already up. Instead of heading into the mountains, I found a smooth wooden board, a brush, and ink. I had bigger business to attend to. What are you writing, husband? Lin Xiu asked, Nyunyo on her hip. I wrote in bold, sure strokes across the board. County Foreign Trade Bureau Special Designation. Kaoshan Tun Mountain Goods Purchasing Station. Then I pinned the red-sealed document beneath it, wrapped in cellophane against the weather. Xiu'er, open the gate. I carried the board out and mounted it above our doorway on a ladder. The villagers, heading out with their hoes for the morning's work, spotted it and swarmed over immediately. A purchasing station? Zhao Shana, you're opening a shop. Look at that document. A real red seal. From the county. A few who could read gasped aloud. Special procurement officer. My God, Zhao Shana's a state cadre now. I stood on the step in my clean sheepskin coat, lit a cigarette, and addressed the gathering crowd. Folks, listen up. Used to be, whatever you brought down from the mountain, pelts, herbs, you had to haul it to the co-op and take whatever director's son felt like offering that day. Bad mood, low price. Good mood, still not much. And half the time, an IOU instead of cash. Murmurs of agreement rippled through. Everyone here had suffered under Sun's thumb one way or another. From today, no more of that. I pointed at the sign overhead. This is officially open for business. Pelts, herbs, game, mushrooms, fungus, hazelnuts, anything the mountain gives, I'll buy it. 10% above co-op rates. And most important, I pulled a fresh stack of bills from my pocket, slapping them into my palm. No IOUs. Goods in one hand, cash in the other. The crowd exploded. 10% higher and real cash? In an era where the co-op paid out in matches and salt half the time, real money was everything. Shanha, you mean it? An old man pushed forward, excited. I've got 2 fox pelts from last year. Co-op only offered 5 yuan, said the color was off. You'll take them. I'll take them, I said, waving him forward. Uncle Lou, last year's pelts, right? Bring them now. No moth damage. I'll give you 6. Cash on the spot. I'm going right now. Old Lou dropped his pipe and ran home. I've got dried mushrooms. I've got deer antler. Within minutes, my front door had become the busiest market in the village. Meanwhile, across the village, son Dana sat behind his empty co-op counter, bruised and swollen, listening to the commotion outside, staring at his own deserted storefront. He hurled his teacup to the floor. Rebellion, open rebellion. He touched the confession letter he'd just finished writing in his pocket, thought of the monster he'd seen the day before, and couldn't bring himself to curse aloud even once. He knew. The tide had turned for good. Kaoshan Tun belonged to Zhao Shana now. By afternoon, the crowd at our gates still hadn't thinned. While villagers lined up to sell their goods, my mother and Shanlin crouched suspiciously behind the millstone at the back of the crowd. Shanlin clutched a cloth bundle, swallowing nervously. Ma, are we really not going up ourselves? That's 100 yuan sitting right there. Go yourself, why don't you? Are you simple? My mother pinched him hard. That ungrateful wretch hates us to the bone now. If we go up, he won't buy from us. Might even set the dogs on us. Then, what do we do? See that one? She nodded toward a familiar layabout nearby. Zhao lazy, chewing on a stalk of grass, watching everyone else get paid with obvious envy, too lazy to have gathered any goods of his own. Get him over here, my mother said, smiling something ugly. 2 yuan for his trouble. Tell him to sell it as his own. Once he's got the cash, we split it after. A few minutes later, Lazy swaggered through the crowd, dropped a bundle onto my table with a flourish. Make way, I've got the real goods. Zhao, boss Zhao, come take a look at this treasure. I glanced at him, a small-time thief, nothing more, but a man doesn't turn away customers on opening day. Open it. He unwrapped it with a flourish, and a fiery red fox pelt spilled out across the table, glowing like flame in the evening light, flawless from nose to tail. The crowd gasped. A firefox. That's a lucky omen. Co-op's best pelt looks like a rag next to this. Lazy preened at the praise. How about it, boss Zhao? Took me 3 days and nights in the deep mountains to get this. Give me a fair price, 100 yuan, not a fun less. I studied the pelt, not rushing. My fingers traced down to the head, stopping at the left eye, a pinhole-sized bullet wound. Familiar. Too familiar. My mouth curled cold. You shot this? Of course. Who else? His eyes flickered, but he pressed on. My aim's excellent. Excellent aim? I slammed the table. Lazy, you don't even own a proper rifle. You can't hit a pheasant most days. You expect me to believe you took down a fox this cunning. And this skinning technique, the cut hidden inside the lip, that's Kaoshan Tun's own old hunter method. You know that trick? Lazy went pale, sweat pouring. I just got lucky. Lucky. I wasn't wasting more breath on him. I snatched up the pelt, pointed to the tiny bullet wound, and addressed the whole crowd. Folks, I know this pelt. I shot this 3 years ago, on the 8th of the 12th month, atop Old Black Mountain. To keep the hide perfect, I put a bullet through its left eye from 100 meters out. I brought it home, hadn't even sold it yet, when it went missing. I was told rats had chewed it up and it got thrown out. I fixed her lazy with a look sharp as a blade. So that rat was you? You had the nerve to steal from my own house. The mood shifted instantly. Speculation was one thing. Theft meant public denunciation, maybe prison. Lazy's legs went weak, especially watching Black Dragon rise and bare its teeth, a low growl building. It wasn't me. I didn't steal it. Panicking to save himself, he spun and pointed straight at the millstone behind the crowd. It was your mother. And Shanlin. They gave it to me. Said you'd taken it years ago and they'd hidden it away. Now that you're paying top price, they were too ashamed to sell it themselves, so they hired me to do it. Take it up with them. The whole crowd erupted, every eye swinging toward the 2 figures hiding by the millstone. Good God, that's shameless. Lied to their own son that it was ruined, and kept it all this time? And now that he's made money, they use his own property to cheat him again? Are these even people? My mother and Shanlin tried to flee, but found themselves boxed in by an angry crowd. I walked toward my mother, the red fox pelt still in hand. Mother, quite the scheme. My voice gave nothing away, which somehow made it worse. 3 years ago, I wanted to sell this to buy medicine for Shior. You swore up and down it was lost. Turns out it's been sitting at the bottom of your trunk this whole time. You think I'm a fool? or that heaven doesn't see. My mother's face flushed dark, still trying to bluster. That, that was before you split from the family. Everything then belonged to the household. I'm your mother. I was just holding it for you. What's wrong with that? Holding it for me. I laughed coldly. Fine. Since you were holding it for me, it's coming back to its rightful owner now. I rolled up the pelt and handed it to Lin Xiao behind me. As for payment, I looked at her lazy's expectant face and my mother's greedy one, and pulled a single fin coin from my pocket, flicking it into the air. It arced down and landed in the mud at my mother's feet. This fun is your safekeeping fee and his running fee. Take it and get out. Try bringing filth like this to my door again, and I won't extend you any more courtesy. I'll send you straight to the police. The crowd roared its approval. Serves them right. That's how you deal with bloodsuckers. My mother stared at the coin in the dirt, then at the contempt on every face around her, and knew her name was mud in this village for good. She burst into tears, too ashamed even to pick up the coin, and dragged the equally humiliated Shanlin out through the crowd. Erlazy tried to slip away too, but I called him back. Erlazy, remember this. Help them pull a stunt like this again, and I'll show you what it means for a hunting rifle to have no eyes. Yes, yes, never again. He fled, tripping over himself. Once the whole mess was settled, the sky had gone fully dark. I shook out the recovered Firefox pelt and draped it gently around Lin Xiao's neck. Against her pale face, that fiery fur was breathtaking. Xiaoer, this is what I owed you, all those years ago. Today it comes home. She touched the warm fur, eyes reddening, and nodded firmly. Let's go home, husband. I'll make you dumplings. Good. Home. I had Song Weigua's accountant settle the books and lock away the case of cash. The gate creaked shut behind us, sealing out the wind and the day's chaos. That night, for our family, was one of reunion, of vindication. But nobody noticed that as the night deepened, the howling wind and snow, which had raged all day, fell strangely, eerily silent. Night settled thick as spilled ink. Our new house's Kong burned hot. Lin Xiao had long since fallen asleep with Nuno in her arms, a smile still on her lips, worn out from a day of counting money, happy in a way that made for deep, easy sleep. I wasn't asleep. I sat cross-legged on a chair in the outer room, an oiled cloth in hand, cleaning the pistol again and again by the weak light of an oil lamp. Outside in the yard sat the day's goods, the enormous bear hide, and a basin of unprocessed, blood-slicked bare bones I hadn't gotten around to yet. The air still hung thick with the smell of blood. Wine. Green Dragon, resting by the door to heal, gave a low, strained sound. It struggled to lift its head, the broken leg still aching, nostrils working hard, catching a scent that clearly troubled it deeply. Black Dragon woke beside it. Its fur stood on end instantly, and it shrank behind Green Dragon like something trying to hide, tail clamped tight, trembling. Something's wrong. I froze, then blew out the oil lamp at once. The room dropped into total darkness. As a hunter twice over in this life, my instincts ran sharper than any animal's. Beneath the smell of bare blood, something else had crept into the air, a rank, foul odor. The smell of creatures that never bathe, mixed with rot and urine. I pulled on my boots, took up the rifle, and crept to the window without a sound. I didn't open the door. I leaned close to the glass instead, thick with frost, and pressed a warm fingertip against it, melting a coin-sized hole to peer through. I narrowed one eye and looked out. What I saw made even a man who'd lived 2 lifetimes go cold to the scalp. Along the low wall outside, on the distant woodpile, further still along the snowy road, pairs of small green lanterns flickered in the dark. 1 pair, 2, 5, 10. As far as I could see, they were everywhere. 30, 40 pairs at least. No sound at all. Like ghosts from hell, crouched silently in the snow, every one of them fixed on our yard. And every gaze converged on the same spot, the pile of bare bones and hides sitting in the center of the yard. What burned in those green eyes wasn't ordinary hunger. It was the desperation of creatures that hadn't tasted meat in lifetimes, driven half-mad by the smell of the richest blood they'd ever encountered. Damn it! The white plague wolves. I sucked in a breath, understanding it all at once. Days of heavy snow, the true white disaster of legend. Every rabbit and roe deer outside had frozen or been buried too deep to find. The wolf packs had run dry of food and gone half-mad with starvation. And the overpowering reek of bear blood pouring off our yard was a beacon in the dark for exactly those animals. An iron-backed bear was near enough a mountain spirit. Its flesh and blood carried power beyond ordinary prey. These creatures had smelled it and come to fight for it, whatever the cost. This wasn't a stray wolf or two. This many, gathered in one place. This had to be several mountains worth of packs, driven together by desperation. "Husband, what's wrong?" Lin Xiu's voice came, groggy, from the inner room. "Don't make a sound. Hold Nuno tight. Don't get off the bed. Bar the door." I kept my voice low but let every ounce of urgency through. Lin Xiu woke fully at the tone alone. She'd never heard me speak like that, and clamped a hand over Nuno's mouth, curling under the quilt, trembling. I took a breath, tucked the pistol into my belt, and picked up the rifle. I knew I couldn't let the pack strike first. If 40 starving, red-eyed wolves came over that wall, not even the 2 dogs could hold them back. Nothing short of a miracle could protect my wife and daughter. I had to hold the line at the wall. I had to wake the whole village. I threw the door open and strode into the yard. The wind hit me full force, carrying that rank stench thicker than ever. The green eyes along the wall, seeing a man emerge, didn't flee. They lowered as one, hackles rising, a low growl building before the charge. Bang! I raised the rifle and fired straight into the sky. The crack of it tore the dead silence apart, shaking snow loose from every branch, breaking that deathly standoff wide open. Then I filled my lungs and roared loud enough to wake the dead. "Nobody sleeps tonight. The wolves are here. Sound the gongs. Get your guns. 100 wolves on the village. Anyone who wants to live, get up now." That single gunshot cracked the frozen night wide open, and my voice went with it, tearing through the wind into every window in the village. "Nobody sleeps tonight. The wolves are here. 100 of them on the village. Anyone who wants to live gets up now." For 2 seconds, dead silence. Then Kaoshan Tun exploded into chaos. The alarm bell at the village head clanged in a frantic, uneven rhythm, and every household added its own noise. Basins, pot lids, children crying, women screaming, all of it tangled together into panic. Someone flung a door open, took one look outside, and sat straight down in the snow. No moon that night, but the snow threw enough light back to show what waited beyond every low wall, every woodpile, even up on the rooftops, pair after pair of green eyes. Glowing in the dark, not making a sound beyond a rasping breath and the scrape of claws on frozen ground. Being watched by that many eyes at once was enough to freeze anyone from the scalp down. Fear spread like plague. Villagers who'd argued with me over pennies just hours earlier were now diving for root cellars, barring doors with shaking hands, some too panicked to even get their trousers on. Across the village, son Dana huddled under his own counter clutching the pistol he only ever carried for show, wetting himself again at the sound of the howling outside, and cursed my name in the dark, blamed me entirely for dragging that bear carcass back into the village and calling every starving wolf for 3 mountains around straight to our door. He prayed, with real venom, that the wolves would go for my family's meat and leave him alone. Not everyone was that much of a coward. In the face of real danger, people instinctively look for the strongest thing nearby to shelter behind, and in Kaoshan Tun that night, there was only one candidate. Someone shouted to head for my house, that I had a gun and high walls, and a dozen or so of the braver men and militia members converged on my yard with whatever they could grab: old muskets, hunting spears, even a butcher's knife. My yard had become the epicenter of it all, the smell of bear meat and bone still thick in the air, driving the wolves outside half-mad with hunger. I stood on top of the wall, coat open, pistol raised, steady as a post. When one starving wolf broke early and leapt for the wall, I dropped it clean out of the air with a single shot before it landed, but the blood only sharpened the pack's frenzy rather than scaring it off. Lin Xiu stood in the doorway holding Nuno, pale but silent, biting her lip rather than crying. I told her plainly to get inside and bar the door, not to open it for anyone unless she heard my voice specifically. Green Dragon, leg broken but teeth intact, would guard them inside. Black Dragon stayed with me at the wall. She nodded hard, wrapped the fox pelt tight around Nuno, and went in. The bolt fell into place, and one weight lifted off my chest. Then came shouting at the gate. The militia leader Urga and a dozen villagers, chased in by wolves that had already broken through their own defenses. I couldn't afford to shut them out. If the village's nerve broke entirely, we were all finished. I ordered the gate opened. Black Dragon tore into a lone wolf trying to slip through in the confusion and flung it clear, buying the villagers time to scramble inside before we sealed the gate again. Once inside, looking at me on the wall and the dead wolf on the ground, the terrified men finally broke down. Urga could barely work the bolt on his own rifle, hands shaking, guessing 30 or 40 wolves out there from what he'd glimpsed. I kicked him lightly to snap him out of it and told the crowd plainly, this was the White Plague. These animals were starving mad, and if they couldn't get in, they'd die anyway. Tonight it was them or us. Anyone who wanted to live would follow my orders. That settled something in the group. I laid out the defense fast, put our best marksman, Old Man Lou, on the roof with my rifle to pick off the lead wolf or whoever ran point. Had Urga and a few armed men hold the front wall, conserving bullets for when the wolves actually leapt. Had everyone else stack the yard's firewood against the wall and set it burning, since wolves feared fire and a wall of flame would light the whole yard bright as day. The fire caught fast, driving back the nearest wolves and lighting up the snarling faces pressed against the wall beyond, dozens of them, gaunt, yellow-fanged, drooling. Then, from somewhere in the dark, a long, terrible howl, the pack leader's signal. The wolves went still, dropped low, and gathered themselves to charge. I told Black Dragon it was time to eat, and a dozen shapes came hurtling straight through the flames toward the wall. Fire roared as the wind caught it, and still a dozen starving wolves forced themselves through the burning line, scorched fur and all. I emptied the pistol point blank into the first wave, dropping 3 before they even landed, but there was no stopping what came behind them. They trampled their own dead and poured into the yard. Urga's musket fired once before a huge male wolf knocked him flat, jaws going for his throat. He threw his arm up just in time to catch the bite instead, and I couldn't reload fast enough to help. So I jumped down off the wall with the knife instead, driving it hilt deep into that wolf's spine on the way down. Black Dragon hit it from the side a heartbeat later and snapped its neck outright. The yard turned into chaos, shouting, wolves howling, the scrape and thud of spears and shovels. Old Man Lou, steady on the roof, dropped a wolf with every shot. I was everywhere at once, blood-soaked, throwing myself at whatever threat came closest. Then, while everyone's attention stayed locked on the fighting at the front wall, a lean, cunning old wolf slipped around the chaos entirely, working its way through the shadow of the woodpile toward the one door with no man guarding it, the room where Lin Xiu and Yunyo waited. It reared up, forced the unlatched window open with its own weight, and shoved its head and shoulders through. Lin Xiu's scream tore through the yard, Yunyo wailing behind it. I spun toward the sound, but 3 wolves had me pinned, and I couldn't break free. That's when Green Dragon, legs still splinted, still bleeding, dragged itself up from where it had been resting and threw its whole body at the wolf's midsection like a battering ram, unable to bite properly with its leg ruined, using pure mass instead. The impact knocked the wolf clean back out through the window into the yard, but Green Dragon came out with it, tumbling hard enough to tear the wound open further, blood soaking into the snow. The old wolf recovered first, saw a crippled dog barely able to stand, and lunged for the kill. Green Dragon didn't dodge, didn't want to. It planted itself under that window with nothing left in its eyes but resolve. I told it to guard this house, and it would guard this house until it died doing it. The wolf's jaws closed on its shoulder, tearing flesh, and Green Dragon didn't make a sound. It used the opening instead, twisted its head around, and locked its own jaws onto the wolf's throat, and didn't let go no matter how the thing thrashed. I broke free at the cost of a wolf's claws raking my back open, killed the thing behind me with a backhand thrust, and reached the window in time to drive my knife into the base of the intruding wolf's skull. It went rigid and stopped moving. Green Dragon still hadn't released its grip, eyes glazing, body shuddering from blood loss and pain, jaw locked in place out of pure will. I dropped the knife and knelt in the snow, throat tight, running a shaking hand over its bloodied head, telling it to let go, that it was over, that Lin Xiu was safe. At the sound of my voice, the rigid body finally eased. It released its bite, lifted its head with visible effort to look once at the mother and child through the window, then at me, gave a weak sweep of its tail against the snow, and let out the faintest whine. For a moment, the fighting around us seemed to stop entirely. Every man in that yard, wolf-blooded and battle-hardened as they'd become in the last hour, looked at that dog and found themselves close to tears. I stood up slowly. Whatever softness had been in me a moment before was gone, replaced by something colder than the storm itself. Kill the rest of them, I told Black Dragon. Then I went back in. I didn't spare a thought for my own wounds after that. Knife in one hand, pistol in the other, cutting through the pack like something that had stopped being entirely human for the night. Bullets when I had them, blade when I didn't, rifle stock when the blade wasn't enough. Several of the wolves, seeing what I'd become, actually tucked tail and whined rather than press the attack. Black Dragon fought just as hard, gone half feral at the sight of its packmate down in the snow, going straight for throats every time. Urga, bleeding from the arm, rallied the rest of the men. If I was still fighting, he shouted, they had no excuse not to. Weeks of pent-up terror turned to fury, and a dozen makeshift weapons rained down on the wolves in earnest. Outside the wall, the one-eyed alpha finally recognized this bone was too hard to crack, gave a bitter, furious howl, and turned to run. The moment the leader broke, the whole pack collapsed into a rout, scrambling over each other to flee into the dark. I shouted for Old Man Lou not to let the leader escape. He'd been waiting for exactly that moment, steadied his breath, raised the rifle, and put one shot through the alpha just as it leapt for the woodpile, sending it tumbling down in a final, dying howl. The yard erupted in the ragged cheer of people who'd just survived something they hadn't expected to. Dawn came gray and slow, light finally spreading over a yard littered with bodies, some freshly dead, some still twitching out their last. I sat down hard on the step, wiped blood from my face, and lit a crushed cigarette with shaking hands. The door opened. Lin Xiao came stumbling out with Nyunyo, and the sight of me covered in blood dropped her straight to her knees, sobbing. I told her I wasn't dead, grinned through the mess on my face, and pointed her toward the window instead. Go check on Green Dragon first. She found it alive, unconscious, the broken leg a ruin and a chunk gone from its shoulder, but breathing. Still alive meant still savable, and that was enough for now. Urga and a few of the men started clearing the yard, and the count came back staggering. 28 wolves in the yard alone, over 40 counting the ones outside the wall. Nothing like it had ever happened in Kaoshan Tun's history. Old Man Lu, climbing down off the roof, looked at the pile of carcasses with something closer to greed than horror. A good wolf pelt fetched 20 yuan at the purchasing station, and 40-some pelts added up to real money, enough to build 3 brick houses. I told them plainly, anyone who'd fought that night got a share. The alpha's pelt was mine. Old Lu got 3 for his marksmanship, Urga 2 for his wound, and everyone else who'd fought got 1 pelt each plus whatever wolf meat they wanted to carry home for stew. The rest went to the purchasing station as its grand opening haul. The offer landed like a second miracle, 20 yuan a head, 2 months' worth of work points handed out for free. The cheering that followed could be heard clear across the village. That's when Sun Dana finally showed his face, trailing a few militiamen who'd hidden all night, his trousers still damp, trying to claim some credit for the night's victory through sheer nerve. Nobody so much as looked at him. I told him plainly, in front of the whole crowd, to ask himself where he'd been when the wolves came, where he'd been while the rest of us bled for this village, and only now, with the fighting over, did he crawl out to ask for a cut. I told him to get out, loud enough that it rang in his ears, and he fled with what dignity he had left, which wasn't much. Watching the sun rise, watching Lin Xiao tend Green Dragon's wounds, watching the whole yard busy skinning wolves in a mood closer to festival than aftermath, I understood something had shifted for good in Kaoshan Tun. From here forward, there was exactly one person whose word carried weight in this village, and it was mine. By mid-morning, the whole village smelled of stewing wolf meat, 40-some carcasses worth going into the pot at once, rich enough to make even the stray dogs drool. My yard was a hive of activity, skinned pelts stacked into a small gray mountain, a massive cauldron boiling over with meat, Urgas stirring in salt and peppercorns with real enthusiasm. I sat cross-legged on the Kong cleaning Green Dragon's wounds with salt water, and it had come around enough to lick my palm and thump its tail weakly against the mat. Lin Xiao came in glowing, carrying a bowl of washed frozen tofu, announcing the broth had gone milk-white with flavor. Before I could even get outside to serve the meat, an engine roared into the village, not the ragged clatter of a tractor, but something deep and powerful, rolling across the snow like thunder. Every villager froze mid-bite, staring toward the village entrance. A convoy was coming, a green 212 Jeep in the lead, red star gleaming on its hood, followed by two brand-new Liberation trucks with canvas-covered beds, engines roaring, snow flying, diesel smoke trailing black against the white, and a second Jeep bringing up the rear. Old Man Lou's pipe hit the ground, and he didn't even notice. 60 years old, and he'd never seen this many vehicles in the village at once. In a place where even a bicycle was a luxury, that convoy hit harder than the wolves had the night before. The convoy bypassed the village office and the co-op entirely and pulled up directly in front of my gate, beneath the purchasing station sign. Song Wegwa jumped out first, beaming, and opened the lead Jeep's door with real deference. A cloth shoe stepped down into the snow, followed by an older man in a gray mouse suit under an officer's wool coat, hair gray but bearing sharp and commanding, a chairman Mao pin on his lapel. Someone in the crowd recognized him, County Chief Chun, seen once before at a model worker ceremony. The whole village went rigid with awe, clearing a path without being asked. Song introduced me properly, and I stepped forward, offering both hands. Chief Chun didn't head inside right away. His eyes went straight to the mountain of wolf pelts, the stacked meat, the bullet scars and claw marks on the wall. He walked the yard himself, ran a hand over one thick pelt, and told me plainly that when Song had reported the night's events on the drive over, he'd assumed exaggeration. Seeing it firsthand, he called it nothing short of a miracle. I told him the truth, plain. It was the white plague driving starving wolves to desperation, and we'd had no choice but to fight for our lives. If they'd gotten into the village, hundreds of people would have died. He told me I'd done more than save lives. I'd protected a whole district and preserved a valuable state resource besides. Then, in front of the entire assembled village, he shook my hand hard and thanked me formally on behalf of the county government, calling the export situation dire and the country desperately in need of exactly this kind of fur and hide to earn foreign exchange, calling what I'd done a genuine service to the nation. The crowd buzzed at that. Killing wolves for survival was one thing. Hearing the county chief call it a patriotic achievement was another entirely. He had his secretary bring out a banner, red field, gold characters, reading something to the effect of eliminating threats, protecting the people, vanguard of foreign trade, and presented it to me personally. Then he gestured to the two trucks. He told me plainly the county wouldn't let someone who'd done this much go under-resourced. That while Jean Wanfu's promised import truck was still in transit, the county was lending both Liberation trucks, drivers included, to the purchasing station indefinitely, fuel costs covered by the county. 2 trucks, with drivers, fuel paid for. The village stared, stunned. This wasn't a loan, it was a set of wings. Then Chief Chun gestured to crates in the truck beds, 2 tons of diesel, 50 boxes of military ration biscuits, 20 boxes of canned braised pork, all designated as relief supplies for the village after the wolf attack, specifically for the militia and villagers who'd fought that night. The cheering that followed shook the whole yard. Canned meat, in this era, was rarer than a proper New Year's feast. Urga and Old Man Lou led the applause, clapping until their palms went red. Watching from the back of the crowd, son Dana's face went the color of ash. Whatever thin hope he'd had left of reclaiming his standing died, watching the county chief shake my hand like an old friend. Then Chief Chun turned serious and announced the final decision. Given the purchasing station's contribution and its strategic location, the county was formally upgrading it to a county-level key purchasing station. All mountain goods trade across the surrounding district would now run through it, with an official plaque to follow. He asked whether I had confidence enough to carry that weight. I handed the banner to Lin Xiao, who stood there with tears in her eyes, and told the chief plainly, as long as I drew breath, the treasures of these mountains would keep earning real money for the nation and lifting this village with them. I wouldn't let the county down. Chief Chen laughed, clapped me on the shoulder, and said he'd smelled that wolf stew from the road and meant to stay for a bowl himself, see what the Hunter King's cooking tasted like. I told him it would be an honor, called for Lin Xiao to bring out bowls and the good liquor we'd been saving, and the sun broke fully through the clouds over a yard full of laughter, the purchasing station sign catching the light above the door. By noon, the celebration in my yard had nearly wound down. The big cauldron sat scraped clean, buns used to wipe up the last of the broth, gnawed thigh bones piled like kindling along the wall. Villagers sat in twos and threes against the sunny side of the wall, picking their teeth, joking that wolf meat this good was worth 10 years off your life, that this was dragon meat as far as anyone in this village was concerned. As people started saying their goodbyes, pigs to feed, chores waiting, I let most of them go with a wave from the step. But as Urga belched and turned to follow the crowd out, I called his name, quiet enough that only he caught it, and tipped my chin to tell him to hold back. I did the same with a few others in the same offhand way. Told Old Man Lu he'd forgotten his pipe, asked Dazhuang and Huzi to help carry some grain sacks inside. Nothing that would draw attention, just enough to keep them there until the yard had emptied out. Once the door shut behind the last departing guest, I waved the four of them to the chairs and the Kong edge, passed around a fresh pack of good cigarettes, and let them wonder for a moment what this was about. Looking at them, Old Man Lu, the war veteran with the marksman's eye, Urga, always a little too bold for his own good, Dazhuang and Huzi, the two toughest young men in the village, I lit my own cigarette and got to it. The county chief had given us trucks, rifles, and an official sign, I told them. That meant one thing. This operation wasn't staying a village-sized business. It was going to grow past Kaoshantan, into the county, maybe further, and I couldn't run collection, escort the trucks, and handle every relationship with the county at once. I needed men I trusted enough to put my back to when trouble came, the same way they'd stood with me against the wolves. That lit something in all four of them. Urga thumped his own chest so hard it must have hurt, swearing his 100-some pounds were mine to command, that I only had to point and he'd hit whatever I pointed at. Dazhuang and Huzi echoed him just as loud. Old Man Lu, quieter but no less certain, said he was too old now for knife fighting, but if I trusted his eye for quality, he could still grade pelts and set prices for a few more years yet. So I laid out the whole structure right there. From that day, the Kaoshantan Mountain Goods Transport Crew existed officially. Urga, sharp, bold, would run transport, learn to drive the trucks himself, and train up a couple of others under him. The county and provincial runs would depend on him. Old Man Lu became chief quality inspector, final word on every grade, every price, veto power over anything that might embarrass us with the state. Dazhuang and Huzi went into security, trained on the 5 semi-automatics we'd been issued, ready to meet any highway robber or troublemaker with force if it came to that. Then I opened the case still sitting on the cabinet and started laying stacks of cash on the table in front of them. I told them plainly that loyalty didn't feed a family. Urga and Old Man Lu would draw 35 yuan a month, Dazhuang and Huzi 30, with a food allowance on the road, a year-end bonus, meat and flour at every holiday, and the promise that if anyone's family hit a crisis, the operation would cover it. The number alone nearly knocked Urga off his chair. 35 yuan was more than most county cadres pulled in a month, more than a farmer might see in a whole year's work point payout. He stammered that it was too much, that it broke every rule he knew. I told him the only rule here was mine, pushed the money toward them, and told them to go home, treat their families well, and let the whole village see what working for me actually looked like. Before they left, I told them the target for the next morning. Yangshu Gully, where a local strongman called Zheng Depeo had the whole mountain trade locked under his thumb, squeezing hunters dry with lowball prices and threats. Tomorrow, I told them, we'd go put an end to that. They looked at each other, money still in hand, and I could see the same fire catching in all of them. Guns, trucks, cash, and a leader willing to put his own money behind his word. This wasn't a supply run they were signing up for. It was a conquest. We rolled out before dawn the next morning, 2 liberation trucks with tire chains biting into the frozen road, engines roaring loud enough to wake the whole village. I rode in the lead truck's passenger seat, rifle across my lap, watching the snow-choked road unwind through the frosted windshield. The driver, a discharged soldier named Xiao Li, borrowed from the county, asked whether we ought to stop at the village office first, given what he'd heard about this Zheng Depeo being the type to cause real trouble. I told him plainly, you give warning to people you intend to deal with. Animals who prey on their own neighbors only understand one thing. I had the county chief's authority behind me, guns, and money. Whatever local tyrant Zheng thought he was, today he was losing his teeth. Told him to floor it. We found Yangshu Gully's threshing ground already in an uproar. 100-some villagers gathered, tense and furious, watching a heavy-set man in black satin lounge in a high-back chair while an old hunter knelt at his feet, begging for a few more cents on 2 squirrel pelts. That was Zheng DePeo. When the old man explained he couldn't afford powder or shot at the price offered, that his wife needed medicine, Zheng kicked him flat and started in with a leather strap, shouting that his word was the only law in Yangshu Gully, that anyone who didn't sell to him would never hunt these mountains again. That's when our trucks came around the bend and didn't slow down, plowed straight through the fence line, and stopped with the bumper inches from Zheng's nose, engine heat and diesel fumes washing over his face. In a place where even a bicycle was a luxury, 2 roaring trucks landing in the middle of the threshing ground looked like something from another planet. I climbed down, didn't spare Zheng a glance at first, just took in the gaunt, threadbare crowd around us, and the blood on the old hunter's face. That's what decided things for me. Dazhuang, Huzi, and Urga fell in behind me in matching sheepskin coats, rifles up, and someone in the crowd gasped that the army had arrived. Zheng, to his credit, tried to bluster through it, demanded to know what territory we thought we were crossing into, started to claim Yangshu Gully's trade as his own. I didn't let him finish. One open-handed slap spun him a full turn and left blood in his teeth. When he tried again to invoke his own name like it meant something, a second slap cut that off too. I told him I didn't care who he was, pulled the county's red-sealed document from my coat, and threw it in his face, told him to read it and understand exactly what kind of trouble strong-arming hunters and interfering with state trade collection would bring down on him. A couple of his men reached for knives. Dazhuang and Huzi had rifles leveled at their skulls before the blades cleared their belts, and that was the end of that particular argument. Hands went up, and at least one of them looked ready to soil himself at the sight of a real weapon pointed his way. I left Zheng where he sat and went to the old hunter instead, helped him up, brushed the snow and boot prints off his coat, and told him I wasn't paying 70 cents for those pelts. When he flinched, expecting an even worse robbery, I had Dazhuang throw back the tarp on the truck bed, cases of cash inside, stacked and banded, glowing red in the sunlight, and counted out 3 yuan on the spot for pelts worth double what Zheng had ever offered. The crowd exploded. A yuan 50 a pelt, cash in hand, more than double Zheng's best price, and none of his usual excuses about paying later. The fear that had kept them silent for years evaporated on the spot, and people surged forward with everything they'd been hoarding, terrified the opportunity might vanish as fast as it had appeared. I climbed onto the truck's running board and addressed the whole crowd. From today, the Kaoshan Ton purchasing station was taking over trade across this whole district. Squirrel, pheasant, roe deer, mushrooms, wood ear fungus, ginseng, deer antler, whatever the mountain gave, I'd buy at 10% over the co-op's rate and double what Zheng had ever paid. Old man Lu took up grading. Urga handled the money. Dazhuang and Huzi stood watch, and I made clear that anyone, Zheng included, who tried to disrupt the trade would get a rifle but for their trouble, and I'd personally answer for whatever followed. What came after was pure chaos in the best sense. Lu's practiced sorting pelts by grade in seconds, Urga's abacus clicking non-stop, real money landing in calloused hands that had never held that much at once. Zheng sat slumped against the wall, face swelling, watching the crowd he used to control flock instead around me, and understood. Yangshu Gully belonged to someone else now. That afternoon I drove into the commune compound to settle paperwork, and walked in on Zheng DePeo already there ahead of me, sobbing to the commune director, who turned out to be his own brother-in-law. That bandits had wrecked his operation and needed arresting immediately. The director, already furious about his year-end export quotas, was reaching for the phone to call the police when I kicked the door open with Urga and 2 armed escorts behind me. Zheng shrieked that I'd stormed the commune office armed, that it was practically insurrection, that they should shoot me on the spot. The director, rattled by the sight of real rifles but unwilling to back down in front of his own staff, ordered his security office to cuff me, a threat that meant nothing once I sat myself down on his sofa, let Urga light my cigarette, and asked plainly whether he really intended to arrest me and impound my trucks. He tried to hold the line, accused me of assault, of vandalism, of undermining state order in his jurisdiction. I asked him, not unkindly, Whether a man who beat old hunters bloody and robbed them blind counted as the people in his book, and whether Zheng happened to be his brother-in-law. That got a flustered denial and a fresh round of bluster about following the law regardless of who was involved. So I let the document do the talking, dropped the red-sealed county directive on his desk. The moment he read past the title, protected status, personal endorsement from the county chief, explicit authorization to carry arms in self-defense, the color drained straight out of his face. He understood, in the space of 2 sentences, that he'd nearly arrested a decorated state asset on the say-so of his own crooked in-law. Zheng, still not reading the room, kept howling for his brother-in-law to arrest me, insisting the document had to be forged. That's when the director backhanded him himself, hard enough to knock him sprawling, and disowned him on the spot in front of the whole office, calling him a disgrace who'd nearly gotten them both ruined, and had his own staff drag Zheng off for investigation. Once the office cleared, I stood, ground out my cigarette, and told the director this once could be forgotten, but he'd best keep his eyes open about which relatives he vouched for going forward. He fell over himself stamping every piece of paperwork I needed, hands shaking too badly to even ink the seal properly at first. I walked out into the evening sun with everything squared away. Yangshu Gully was settled. The commune's cooperation was secured. But I already knew this was only the opening move. 4 days later, before sunrise, we split the operation into 2 columns and pushed further out. I took the northern route into the poorest, most wind-battered hollows, places the co-op's own cart drivers refused to climb to in winter. Urga and Dazhuang took the softer southern roads. I told both crews the same thing before we left. We were traders, not bandits. Fair prices, cash on the spot. But if anyone tried the same trick Zheng had, a warning shot came first, and if that didn't settle it, force would. In the north, I found villagers too poor and too cold to trust a stranger's promises, so I didn't just recite prices. I knelt down, bought a frozen pheasant off a shivering child's hands for 4 times its worth in cash, right in front of the whole hamlet, and watched disbelief turn to a stampede toward every root cellar and attic in the village. In the south, a knot of local toughs tried to shake Urga down for a toll before he'd sell a single scale. Dazhuang answered with 1 shot into the air and a rifle leveled at the ringleader's skull, and the toll collectors fled wetting themselves. By evening, both trucks rolled home stacked past the rails, rope the only thing keeping the loads from spilling, top-grade sable, squirrel pelts, tons of goods gathered across a whole district in a single day. I told Lin Xiu to clear every spare room in the house. We'd be sorting by lamplight all night, because tomorrow there was harder work still ahead. The next morning, I woke to a sound that had nothing to do with the usual village noise, something closer to a market in full swing. Lin Xiu burst in, half panicked and half thrilled, telling me our own front gate was blocked by a crowd. I threw on my coat and went out expecting trouble. What I found instead stopped even me for a second. The street outside our yard, all the way back to the village entrance, was packed solid. Donkey carts, sledges, men who'd walked in on foot with sacks over their shoulders, fur hats bobbing in a haze of frozen breath. Someone spotted me and shouted that the manager was out, and the whole crowd surged forward at once. A village head calling out 500 caddies of hazelnuts, a hunter from another hollow holding up prize fox pelts he'd saved specially for me. Voices overlapping, everyone certain that if they didn't push forward now, the opportunity would vanish. I understood immediately what this was. Word had spread about the provincial trade office connection, about cash paid on the spot, about a fair price nobody had to beg for, and every hunter and mountain family for miles who'd spent years accepting whatever the co-op felt like offering had decided this was worth a night's walk to see for themselves. I felt the pull of it. This was momentum building on itself, the kind that feeds a fire once it catches. I planted myself on the step and raised my voice loud enough to cut through the noise. No shoving. Whoever had come had done me the honor of trusting me, and I'd buy anything good, cash in hand, no IOUs, but it would happen on my terms. I called Urga and Dazhuang out to organize a proper line, set up a table and ledger, and told the crowd plainly that anyone caught cutting in or passing off inferior goods as good would be turned away without argument. The promise of "I'll take it all" settled the crowd instantly. These were people who didn't mind waiting in line, only feared being shut out entirely. Within minutes, what had been chaos turned into an orderly queue, and my yard became, For the day, the busiest trading post in the whole district. 300 caddies of dried mushrooms from one village at top grade, 10 squirrel pelts, and a sable from another, the abacus and the cash both moving nonstop. At one point, a bearded man in a good sheepskin coat pushed through with liquor and cigarettes in hand, introducing himself as the newly appointed brigade leader of Yangshu Gully, told everyone to call him Old Lee, practically apologizing on behalf of the whole village for what Zheng Depeo had done, now that Zheng was under investigation and getting exactly what he deserved. I waved off the gifts but shook his hand warmly, told him Zheng's sins weren't the village's sins, that good goods were good goods regardless of who brought them, and invited him in for tea. By mid-morning, I'd had 7 or 8 local officials come by in the same spirit, all wanting to be on good terms with whoever was clearly running things now. By noon, the problem became almost comic in its scale. Urga came in sweating, voice worn ragged, to report that every storeroom in the house was full, even the west wing meant for odds and ends, even the kitchen, which old man Liu had commandeered for pelt storage. There was nowhere left to put anything. I stepped out and saw it myself. 3 small mountains of goods piled in the yard, held together mostly by the fact that the cold had frozen everything solid. A dozen more carts still waited to unload at the gate. I asked Urga how much cash we had left. Not much, he admitted. The 5,000 from the day before plus whatever reserve we'd had was down to under 2,000 after one morning's buying. Looking at the yard, then at the 2 already loaded trucks, I understood the real problem. Kaoshan Tun itself had become too small a pond for what we were pulling in. It was time to move. I told Urga to keep buying, pile the overflow in the house itself if we had to, and I'd borrow money if the cash ran dry. Then I announced the day's collection would be the last for a while. Tomorrow, we'd close. When Urga asked why, I walked to the truck, laid a hand on its cold door, and looked south, toward the provincial capital. Because it was time to turn all of this into real money, I told him, get the tanks filled. Have Dazhuang and Huzi check every rifle and every round. Load everything tonight. We were leaving for the city at 3 in the morning. The drive was brutal. 2 overloaded trucks carrying the whole village's hopes crawled along snow-buried mountain roads for 10 straight hours, starting before dawn and not clearing the last ridge until noon. When the city finally came into view, Urga went silent, face pressed to the frosted window, jaw hanging open. Below us on the horizon sprawled a city of real scale, smokestacks lining the Songhua River, the unmistakable signature of the nation's industrial heart. I lit a cigarette to shake off the drive and told him that was the Songhua River bridge ahead. Cross it, and we'd be in the real provincial capital. Crossing into the city proper hit all of us harder than I expected. Harbin, the Paris of the East, they called it, greeted us with trolley cars clanging down broad avenues, Russian-style buildings with domed and peaked roofs in cream and dark green, windows taller than a man. The people matched the buildings, men in sharp wool coats and otter fur hats, women in bright scarves, even a few blonde foreigners walking the sidewalks like they belonged there. Against that, our 2 mud-caked trucks and a crew of unshaven men in sheepskin coats tied with rope looked exactly like what we were. Urga pulled his own coat tighter, voice gone thin, worrying aloud whether we'd embarrass the whole county just standing there. In the truck bed, Dazhuang and Huzi had gone quiet too, hunched under the tarp with their rifles, clearly worried about drawing police attention. I reached over and straightened Urga's collar myself, told him to sit up straight. We hadn't stolen anything. We were bringing something the whole country needed, earning foreign exchange in the truest sense. On a smaller scale, we were the ones actually feeding these city dwellers, however sharp their coats looked. I told him plainly, strip the furs in our truck bed, and you could buy half that street they were gawking at. That steadied him some. I told him to hold on. We were headed for the Trade Bureau. The Provincial Trade Bureau sat in a red brick Soviet-style building in Nangang District, guards posted stiff at the gate. The county's red-sealed letter got us waved through without trouble, and we parked in the wide rear courtyard. I told the crew to stay with the trucks and not wander, then went in with Urga. Inside, the department head, Sun Jiangwo, mid-40s, buttoned up in a crisp mouse suit, hair slicked flat, kept us standing 5 full minutes before he even looked up from his paperwork. When he finally acknowledged us, his tone was pure bureaucratic courtesy. The county had called ahead. He understood we'd traveled far, but Jean Wanfu was tied up in meetings with provincial leadership, so he'd be handling this shipment personally. He stood, put on his coat, and told us plainly that if the quality didn't meet standard, no special authorization from anyone would save it from being turned away. Out in the yard, he circled the trucks twice before having Dazhuang pull back the tarp. The moment that deep, oiled purple caught the winter light, sable, squirrel, firefox pelts stacked deep, his professional detachment cracked for exactly one visible second. He knew immediately what he was looking at: top-grade goods, better than anything sitting in his own bureau's stockroom. Landing this shipment would make Jin Wanfu's difficult standards easy to satisfy. Real, tangible credit toward a promotion everyone knew was coming open soon. But he recovered fast, picked up a sable pelt, tugged at it, and blew across the fur like he'd found a flaw, and pronounced the whole batch roughly processed, ungraded goods from scattered individual hunters, not properly tanned through a certified facility, technically falling under substandard by Bureau regulation. He cited year-end foreign exchange constraints, the Bureau's repeated directives about thrift, and offered, as a personal favor, invoking the county chief's name, third-grade pricing on the sable, fourth grade on the squirrel, 20 cents a pelt on the rest. A total check for 3,500 yuan. Erga's restraint broke instantly. He stepped forward, pointing at the loaded trucks, eyes red with fury. We'd spent nearly 5,000 yuan just buying this from the villages, hundreds more on fuel, and this was Jin Wanfu's specifically requested top-grade stock, being graded down to a number that would bankrupt us on the trip alone. Sun's polished manner dropped instantly into something harder. This wasn't a village market, he snapped. He was a state cadre responsible for protecting the nation's finances, and paying inflated prices meant loss of state assets, a responsibility nobody wanted to own. He told us, with the smug certainty of a man handing down wisdom, that we should be proud to sacrifice a little profit for the greater good. That was what political consciousness meant. And besides, without his signature, this shipment couldn't be sold anywhere in the city. Hauling it back would cost more in fuel than we'd ever recover. That was the real knife, not corruption for personal gain, but self-righteous frugality weaponized so that objecting made you look selfish. Erga shook with rage, fists clenched, but couldn't find a counter-argument that didn't sound like greed against a man supposedly protecting the state's money. I put a hand on his shoulder before it went further. I wasn't angry. If anything, I told Sun, with something close to admiration, that he was quite the dedicated cadre, willing to squeeze the marrow out of Hunter's bones for the sake of the Bureau's books and his own career prospects. Impressive, really. Sun's face tightened. He told me to stop being clever, unload and take the money, or leave. I told Dazhuang to unload it. Erga nearly wept, certain we were taking a crippling loss. I repeated the order, harder this time, and the crew, red-eyed, carried bundle after bundle of top-grade sable down and stacked it at Sun's feet. Sun watched with a satisfied little smile, clearly convinced country folk were easy enough to bully with a few threats and the right bureaucratic language. Grade the shipment low, report it to Jin Wanfu as top grade after the fact, save the state money on paper, complete the reception assignment. 2 birds, 1 stone. Once the goods were unloaded, I took the 3,500 yuan check without even looking at it and pocketed it. Then I walked back over to Sun, already gesturing for his men to haul the goods inside. I told him plainly, the goods were his. We'd accept the money as settled. But I had one message to carry back to every hunter for miles, on their behalf. This shipment, I told him, was the last Kaoshan ton would ever bring to this city. When I got home, I'd tell every hunter in the mountains that the Provincial Bureau's own section chief Sun had ground their earnings into the floor to save the state a few yuan on paper. The supply line out of the greater Xing'an range, I told him, ended here today. If Jin Wanfu wanted top-grade sable, ginseng, tiger bone again, he could stop looking for me or the commune. He could come find Section Chief Sun instead, since the chief clearly had such a talent for conjuring goods out of nothing. I brushed an imaginary speck of dust off his lapel and turned to leave without waiting for a response, calling Erga to load up and head home. Sun's satisfied smile froze on his face. The wind hit different once the implications caught up with him. Jin Wanfu's order wasn't a one-time favor. It was a standing contract. If this pricing dispute choked off the entire commune's supply chain, what would he hand over next time Jin came asking? Losing the supplier over a few hundred yuan of short-term savings wouldn't read as thrift to his superiors. It would read as a section chief who'd personally driven away a foreign investor's supply chain through petty greed. That wasn't a promotion. That was a career-ending mistake with his own signature on it. Wait. He was running after the trucks before he'd even finished the thought, ignoring the mud, ignoring his own dignity, grabbing at the mirror on the driver's side, sweat pouring down his face despite the cold. Brother Zhao, don't go, don't go. Look, there's no need for this kind of temper. Policy has some give in it. People do too. We can talk this through. We can work something out. I rolled the window down and looked at him from the cab, unhurried, blowing a slow ring of smoke. Section Chief Sunday. So we're not saving the state money after all. No, no need. None at all. He mopped at his face, forcing a smile that made every muscle in his cheeks twitch. Protecting the resource, keeping hunters motivated to keep supplying. That's the real savings. Top grade. We'll process the whole batch as top grade. Once he'd caught his breath, Sun didn't let the panic linger visibly for long. He pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his forehead and temples with real care, straightened his crooked collar, and took a deliberate breath before speaking again. The composure of a man trained to keep his face steady even with the house on fire behind him. He told me, dropping the bureaucratic tone for something closer to sincere, that what I'd said stung. But it was a fair wake-up call, that he'd been so focused on saving the bureau money that he'd nearly lost sight of the bigger picture, and that choking off the supply chain permanently would make him the one truly responsible for hurting the province's trade position. He tapped the truck door and told us to come back down. He'd take responsibility, process the whole shipment as top grade, special exception. Watching him recover his footing that fast, I had to give him credit. This was a man who knew how to bend without breaking and dress up backing down his principle. I let him have the win gracefully, told him his generosity was appreciated, and had the crew start unloading again. At the finance office, though, the old accountant just spread his hands. The books were closed for the year, no cash available until March. Urga panicked outright. What were we supposed to tell the villagers waiting on that money for New Year's rice? Sun, embarrassed after making such grand promises, tried the bureaucratic softener again. Offer an official IOU, stamped with the Bureau's seal, first in line once funds came through after the new year. I'd seen this trick before in my old life. An IOU like that was worthless the moment you walked out the door, subject to inflation, to a change in leadership, to being quietly forgotten. I didn't argue. I lit a cigarette instead, took my time with it, and then did something nobody expected. I snatched the half-filled intake form out of the old accountant's hands and tore it to shreds in front of Sun. He was aghast. I dropped the pieces in the trash, dusted my hands, and told him plainly, if the Bureau had no money, then this shipment was no longer his concern. I called Urga to start reloading the trucks. Sun, bewildered, asked where exactly I thought I could sell state-grade furs in this city without going through his office. I reminded him, mildly, almost amused, that Harbin had more than one address. There was also the train station, where Soviet traders and Southern buyers were reportedly hunting for exactly this kind of top-grade fur. Park the trucks there for half an hour, I told him, and the whole shipment would be cash, quite possibly at a better price than his office had offered. That set him off again. Accusations of speculation, of undermining socialist trade, threats to call in his security office. I didn't even look up this time. I just kept walking, telling Urga loudly enough for Sun to hear that we'd head straight to the provincial committee's front gate and make our complaint publicly, that a trade bureau chief was trying to arrest the very hunters bringing in state export goods over his own office's failure to pay. That broke him completely. He caught up, grabbed my sleeve with both hands, sweating through his collar, calling me his own ancestor in his desperation, begging me not to be rash. I asked him plainly where the money was. He admitted he'd find a way, right now, and dragged me off to find Jean Wanfu himself, explaining as we went that Jean held special foreign exchange authorization that could, irregularly but legally enough, advance the payment immediately if he personally approved it. That was exactly the outcome I'd been steering toward from the start, though I kept my face reluctant. Sun promised to handle all the talking himself, swore he'd bow to Jean if that's what it took to keep the shipment. We found Jean Wanfu in the lobby of the International Hotel, crystal chandeliers overhead doing nothing to lighten the frustration on his face. He was mid-conversation with the provincial bureau director, a man named Lee, shaking his head over some samples in his hand, explaining that Moscow's March trade exhibition was the country's first real shot at re-entering the international fur market, and what he'd seen so far wouldn't survive contact with the sharp-eyed Soviet buyers there. Without a truly top-tier showpiece, he said, there'd be no pricing leverage at all, and time was running out. Then, as if struck by a thought, he stopped mid-sentence and turned to Director Lee, mentioned, almost offhand, that he'd just remembered someone who might help. The hunter who'd taken down a 400 catty iron-backed bear and pulled the gallbladder that saved his father's life. A man capable of that, he reasoned, might have real wild-caught goods worth showing. Director Lee's eyes lit up immediately, already asking where to find this man, ready to send a car. That's when Sun came rushing up, sweating, still holding a corner of my cloth sack, breathless with excitement, announcing that the young comrade from Xianyang Commune standing right there had brought in a full truckload of quality wild pelts, and asking urgently whether this shipment might solve the Moscow shortfall. Director Lee's attention snapped fully onto us. But it was Jin Wanfu who reacted first, hearing Xianyang Commune. He looked up from adjusting his scarf, eyes landing on the young man in the sheepskin coat, standing quietly nearby. His hand froze mid-motion. He took off his glasses, squinted, and his face broke into open astonishment. Xiao Zhao. I gave a small, genuine bow. It's me, Mr. Jin. Good to see you again. I gestured at the sack beside me, casual as a neighbor dropping off a gift. Passing through the city, thought I'd bring you some mountain specialties. Figured you might have use for them. Jin's delight was immediate and total. The very hunter he'd just been describing to Director Lee, standing right in front of him by pure coincidence. He pushed past Director Lee's attempt to inspect the goods himself, strode forward, and announced to the stunned director that this was the man he'd just been talking about. The one who'd taken the bear gallbladder, his own family's benefactor. I waved that off with practiced modesty, not too humble, not too proud, telling him he was too generous, that it was just some mountain goods, and I hoped he wouldn't mind them. Director Lee looked between Jin's excitement and my calm, then at Sun sweating beside us, and after a beat of confusion, slapped his own thigh and burst out laughing, declaring this wasn't a delivery at all, it was heaven sending exactly the rain they needed. He ordered Sun to escort us to the VIP room immediately so they could examine the goods properly. In the hotel's private viewing room, thick velvet curtains shutting out the city noise, nothing broke the silence but the occasional crack of the charcoal fire. A dozen some sable pelts lay spread across the long table. Jin Wanfu, wearing white gloves, worked through them with a magnifying glass in complete concentration, holding fur up against the light, testing the stiffness of the guard hairs with his fingertips, saying nothing for a full 10 minutes. Finally, he set the glass down, removed the gloves, and took a sip of tea, satisfaction plain on his face. First grade, he pronounced, glossy guard hair, rich undercoat, not a stray hair out of place, genuinely wild-caught. More than enough to cover the province's export quota shortfall on their own. Director Lee exhaled, visibly relieved, ready to offer some closing pleasantries. But Jin wasn't finished. He set his cup down, drummed his fingers on the table, and admitted that as good as this batch was, it still wasn't enough to outshine the Soviets at Moscow. Siberia was Sable's home ground. With supply to spare, and first-grade pelts alone would only let China's delegation trail behind, never set the price. He turned to me directly. I was the expert here, he said. Let's speak plainly. Beyond first-grade stock, could the greater Xing'an range produce something rarer, the kind of pelt that stopped people in their tracks? The room went quiet. I turned the stub of my cigarette over in my fingers and, without much drama, shook my head. Difficult, I told him. He knew the trade. Pelts graded in tiers, and above first grade. It came down to luck as much as skill. I pointed to the pelts on the table. Most first-grade furs came from snares or gunshots. That one there, good color, but a tiny hole at the neck from a small caliber round, stitched over, invisible to most, but any real expert would call that damaged. Another had trap wear on the legs, blood not fully drained, hide gone slightly stiff. What he actually wanted, I explained, was what hunters called a black pearl, a pelt from a sable that had lived 3 to 5 years or more, coat gone black shot through with purple like silk, and, the truly difficult part, not a single needle mark or blemish anywhere on the hide. Director Lee, baffled, asked how you'd even catch something like that without leaving a mark, a net. I told him Sable were too cunning for nets. A flawless pelt only came from the hard way, denting it in, blocking every exit but one, setting a live snare at the last opening, or smoking it into a stupor and hand-skinning it while stunned. Only a pelt taken that way kept its full vitality and shine. But, I added, that kind of work depended entirely on timing and conditions. Right now, deep winter, the snow was too soft to walk in without sinking to the thigh, and Sable denayed up for weeks at a stretch this time of year. Even finding one worth pursuing was uncertain. Before you even got to the cold itself, deadly on its own, or the starving wolf packs that came with it. Gene listened to all of this with real attention. He didn't take the word difficult as an excuse. If anything, his respect deepened. He'd met plenty of men who talked a big game. Only someone who genuinely knew the trade laid out the obstacles this plainly, down to the smallest detail. He nodded, told me I was right. If it were easy, he wouldn't be this worried in the first place. Since I'd been honest with him, he'd be honest back. He'd take the whole first-grade batch, cash, full price. As for the Black Pearl, he wasn't asking me to risk my life for it immediately, but he wanted me to keep it in mind. Once the new year passed and the snow crust hardened, or whenever conditions allowed, would I be willing to go after one for him? Whether or not I actually caught anything, my willingness to try would already earn half his trust. I thought it over, the terrain, what the weather would likely do come spring, and told him plainly, yes. Given the right gear, once the snow hardened enough to travel, I'd take a crew in. I couldn't promise a Black Pearl, but as long as one still existed anywhere in these mountains, I'd track it down by its own footprints if I had to. That got a delighted laugh and a slap on his own knee. That was exactly the kind of grit he wanted to back, he said. He turned to Director Lee and told him to settle accounts. He'd take the entire shipment, cash, full stop, and to let me head home in style for the new year, the Black Pearl a matter for another day. Director Lee, thrilled at how neatly the crisis had resolved itself, ordered Sun to walk us straight to finance and make sure not a single yuan was shorted. 20 minutes later, the finance chief walked in with a heavy canvas bag. 12,850 yuan, he announced, and asked me to count it. Urga and Dazhuang stopped breathing at the sight of that much cash banded neatly together. More money than either of them could have earned in a lifetime of farming. I gave it one glance, zipped the bag shut, and handed it to Urga to carry. Then I stood, bowed to Jean Wanfu and Director Lee, and told them we wouldn't impose further. There was still business to attend to before heading home. Jean asked, curious, where that business might be. I straightened my coat and told him plainly, the department store. A craftsman needs proper tools before proper work. If I was going after something rare come spring, those old single-shot muskets weren't going to cut it anymore. I needed a real pair of double-barreled hunting rifles. Number 1 department store, 2nd floor. The moment those two ice-cold, tiger-head, double-barreled shotguns were in my hands, I led my two big, frost-covered comrades on a sharp turn and marched straight into the household goods section. This place was the busiest spot in the whole province. The air was thick with the smell of face powder, the starchy scent of fabric, and a wave of heat pumped out by the radiators. I walked in front with my hands tucked into my sleeves, my eyes sweeping across row after row of counters like a pair of searchlights. To someone like me, a man who'd already lived once before, this so-called number 1 department store of the Far East still carried that particular gloom of the era. The shelves were packed full, but the things you could actually buy were pitifully few. You needed industrial coupons just to get a wash basin, and you had to stand in line for a light bulb. The only thing with any real backbone from the industrial age was those few clunky cathode ray televisions over in the appliance section. But in the eyes of Ergotzi and Dezhuang, this was no different from stepping into the imperial palace. The two of them hunched their necks, not knowing what to do with their hands or feet, terrified that one wrong turn might shatter some porcelain vase, something they couldn't afford to pay for even if they sold themselves. I filled out order slips at the top of the stairs and had the two of them crouch in the corner, smoking and watching our stuff. Piled at their feet were the shotguns I'd just bought, along with a big heap of packages. Dezhuang blew a smoke ring and nudged the tin. Ergotzi was clutching to his chest with the tip of his shoe, grinning wickedly. Hey, Gotzi, a big grown man like you, hugging a can of malted milk powder? That's stuff for women and little kids. What? You trying to go back on the bottle? Screw off. Ergotzi shot him a dirty look and hugged the can even tighter. You don't know squat. The clerk said this is fortified nutrition. My old man's got that wheezing chest, and he's drunk so much herbal medicine his face has gone green. I just want him to have a taste of this capitalist sugar water. One sip and it'll be sweet enough to rot your teeth. Careful you don't sweeten your old man's last 2 teeth right out of his head. De Zhuang laughed even harder, and his thieving eyes darted toward De Zhuang's own chest. He suddenly reached out to tug at the collar of De Zhuang's sheepskin coat. Come on, let everyone see. What treasure is our mighty, awe-inspiring brother Zhuang hiding in there? Hey, don't touch it, you'll get it dirty. De Zhuang panicked and shielded himself, his face turning the color of pork liver. But that eye-catching splash of bright red still peeked out. It was a big red scarf embroidered with golden mandarin ducks. Ergotzi let out a strange yelp, making the young girls and young wives passing by turn their heads. I saw it clear as day, mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Brother Zhuang, you two are an old married couple. Who are you getting all lovey-dovey for with a thing like that? De Zhuang slapped his hand away and cursed in his gruff voice. Quit talking crap. I just grabbed it 'cause it was on sale. While the two of them were busy razzying each other, I came pushing over a borrowed flatbed cart. Strapped to it was a big cardboard box printed with a few foreign letters. I tossed them the 2 bottles of brown drink in my hands. Catch. Ergotzi fumbled to grab one and stared at the Russian writing on the bottle, totally lost. Brother, what is this? Soy sauce. Kvass. I bit off the cap and tipped my head back for a big gulp. That hoppy, sweet and sour kick instantly washed the cigarette taste out of my mouth. Over here we call it homemade beer. The Russians call it liquid bread. I patted the cardboard box. Quit yakking and come lend a hand. This is our village's first color TV. You bang it up or ding it. And selling the both of you still wouldn't cover it. Color TV. The moment they heard those words, the cigarettes practically dropped from their mouths. Their grins vanished, and they scrambled over like they were carrying a ticking bomb. Brother, can this thing really show colors? Ergotzi asked, swallowing hard as he lifted it. Are there really people inside? Of course, dummy. Would I spend over 1,000 on a radio if there weren't? I kicked him in the rear. Lift it gently. Don't haul it like a sack of grain. Once everything was bought, our stomachs started protesting. I didn't take them to some roadside stall. I walked them straight into a restaurant hung with a state-owned sign. It was right at mealtime, and the place was steaming hot. A waitress slapped a menu on the table without so much as a glance. Order quick, whatever you want. We don't wait past hours. I didn't even look at the menu. I set a thick stack of 10-yuan bills on the table and tapped it. Sweet and sour pork made from the tenderloin, double fried. Blood sausage stew with extra blood sausage. Stir-fried pork strips. 3 delicacies of the earth. Plus 2 pounds of pork in scallion dumplings. And finally, 2 big plates of sliced Harbin red sausage, with the fat left on. By the time I'd reeled all that off, the waitress was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the money on the table, and her whole attitude changed. Right away, please wait just a moment. The food came fast. 3 starving men fell on it, wolfing everything down like a whirlwind. No manners, no polite chit-chat. De Zhuang packed dumplings in one after another, sweat pouring down his face, while Ergotzi gnawed on a pig's trotter with grease dripping down his chin, mumbling thickly, Brother, this is so good. These city folks sure as hell know how to live. I picked up a slice of red sausage, chewing slowly, watching my 2 brothers devour their food. I raised my cup of clear liquor. Brothers, this trip, we made it here with our necks on the line. Back in the village, we were the dirt-poor hunters everyone looked down on, choking down chaff and wild greens. But starting today, that chapter's over. From now on, I'll make sure my family eats dumplings every day and has meat at every meal. Cheers. The 2 of them got hot-blooded and drained their cups in one gulp. Bellies full, we headed out. Night had fallen, and the wind and snow had picked up again. The bed of the Liberation truck was crammed full, like a little mountain on wheels. Inside the cab, the heater was cranked to max while Ergotzi and De Zhuang squeezed into the back seat, puffing smoke and shooting the breeze. A road sign flashed by up ahead, Kaoshan Village, 50 kilometers. I stomped the gas to the floor, and the engine roared like a tiger returning to its mountain. The sky had just gone dark when our headlights tore open the twilight at the village entrance. Under the old elm tree at the village entrance, it was the liveliest time of the whole day. Men worn out from a full day's work crouched against the wall with big bowls, slurping thin porridge. Today, everyone had only one topic, Zhao Shana. Luer Lingzi tapped his pipe bowl until it rang, his face full of longing. I heard Ergotzi bragging before he left. Said this trip to the provincial capital, he'd meet some big shot, do a sky-high deal, and haul back a big truck. The words were barely out of his mouth when a deep, powerful air horn blast went off like thunder from a clear sky. Two blindingly white beams of light stabbed through the twilight like swords, sweeping domineeringly over the crowd crouched by the wall. Ow, my eyes. They really came back. Look how bright those headlights are. Once their eyes adjusted, every mouth dropped into an "oh," and they forgot all about their chopsticks. Down that mountain road, two dark green Liberation trucks came rumbling in like a pair of little mountains, their cargo beds heaped to overflowing, the tarps pulled taut. That wave of diesel fumes and hot steel came rolling in and instantly blew away the smell of pickled cabbage at the village entrance. Once the trucks came to a stop, I pushed open the door. This time, I wasn't wearing the sheepskin coat. My coat hung open, revealing a dark green officer's wool overcoat underneath. I had fur-lined boots on my feet and a cigarette dangling from my mouth. Standing on the running board, I looked down and shot a glance at Luer Lingzi, who moments ago had been spraying spit while bragging. Right now, his mouth was hanging so wide open his chopsticks were about to drop into his nostril. Lingzi, I blew a smoke ring. Close your mouth. Drooling won't do you any good. These trucks, enough to keep you bragging for a whole year. Enough. More than enough. Brother Shauna, you're really something. He got so worked up his face and neck flushed red, and he crowded forward with his bowl still in hand. All right, back up a little. Don't get dust all over yourself. I waved my hand. Ergotzi, de Zhuang, unload. Get that big fella down. We'll hook it up and test the signal right here. The two of them jumped down from the truck, faces glowing, and carried the big cardboard box with the foreign letters over to the millstone. That commotion drew the whole village over. What's that? Such a big box. Looks like a cabinet. Is that glass? Under all those curious eyes, Ergotzi ripped off the seal and pulled away the foam, revealing a deep black glass screen. The moment the power connected, the screen flickered with static twice. Then the picture suddenly jumped into focus. A host in a bright red suit, with a clear blue sky in the background. The crowd, which had just been whispering, exploded in an instant. That kind of shock was like tossing a color bomb into the eyes of people who'd only ever seen gray, white, and black. The bowl in Luer Lingzi's hand hit the ground with a crack and shattered. He didn't even bother to pick up the pieces. He just pointed at the TV, his finger trembling. That's red. It really is red. I saw it clear as day. It's alive. The people in there are alive. Oh my God, how are those cheeks so rosy? Way better than those black faces at the commune movie screenings. A few kids who tried to squeeze in close got yanked back by the collar by the adults. Don't touch it. You break it, and selling you still won't cover the cost. That's a precious thing. That awe, welling up from the bottom of their hearts, made Ergotzi and de Zhuang, standing off to the side, straighten their backs stiffer than flagpoles. This was the first time since they'd started following me that they felt they stood a head above the other villagers. The crowd split open, and Lin Xiu came rushing over in a fluster, holding little Ninu, an apron still tied around her. Clearly she'd just come from the stove. Husband, is this a TV? That glowing box lit up her face, and her eyes, which usually held a trace of worry, were now full of light. From now on, you and our daughter'll have something to watch. I stubbed out my cigarette, turned around, and pulled a fine, large bag out of the cab. In front of the several hundred villagers, I shook open a down jacket as red as fire, a color even truer than the one on the TV, even brighter than the New Year lanterns. Put it on. I draped the jacket right over her shoulders. In that moment, the eyes of all the young girls and young wives around us tore away from the TV and locked, unblinking, onto Lin Xiu. It was naked, almost blazing envy. That's goose down, isn't it? Only city folks wear that. How did Lin Xiu get so lucky in life? Lin Xiu heard all these sour remarks, and her face turned as red as a piece of cloth, but she held her body straight. In her whole life, She'd never felt so proud as she did today. Judging the moment was about right, I gave a casual order. Ergotzi, open up those 2 crates of red sausage and hand them out to everybody. One each. Let him have a taste of something new. One greasy red sausage after another was passed around, and the villagers couldn't wait to bite in. That rich, smoky meat flavor exploded in their mouths, so delicious a few of the men nearly swallowed their tongues. I took the red-down-jacketed Lin Xiu by the hand and walked a couple of steps, then stopped, turning back to face the crowd of folks with grease all over their mouths. This sausage, tasty. Tasty. So tasty. Never eaten meat this good in my whole life. I laughed, and there was a wild edge to it. If it's tasty, then remember it. I raised my hand and pointed at the 2 fully loaded trucks behind me, my voice cutting through the wind and snow and landing right in every person's heart. This sausage is just a little snack. From now on, as long as everybody follows orders, puts in the work, and doesn't get any crooked ideas. I, Zhao Shana, lay it down right here. Stick with me, and by next New Year, I won't just get you watching color TVs. I'll make sure every single household in Kaoshan village has meat stewing in the pot, with the oil drops shining on top. After a brief dead silence, the crowd roared, even louder than when they'd first seen the color TV. I didn't waste any more words. I scooped up little Nayunu and strode toward my own courtyard. The next day, the heavy snow gave way to clear skies, and the sun blazed off the snow so brightly it dazzled the eyes. The commotion from the night before had faded away, and I got up early. Paying no attention to the villagers still crowded around the TV antenna at my gate, I changed into a neat fur-lined hunting outfit and slung a bamboo backpack over my shoulders. Heavy inside, loaded with the fine goods I brought back from the provincial capital. 2 bottles of Beidakang liquor, 2 cartons of Great Front Gate cigarettes, and a big chunk of sliced red sausage. "Hey Long, come out," I called. A streak of black lightning shot out of the den. After that night's baptism by the wolf pack, this dog had truly come into his own. Lean and long-limbed, his whole body glossy black, and those slanted white-cornered eyes held a sinister menace. When he saw me, he only wagged the tip of his tail, then crouched warily off to the side, like an assassin ready to strike at any moment. I didn't call the other one. Instead, I walked softly over to the shed lined with thick cotton batting and crouched down. "Old buddy, you awake?" Inside the shed, that massive gray-blue beast, Qing Long, lifted his head with effort. His hind leg, badly savaged in the wolf's jaws, was still wrapped in thick bandages, layer after layer, the way Lin Xiu had wound them. When he saw me, his eyes brightened, and a low, affectionate whimper came from his throat. His tail thumped against the straw mat. Pat, pat, pat. And he tried to stand up to greet me, but the moment he put weight on that hind leg, his body lurched hard to one side, and he nearly toppled over. "Don't move. What are you trying to prove?" I pressed down on his huge head, my heart aching. "Broken bones take 100 days. That's a wound you got wrestling your life back from the king of hell. How could it heal that fast? Today I'm taking you back to your old home. I got you from your uncle's son's place back then, and now that you've done such a great service and taken such a heavy wound, he's got to see you. That folk remedy of his for bone injuries works better than the plaster casts at the clinic." I cinched the backpack tighter, crouched down in the snow, and patted my own back. "Get on." Qing Long hesitated and shrank back, wanting to walk on his own. "Get on," I barked in a low voice. "The snow's knee-deep the whole way. You walk on that leg yourself, and it'll be ruined. And once it's ruined, how are you going to guard my home?" Only then did he stop resisting and carefully set his 2 front legs over my shoulders. I took a deep breath, cupped his rump with both hands, and drove up from my waist and gut. Up, a beast weighing well over 100 pounds. I gritted my teeth and hauled him onto my back through sheer force. One man, one wounded dog, one black demon. We trudged through the knee-deep snow toward the back mountain. The wind was hard as a knife, but my back was warm. That log cabin at the Red Pine Forestry Station, fenced in with barbed wire, still stood all alone in the wind and snow. Before we even reached the yard, Hey Long, who was running out front, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched a couple of times. He'd caught the scent of that old man who'd once squeezed his spine and declared he'd turn on you when he grows up. In an instant, Hey Long tucked his tail and refused, come what may. to take one more step forward. Chicken. I cursed him. Then, with Qing Long still on my back, kicked that thick wooden door open. Inside, the firewall was blazing. Old Man Sun sat cross-legged on the Kong, cleaning his gun, and cursed without even lifting an eyelid. Which blind fool doesn't know to knock? You break my door, you gonna pay for it. Uncle, it's me. The old man looked up. Seeing me hauling that huge gray-blue lump on my back like a coolie, he froze. His eagle eyes narrowed and locked, unblinking, onto Qing Long's bandaged hind leg. How'd this happen? His voice dropped instantly, carrying a killing edge. Ran into a wolf pack. He threw himself right at them to protect me. I walked to the edge of the Kong and carefully set Qing Long down on the warmest spot at the far end, on a dogskin quilt. Qing Long didn't lie down right away when he touched the Kong. Instead, he struggled over to Old Man Sun, stuck out his tongue, and licked the back of the old man's withered hand. That whimper was as pitiful as a child who'd taken a beating out in the world and finally come home to his own father. Old Man Sun's hand trembled, but he didn't pull away. He let the dog lick him. Foolish beast. He cursed, his voice a little hoarse, then reached out and pressed the broken bone, fast and hard. Qing Long shuddered all over from the pain, but forced himself not to make a sound. The bone's set, but there's clotted blood inside, and the cold's gotten into it. The old man got down off the Kong and dug out a black, tar-like jar from the cabinet in the corner. Take off the bandage. The moment the jar's lid came off, a fiercely pungent medicinal smell spread through the room. Bear fat mixed with herbs, and the scent of some kind of venomous insect. Old Man Sun scooped out a big lump of the black salve, melted it over the fire, and rubbed his hands to warm them. Hold him down. This stuff stings like hell. I pressed down on Qing Long's head. The old man smeared the scalding salve on and worked it into the broken bone with his hands, which gripped like iron pincers. Qing Long let out a miserable howl and opened his jaws to bite. But the instant his teeth touched the old man's wrist, he forced himself to stop, just gaping his huge mouth open and panting hard, tears streaming from the pain. Barrett, if the clotted blood doesn't clear, this leg's finished. You want to be a lame dog your whole life. The old man was drenched in sweat, his hands never stopping. He kneaded for a good 15 minutes before finally wrapping the leg in oiled paper. That'll do. He plopped down on the edge of the Kong and wiped away the sweat. Keep it on for 3 days. Once the clotted blood clears, the bone will knit solid. Give it another half-month, and he'll be a good fighter again. I laid out the liquor and sausage from my backpack, one by one, on the table, then poured a full bowl of liquor and lifted it with both hands. Uncle, this first bowl is to thank you for giving me this dog. That night the wolf pack broke into the yard. If it hadn't been for Qing Long, my whole family would have been wiped out. What you gave me wasn't a dog. It was my whole family's lives. With that, I tipped my head back and drained it in one go. The old man looked at me, then at Qing Long lying across his lap, and that cold, hard shell on his face finally cracked. All right, quit with the sappy words. He's a spirit beast. Once he chooses you, he'll take on disaster for your sake. That you'd remember this, and haul his 100+ pounds up the mountain to beg for medicine. That shows you, boy, are a decent, loyal breed. This dog didn't follow the wrong man. After a few rounds of liquor, I dropped my voice as low as it would go and told him about that top-grade black sable pelt the Foreign Trade Bureau wanted, the one that could awe the Russians. Not the ordinary first-grade kind, but the finest of the fine, jet black all over, only the tips of the guard hairs frosted white, the hide as soft as silk. The pros call it black pearl. Old Man Sun's hand paused as it held the cup. He repacked his pipe and took a deep drag. That thing's no myth, but it's harder to come across than a myth. It's got to be an old male sable that's lived 4 or 5 years, grown up deep in the shadowed old-growth forest where strong light never reaches. Only then does the fur go so black it turns purple. These old sables are crafty as hell. They don't cross the snow. They travel along the treetops, feet never touching the ground, so you can't even find a paw print. They've got lots of dens, and they never take the same path back, so there's no way to block them off. The hardest part is you can't put a gunshot hole in it. Buckshot blows the pelt apart, and a trap snaps off the leg fur. What the Foreign Trade Bureau wants has to be smoked out or caught alive, a whole tube pelt. He dipped a chopstick in the liquor and drew a terrain map on the Kong table. 30 li to the north, there's a place called Eagle's Beak Cliff. Nothing but 100-year-old red pines. Canopy touching canopy. No sunlight all year round. 3 years ago, I saw old sable droppings in those woods. That place is cold and shadowed. Just the right spot for a black pearl to come from. The old man fished another oiled paper packet out of his shirt and tossed it to me. This is bait, I mixed myself. The gland of a female sable in heat, blended with musk. No matter how crafty that old male is, once he smells it, he won't be able to keep his feet moving. When you get there, don't rush to chase it. Find an old tree with wear around the den mouth. Smear the scent on, and set the finest horsehair snare 3 inches below the opening. Only horsehair. Wire's got a smell, and he won't go through it. He pointed at Hei Long, who was greedily gnawing on the red sausage. And you've got to bring this black dog. Qing Long's big and powerful. He's a warrior, but if the sable slips into a rock crevice, he can't get in. Only this kind of lean-bodied, cold-natured mountain-driving black dog dares to squeeze in and force it out. I gripped that oiled paper packet, still warm from his body heat. This was real experience, not a shred of mumbo-jumbo. All the life-saving know-how an old hunter had measured out with the soles of his own feet. Uncle, I've got it. Once Qing Long's leg heals and Hei Long's trained up, I'll head into the mountains. This first cup of victory toast, I offer to you first. On New Year's Eve, the air in Kaoshan village was thick with the smell of gunpowder and stewing meat. The 2 red lanterns, each as big as a wash basin, hanging at my courtyard gate lit up the snow along half the street. Inside, the house was so packed there was nowhere to put your feet. People on the Kong, on the floor, on the windowsills, every one of them craning their necks to stare at that 14-inch color TV on top of the cabinet. Jiang Kuan's comic crosstalk, sending the whole house full of young and old rocking with laughter. The back kitchen was even more of a bustling frenzy. Ergotzi and De Zhuang were stripped to the waist, chopping pickled cabbage and slicing blood sausage. Ergotzi dropped meat into the pot, grumbling resentfully. Brother, Sundana's wife squeezed her way in here too. She's usually got the loosest lips of anyone, and today she's watching TV like she owns the place. I really want to grab a broom and sweep her out. Sweep her out for what? I said, cigarette in mouth, using my chopsticks to fish for the most tender ribs in the pot. Let her watch. When the dumplings come out, we'll even hand her a bowl to smell. I scooped out that rib, blew on it to cool it, and instead of eating it myself, turned and tossed it to Qing Long over at the dog den in the back room. His leg was still splinted, but with the food this good these past few days, he'd visibly plumped up a whole ring. He lazily caught the rib and crushed it in his jaws. Beside him, Hei Long circled around, drooling with envy, and just as he was about to come close, Qing Long bared his teeth and growled low. Hei Long immediately tucked his tail and shrank back into the corner. I fished out another piece of lean meat and threw it to Hei Long, rubbing his glossy black forehead. Don't fight him for it. Qing Long broke that leg for our family. He's a serious casualty. And don't you feel slighted either. You put your life on the line in that fight too. I know it in my heart. For these few days, let the patient have his way. But once the New Year's passed, and we get into Eagle's Beak Cliff, that fine work of squeezing into dens, Qing Long can't do it. It's all riding on you. The first honor will be yours. Hei Long whimpered, then picked up the meat and lay down, thoroughly content. Late into the night, the gawkers dispersed, leaving only our own brothers. Ergotzi had drunk too much, and with red eyes he insisted on going into the mountains with me, saying his marksmanship was up to snuff now. I shook my head. No, Eagle's Beak Cliff is a death trap. Too much human scent, and that sable, it's turned into a spirit, will run off without a trace. Besides, our family's a tall tree catching the wind now. The color TV, the New Year goods, all that money, God knows how many envious eyes are on us. When I go into the mountains, there's got to be a grown man holding down the home front. You and De Zhuang guard the village well. That job's heavier than going into the mountains. De Zhuang said in a low, muffled voice, Brother, don't worry. As long as I've got a breath left in me, nobody's laying a finger on sister-in-law. After the new year, I started starving the hawk to break him in. I dug a dozen twisting snow tunnels in the snow of the backyard, forcing Hei Long to squeeze in. He was used to charging in straight and biting, and burrowing through tunnels made him miserable, so I didn't force it. I just fed the red sausage to Qing Long right in front of him. Hei Long couldn't stand it. That wasn't just meat. That was his dignity. And in a flash, he dove headfirst into the tunnel himself, burrowing in for all he was worth. Ergotzi squatted off to the side, cracking sunflower seeds, and laughed. Brother, that's a low-down trick. I held a red sausage, the corner of my mouth curling up. If I don't burn that dumb stubbornness out of him, then once he gets into Eagle's Beak Cliff, he'll just be a snack for the Sable King. Ergotzi urged me a few times, saying even old Lee from the next village over had already gone into the mountains to snare rabbits. I didn't even lift my head. I grabbed a handful of snow and squeezed. Soft and damp, it held together but wasn't hard enough. See that? The snow looks solid now, but underneath it's hollow. Step down and you sink in up to half your leg. Wait longer. Wait for the spring wind to melt the surface, and the night cold to freeze it solid. When the snow's hard as iron plate, that's the right time to hunt. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. I pushed open the door and stepped onto the packed snow. A crisp creak, no sinking. It held my full weight steadily. Sunlight bounced off the snow's surface, dazzling my eyes, and the whole world looked as if it had been sealed in a shell of crystal. Iron crust snow. It was ready. Hei Long, Qing Long. The two dogs shot out of the den. Qing Long's leg had fully healed. Hei Long had grown even leaner, even more silent. Half an hour later, at the village entrance, I stood fully armed, the double-barreled shotgun on my back, a brand-new fine steel hunting knife at my waist, custom birchwood skis on my feet, and only a bag of jerky and a few hard flour buns tucked against my chest. Fast, precise, ruthless. That's the low doubt of a top-tier hunter. Brother, be careful. This time Ergotzi didn't clamor to come along. His eyes were full of worry. Watch the home. I said only those 3 words. Lin Xiu stood in the doorway holding little Ninu, saying nothing, just pressing her lips tightly together and watching me with a steady, resolute gaze. I gave her a nod and jabbed both poles down hard, whoosh, and glided off across the iron-hard snow crust, fast as an arrow off the string, leaving the village behind in an instant. The 2 hunting dogs ran wild on either side, kicking up sprays of snow mist. The wind howled past my ears. Target, Eagle's Beak Cliff. That legendary black pearl. Here I come. The north wind howled. The sea of forest stretched vast and gray. I rode the birch skis, my body pressed so low I was almost flat against the snow. On this iron-hard snow crust, I was like a hawk in a dive. So fast the very sound of the wind was stretched into a shrill whistle. The ancient trees on either side reeled backward madly, and behind me rose 2 long dragons of white snow. Keep up, I bellowed over my shoulder, my voice instantly torn apart by the wind. Behind me, the 2 hunting dogs ran with paws flying. Hei Long especially, his black coat clinging to streamlined muscle, moved on the hard snow crust like a fish in water, running without a sound. Only those cold, sinister eyes fixed dead ahead. 30 li of mountain trail were behind me in the blink of an eye. Up ahead, the terrain suddenly changed. A huge black stone cliff, shaped like an eagle's beak, jutted abruptly into the sky, savage and oppressive. Below the cliff lay a stretch of 100-year-old red pines that blotted out the sky. The moment I entered these woods, it was like crawling into an ice house. The sunlight was shut out by the dense, layered canopy, the light was dim, and there hung a chilling, deathly stillness. Not even a bird's call. This was Eagle's Beak Cliff, the dread of ghosts, as the old hunters called it. I threw myself into a sideways break, the skis carving a deep, white gash across the snow, and stopped dead. Something was wrong. Qing Long, always so arrogant, didn't bark here. He crouched low, a growl rumbling in his throat, the ruff on his back bristling up hair by hair. Hei Long's reaction was even more direct. He stared dead at a leeward earthen mound to the front left, his nose twitching frantically, a bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Something's up. I took off my skis and pulled the double-barreled shotgun off my back with a reverse grip. I didn't just stroll over. Instead, like a cat, I used the tree trunks for cover and crept soundlessly around behind the earthen mound. There, a patch of snow had been disturbed, and though someone had deliberately covered it over with fresh snow, it couldn't fool my eye. I crouched down and brushed away the surface layer, and beneath it lay a heap of damp, cold ashes. I rubbed some between my fingers, and my pupils shrank hard. This fire pit had been dug with painstaking care. A deep hole, a side wind vent, and even a flat stone laid on top to scatter the smoke. After the fire died, even the unburned chunks of charcoal had been carefully picked out and dealt with. A smokeless fire pit. Deep in these wild mountains, a normal hunter would want the fire blazing as big as possible. Only one kind of person would go to this much trouble: drifters with no papers or fugitives with blood on their hands, on the run. People like that are like rats in a sewer, afraid of smoke, afraid of light, afraid of leaving the faintest trace. I narrowed my eyes, and my gaze turned cold in an instant. Something filthy had gotten into these woods. Ever so gently, I broke open the gun's breech, ejected the buckshot shells inside, and loaded 2 golden yellow slugs. This kind of round would blow the skullcap right off a wild boar. On a man, it'd leave a clean, bull-sized hole clear through. "Hey, Long, move in." I gave a hand signal. 1 man and 2 dogs slipped through the shadows of the tree trunks, ghosting deeper into the woods. The farther in we went, the dimmer the light, the heavier the oppression. Beneath an old red pine so thick it would take 3 men to encircle it, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. Through a gap in the underbrush, I saw a person. It was a young guy, looked to be in his early 20s, with a pale, clean face and a pair of black-framed glasses. He was wrapped in a wildly ill-fitting army overcoat, huddled at the base of the tree root like a startled quail, clutching a boning knife honed razor-sharp so tightly the veins on his hand bulged. But his whole body was shaking, not from the cold, from terror. His eyeballs were shot through with red, and he glanced around frantically, muttering to himself, now and then grabbing snow and stuffing it into his mouth. He looked like he'd already cracked. I stayed hidden in the shadows and watched for a full 5 minutes. This was a total greenhorn. Wrong grip on the knife, terrible awareness. He didn't even notice someone approaching from a few dozen meters away. Since he was a rookie scared out of his wits, this would be easy. Strike first, scare the hell out of him, then squeeze him for the truth. I sprang out from behind the big tree, leveled the black muzzle at him, sank my breath into my gut, and roared. "What are you doing here?" In those dead silent woods, that shout was like thunder splitting flat ground. The young guy was scared out of his wits. His whole body jerked up as if he'd been electrocuted, but his legs had long since gone soft, and halfway up he crashed back down into the snow. The boning knife clattered to the ground. Then a foul, urine stench spread out. The area between his legs had instantly soaked through. That one shout had scared him into wetting himself. Don't kill me," he screamed, clutching his head, curling into a trembling ball. I didn't ease up just because he was groveling. I stopped 5 meters away from him, the ideal firing range for the shotgun, and a safe distance. "Shut up. Hands on your head, on your knees." He jolted in fright, scrambled to raise both hands above his head, and knelt, shaking like a sieve. "You alone?" I narrowed my eyes, sweeping my gaze quickly over the surrounding brush, not rushing to step closer. "Yes, just me. Spare me, mister." He sobbed, his voice cracking. "Bull." I cut him off coldly. "That smokeless fire pit out there. You dig it?" At the words "smokeless fire pit," he clearly froze. His eyes were full of confusion, as if he genuinely didn't understand, and he just instinctively nodded and shook his head at once. "The pit? No. I just lit a fire. I was so cold." The doubt in my heart grew heavier. From this kid's reaction, he didn't even know what a smokeless fire pit was. And looking at those pale, tender hands, he didn't look at all like someone who could dig such a professional pit. "What did you do?" I kept pressing. "Kill someone. Run out here to this godforsaken place to hide." "I didn't. I'm not." As if I'd struck a raw nerve, he completely fell apart, collapsing into a puddle of mush. "I didn't mean to kill him. He forced me. I want to go home. I want my mom." Looking at him like this, I frowned. He seemed like some hot-headed kid who'd killed in the heat of the moment and bolted. No real threat. No, something's off. My gaze locked, unblinking, onto those 2 hands he had propped in the snow. Sure, they were frozen red and caked with grime, but these were hands with slender fingers, not a single callus on the knuckles. Forget comparing them to an old hunter. Even next to Ergotzi, who did farm work in the village, they were as soft as a woman's. My heart clenched hard. A worthless kid who didn't even know what a smokeless fire pit was, whose hands were as soft as tofu, who wet himself from a single shout. How could he have dug such a professional, well-hidden fire pit in a death trap like Eagle's Beak Cliff? That was a skill only an old mountain boss with decades of scrambling through these woods could pull off. If he didn't dig it, then where was the person who did? There's another one here. The instant that thought flashed through my mind, a chill shot straight through my scalp. No thinking at all, pure instinct honed over 2 lifetimes. I threw myself into a roll to the left. Whoosh! A pitch-black steel crossbow bolt tore through the air with a deadly cold wind, skimming past the afterimage of my rolling body, and buried itself deep in the frozen earth right in front of the young guy, its tail humming and quivering. If I hadn't dodged just now, that bolt would have punched clean through my skull. I was still off balance in midair when my right arm whipped out. Thanks to the muscle memory drilled into me by handling guns 1,000 times in my last life, the stock slammed into the hollow of my shoulder. No need to aim at all. Bang! The first gunshot shattered the deathly silence of Eagle's Beak Cliff. The slug blasted into the direction the bolt had come from, and with a crack a bowl-thick red pine was blown half apart, with chips flying everywhere. Hey Long, Ching Long, get M, I roared. The 2 dogs, whose eyes had long been red with pent-up bloodlust, shot forward like 2 black arrows loosed from a string. You're asking to die. A hoarse, aged curse came from deep in the woods. An old man in a tattered sheepskin coat, his face a mass of wrinkles, actually came charging out through the flying wood chips. He didn't retreat. He charged forward, a 1.5-foot hunting knife held reversed in his hand, his movements fast as an old ape that had turned into a spirit, treading a bizarre zigzag step. In the blink of an eye, he'd crossed the 10-meter kill line. 1 round left. My muzzle swept sideways at high speed to track his movement, predicting where he'd land, and I squeezed the second trigger without hesitation. Bang! For an ordinary man, that shot would have meant certain death. But this old man was uncanny. In the instant before the shot, his knees buckled and his whole body dropped into a high-speed sliding kneel across the iron-crust snow. The slug grazed past his dogskin hat and struck a rock behind him, sending up a shower of sparks. Not bad shooting, kid. The old man had already slid to within 3 steps of me. Using his momentum, he sprang up violently, the hunting knife slashing upward from below, aimed right at my belly. 1 touch of that move, and it'd be a gut-splitting disembowelment. The distance was too close. No time to reload. I just grabbed the empty shotgun by the barrel like a fire poker, swung it in a full arc, and smashed it straight at his head. You try to gut me, I'll smash your skull open. Clang. The fine steel barrel crashed against the thick spine of his knife, and the huge shock of the impact left both our hands numb. My gun flew from my grip and stuck in the snow. His knife was knocked 1/2 inch off course. But this old bastard was far too seasoned. His body spun, his left hand hooking into a claw straight for my face. I didn't retreat. I pushed in, ducking my head to take the hit with my dogskin hat. Ryup, the hat tore, and my scalp burned like fire. Seizing that split second of close contact, I drove my right knee up like an iron hammer toward his crotch. Bam! The old man raised his own knee to meet it, and our kneecaps slammed together brutally. We both let out muffled grunts and each staggered back 2 steps. My kneecap hurt like it had cracked, and cold sweat broke out instantly. One of the old man's legs was trembling faintly too. That head-on collision, neither of us had gained a thing. Tough bones. The old man spat out a mouthful of bloody spit, a man-eating green glint in his cloudy eyes. This greater Shingon range hasn't seen a rookie as vicious as you in years. I said nothing. My right hand swept to my waist. Shing! A fine steel hunting knife cleared its sheath, the edge giving off a bone-chilling cold in the snowlight. The dogfight beside us had reached its white-hot peak too. The old man's 2 wolfhounds were mute killer dogs, specially trained to kill men, vicious as hell. But they'd run into Ching Long, and Ching Long clamped his jaws onto one's neck and wouldn't let go. Hei Long was even more sinister. He darted under the other's belly, jerked his head up, and tore open the wolfhound's softest underside. Its guts spilled out, and the dog let out a shrill scream, collapsing and convulsing. Useless, the old man cursed, his grip on the knife tightening. The situation had shifted. One of his dogs was dead, And if this dragged on, once I got my hands free and added my 2 dogs to it, he'd be finished here today. I had to end this fast. Die. The old man suddenly roared and lunged with his whole body, the hunting knife turning into a streak of white light stabbing straight for my heart. Fast, precise, ruthless. My pupils shrank to pinpoints. At this distance, to dodge was to die. I turned sideways and took the stab head-on with the sheepskin coat on my left arm, while at the same time my right-hand knife struck like a viper darting from its hole, driving for the major artery in his neck. Thunk! His knife punched through the sleeve on my left arm, drawing a string of blood droplets. But my knife had arrived too. He wrenched his head aside for all he was worth, shhhd, and a bloody gash opened across his neck. The two of us broke apart again, blood staining the white snow beneath our feet red. In that split second between life and death, the corner of the old man's eye suddenly darted toward the base of that big tree, where the young guy I'd written off as worthless, the one who'd wet himself in fear, was shakily crawling up out of the snow. The old man's expression turned savage beyond words. He didn't charge again. Instead, he suddenly bellowed, his voice as shrill and desperate as a cuckoo crying blood. "Who's he? Shoot. Kill him. If he doesn't die, you die? Shoot, damn it." My heart jolted. Was this old bastard bluffing? No. That young guy I'd dismissed as worthless was, at this very moment, pulling a sawed-off, double-barreled homemade gun out from under that heap of tattered army overcoat. The black muzzle, trembling, rose bit by bit and leveled at my chest. "Kill him." To the old man's heart-rending roar, Huzi squeezed his eyes shut and yanked the trigger with all his might. Boom. The homemade gun went off, shaking snow loose from the branches overhead. These homemade guns are loaded with iron pellets. They spray out in a wide pattern, no aiming needed at all. But in the instant before it fired, the old man moved. This old bastard was too devious. That shout of his wasn't just to force his son to fire. It was to split my attention. In the very moment I instinctively hunched away from the muzzle, his knife came slicing along the ground like a viper, driving straight for the tendons of my feet. Cut those tendons, and in this snow pit I'd be nothing but a lamb for the slaughter. FFFT. Countless iron pellets sprayed out, several stray ones grazing my cheek, and blood came pouring down at once. But I couldn't spare a thought from my face. Feeling the vicious wind at my feet, I stomped down hard on pure instinct. Thud. That stomp didn't land on the ground, but came down brutally on the wrist of the old man's knife hand. Crack. The sound of a bone snapping. Ag. The old man screamed, but he still wouldn't let go of the knife. With his other hand, he wrapped my thigh like a madman and clamped his jaws down, biting. Huzi. One more shot. Shoot. Shoot us both together. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes wild with madness. He knew he wasn't walking out of here today, but he was paving the way for his son. As long as I died, the money on him plus that thing they'd just caught would be enough for his boy to head south, change his identity, and live out a whole lifetime. Huzi shakily opened his eyes and looked at the two men tangled together, and that already shattered mind of his snapped clean through. "Aya!" he screamed, raising the muzzle once more, the black barrel pointed at me, and at his own father. This time, he was really going to shoot. With the old man clamped onto my leg for dear life, there was no way I could dodge. A savage grin spread across the old man's face. "Kid, come die with me." Was this the end? No. In the instant before Huzi's finger closed on the trigger, a black ghost, reeking of blood, burst soundlessly out of the snow pit off to the side. It was Black Dragon. He'd just torn out the throat of that wolfhound, and the second he saw his master in danger, he didn't make a sound. He just lunged for the kill. Like a black cannonball, he slammed hard into Huzi's elbow. Bang! The muzzle jerked upward from the impact. Boom! The second shot went straight into the sky, blasting the snow off the treetops so it came pouring down like a waterfall. Right after that, Black Dragon clamped down on Huzi's gun wrist. There was a crunch of bone snapping. Ah, my hand. Huzi let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His whole body was knocked down into the snow, and Black Dragon's big, blood-dripping mouth went straight for his throat. Huzi. When the old man heard his son scream, his death-ready heart finally faltered, and on pure instinct, he twisted his head to steal a glance. Fatal mistake. In a life-or-death fight between two top hunters, even blinking at the wrong moment is like handing your soul to the Grim Reaper. That was the exact moment I'd been waiting for. I never even looked to see whether that shot had hit anything. I'd handed my life over to my dog. In that half-second window while the old man's head was turned, my left hand grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked it back hard, exposing his withered neck, and my right hand, gripping the hunting knife in a reverse hold, drove it down with all the hatred in me. Thunk! The tip went in just below his Adam's apple and punched clean through his spine. The old man's body went rigid. His clouded eyes bulged, glaring, and a froth of blood bubbled up out of his mouth. His head was still turned toward his son, and the last bit of light in his eyes was pure despair. I ripped the knife back out, and hot blood sprayed across my face. The old man slumped down into the snow, twitched twice, and went still. The forest fell quiet again. All that was left was Huzi, pinned under Black Dragon's paw on his chest, letting out a dying whimper. Breathing hard, I walked over to Huzi with the bloody knife in my hand. The kid had lost his mind from fear. He'd pissed and shit himself. Don't kill me. I didn't say a word. I picked up that double-barreled homemade shotgun, ejected the buckshot shells, and tossed it into a snowdrift far off. Black Dragon, let go. Black Dragon released Huzi, but instead of coming back to me, he suddenly whipped his head around and started barking like crazy at the patch of brush the old man had charged out of, his voice full of that excited edge he gets when he's found prey. Someone else out there? No way. If there really were, they'd have taken a shot in the dark back when the old man was fighting for his life. I walked over carefully. In a snow hollow covered by a pile of dead grass sat a plain, unremarkable gray burlap sack, its mouth tied up tight, like it held something hard inside. I lifted it, light as a feather, and when I shook it, no sound. I untied the mouth. Inside wasn't a cage, but a long, narrow box carefully nailed together from birch bark. This kind of box keeps out moisture and insects. The old-timer hunters used them specifically to store precious medicinal herbs or furs. I lifted the lid. A faint whiff of camphor mixed with the scent of herbs hit my nose. In the glow reflecting off the snow, I got a clear look at what was inside. A pelt. A tube-skinned pelt tanned soft as silk, jet black from end to end, the guard hairs slick and shining, and the tips of that layer of black down giving off an eerie purple sheen. Not a single stray hair, not one hole in it. Even the eyes and the tips of the claws had been preserved perfectly intact. A purple glow rising from the east, black that shines from within. The Sable King. The Black Pearl. I froze, my heart pounding. In that instant, everything clicked into place. No wonder this old man hadn't run off with his murderer's son, but instead insisted on holing up in a dead-end trap like Eagle's Beak Cliff. No wonder he'd gone to all that trouble digging a smokeless fire pit and camping out there for 3 or 4 days. He was after this thing, and catching it wasn't even the end of it. A top-grade black pearl like this has to be skinned while it's still warm and cured right on the spot. You have to strip the hide, stretch it on the frame, and smoke it with a secret herbal recipe while that last bit of body heat is still in it. Delay even 15 minutes and the hide stiffens, the color dulls, and the whole thing is ruined. That's why this old hand had risked his neck to stick around those extra days. A flawless pelt like this could fetch 2 gold bars on the black market in these times. He wanted to use this hide to buy his murderer's son a train ticket down south, a new life under a new name. For his son, he'd bet both his craft and his life. Too bad his luck ran out. The pelt was barely finished when he ran into me. Over there, Huzi was still crying, with no clue what his father had traded his life to get. I tied the sack's mouth tight and slung it over my back, then walked over to Huzi. He shrank back, trembling. "Mister, I won't run. I'll turn myself in." "Turn yourself in?" I let out a cold laugh. Too late. Bang. The butt of the gun came down on the back of his head, and Huzi's eyes rolled back as he passed out. I bound him up tight with rawhide cord and hoisted him over my shoulder like a dead hog. As for the old man on the ground, I didn't spare him so much as a glance. In this frozen weather, the body wasn't going anywhere. I could deliver the kid to the station and come back for the corpse later, no rush. Green Dragon, Black Dragon, home. 1 man and 2 dogs, carrying 1 sinner, vanished into the driving snow. Inside the Cautionton Township Police Station, the iron stove was glowing red-hot, and the frost hadn't left the faces of the several officers. Chief Chinguabang sat behind his desk, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Once they're in the mountains, we've got a real problem. He stared out the window at the pitch-black, snow-swept night. Sun the old crook is a veteran hunter. The man's got real skills. His Sun Hu, is a green kid, but he's got a homemade shotgun on him. One old, one young, one cunning, one vicious. If they get cornered and run into some villager out there alone, Sun Hu already had one life on his hands. Add another soul to the count, and this case would blow sky high. Slam. His palm came down on the desk. We're not waiting any longer. Assemble. Bring all the guns. The officers had barely started to rise when, bam, that heavy wooden door got kicked open. Snow and a thick reek of blood swept into the room. Who's there? Chin Guobang's hand shot back for the pistol at his waist. A man of blood stood in the doorway. I was wearing a ragged sheepskin coat, splattered all over with dark red blood, my face crisscrossed with cuts from the buckshot. The blood had frozen, making me look like a demon crawling straight out of hell. Over my shoulder, I carried a human-shaped bundle trussed up like a rice dumpling, and at my feet crouched two big black dogs, bits of torn flesh and red fur still hanging from their mouths. Everyone thought it was Sun Hu, gone berserk and come to kill them all. But I didn't draw a gun. Thud! I dropped that dumpling heavily to the floor and rasped out, "Chief Chun, relax. Sun Hu, I brought him back for you. Alive." 10 minutes later, the whole mood in the room had changed. Chin Guobang himself was wiping the blood off my face with a hot towel. When Sun Hu came to and saw the cops, it was like seeing his own father. He spilled everything, the words tumbling out like beans from a knocked-over jar. After hearing the confession, Chin Guobang was so furious his hands shook. He gave Sun Hu a vicious kick. "Animal." Then he turned to me. "Shanha, we owe you big this time." If that homemade gun of his had gone off, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I cradled the enamel mug, warming my frozen hands. "Chief Chun, what did this kid kill someone over, anyway?" I was genuinely curious. Just how big did a grudge have to be for his father to lay down his old life, protecting him on the run? Chin Guobang lit a cigarette, his eyes full of disgust. "Because he's a piece of human garbage. 3 days ago, Sun, who was at the market in the next village, lost 20 yuan gambling at cards, and got desperate and tried to weasel out of paying. The guy who won was Suzy, a childhood friend they'd run around bare-assed together as kids. Suzy didn't even really want his money. He just made a joke. 'Hoozy, if you can't afford to lose, just say so. Call me Grandpa, and I'll let it go.' All over one little joke." Chin Guobang was grinding his teeth. Sun Hu grabbed a boning knife from the meat stall and stabbed him 3 times from behind, every strike aimed for the heart. Suzy died with his eyes still open, and that 20 yuan he'd been about to hand back still clutched in his fist. The room went dead silent. As I listened, my gaze grew colder and colder. I thought back to Eagle's Beak Cliff, to what the old man had shouted right before he died. "If you don't die, then I do." For a man like that, 5 minutes at the execution ground is too good for him. I set the mug down and stood up. "All right, he's yours. I'm heading out." "Leaving already? Don't you want to get your wounds looked at? And there's a reward. Just flesh wounds, no big deal." I walked to the door, and just as my hand touched the handle, I stopped without turning around. "Oh, and Chief Chun, Sun the old crook's body is down at the base of Eagle's Beak Cliff, under the biggest red pine tree. Bring a shovel when you go tomorrow." I paused. "Go early. Go too late, and the wolves will probably have picked it clean." With that, I pushed the door open. Snow surged in an instant, and that blood-soaked figure, flanked by 2 dogs, disappeared into the night without a backward glance, leaving a room full of cops staring at the empty doorway, no one saying a word for a long time. By the time I got back to my old family home, it was deep in the night. In the yard, only 2 red lanterns swayed gently in the wind. Green Dragon and Black Dragon trailed behind me, both in rough shape now. Green Dragon's ear was torn open with a slit still oozing blood, and Black Dragon walked with a limp. That was the hard hit he'd taken slamming into the homemade gun to save me. Looking at these 2 dogs who'd earned so much credit, my heart ached a little. I went to the doghouse first and tossed them 2 chunks of raw beef I'd set aside. I looked down at myself. The cuff of my sheepskin coat had been torn open a good foot, and the cotton stuffing was soaked black red with blood. If I went inside looking like this, I'd scare Lin Xiu half to death. I gritted my teeth, pulled off that ragged sheepskin coat, the one with Sun the Old Crook's blood on it, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it deep into the woodpile. This coat couldn't see the light of day. I'd have to burn it tomorrow. Wearing just a single layer, I stood in the freezing wind cranking the well windlass, hauled up a bucket of well water with ice chips floating in it, soaked a towel, and scrubbed it hard over that curled-up wound. HSSS. The piercing pain made every muscle in my body clench. Just then, the door of the main house creaked open. The light in the outer room had been left on the whole time, Lin Xiu keeping it lit for the man who hadn't come home. She was carrying an enamel basin, about to come out and dump the dirty water, and in the lamplight she spotted the vicious wound on my bare arm at a single glance. Honey, the basin clattered to the ground. Not even caring that she'd stepped into the snow, she rushed over in a few strides, her face going white as paper in an instant. How did this happen? Why is there so much blood? I can't stand seeing my wife cry, so I quickly grabbed her with my good right hand. Don't cry, it's just a flesh wound. I ran into a blind black bear that didn't know any better. The beast was starving and tried to ambush me, so me, Green Dragon, and Black Dragon had it out with it. Look, that bear ended up way worse off than me. I took care of it. To make the lie hold together, I pointed at the two dogs. The bear clawed Green Dragon's ear, and it rammed into Black Dragon's leg. These are all battle scars from fighting the bear to the death. Hearing it was a black bear, Lin Xiu got even more scared. To the mountain folk, that thing is a beast as terrifying as the Grim Reaper himself. How could you be so careless? I told you again and again, when the heavy snow seals off the mountains, don't go running deep in there. But you just wouldn't listen. Crying, she reached to cover my wound, aching for me, yet not daring to press on it. Watching my wife wipe her tears while scolding me, I felt warm inside, and a little guilty too. But this lie was necessary. Better to let her think it was a wild beast than to let her know I'd killed a man tonight. This kind of blood and sin, a man should carry it on his own. Inside the outer room, the fire in the stove pit hadn't gone out yet, and it was nice and warm. To keep from waking our daughter sleeping in the inner room, the two of us just sat on little stools in front of the stove pit. By the firelight, Lin Xiu cleaned my wound bit by bit, her movements gentle, tears constantly welling in her eyes. Does it hurt? No. Feels like a tickle. She quietly finished bandaging it up, let out a long breath, and plopped down on the ground. From now on, can we stop doing these life-risking things? Our life is good enough already. I don't need to strike it rich. I just want you safe and sound. Something twisted in my chest. I reached out with my uninjured hand, pulled her up, and sat her on my lap. Xiu, I know you're worried. But this trip really wasn't for nothing. Yeah, I got banged up, but I brought home the seed money for a good life down the road. Look what this is. I dragged over that gray burlap sack, took out the birch bark box, and lifted the lid. The firelight from the stove pit shone in. A jet black, glossy pelt lay there, soft as water, shining like satin, the tips of the guard hairs glowing with that eerie purple in the firelight, like a flowing black gemstone. Oh my! Even Lin Xiu, who knew nothing about the trade, couldn't help but gasp in wonder. She reached out and touched it. What kind of fur is this? How can it be so gorgeous? And it even glows. This is called a black pearl. My gaze went deep. When we head to the provincial capital and hand this thing over, it'll be like unlocking the gates to a mountain of gold. I took her hand. Xiu, this wound wasn't for nothing. Boss Jean wants to take it to Moscow. They're holding an international trade expo over there. Our country's furs have always been looked down on by the Russians, but bringing this over there means holding our heads high as Chinese. Put grandly, this is winning glory for the nation. Put plainly, it's earning foreign currency through exports. In these times, as long as we can bring the country foreign exchange, then us Zhaos in Washington will stand taller than anyone. Lin Xiu listened, a little dazed. Moscow, foreign exchange, glory for the nation. These words were so far removed from her world. She looked at my face full of pride, then looked at the blood seeping through the gauze on my arm. After a long moment, she reached out and gently smoothed a crease between my brows, looking at me very calmly and very seriously. Shanha, I don't understand what foreign exchange is, and I don't know where Moscow is. But in my eyes, even the greatest glory in the world isn't worth one of your fingers. Something twisted in me. I was about to speak, but she rested her head on my chest, avoiding the wound, and said softly, "Still, I saw the light in your eyes when you talked about this. If this is something that lets you stand tall out there, then it's important work. You're the pillar of this family. The big things you want to do, I won't stand in your way." She let out a quiet sigh. "Just remember, no matter how much glory you win for the country out there, when night falls, remember to come home." I hugged the woman in my arms tight, my throat tightening. "I'll remember," I said, burying my face in the hollow of her neck, my voice hoarse. "From now on, no matter how far I go, I'll be home before dark. I promise." Outside the window, the snowstorm raged on. Inside, this man and this woman kept watch over that priceless black pearl, and over a warm, everyday love worth even more than any pearl. Before the sky had fully lightened, Washington was wrapped in a gray-blue morning mist. The big rooster had just crowed for the second time. I crouched alone in the sheltered spot behind the outhouse in the backyard and struck a match. Beneath my feet was a deep pit I'd just dug, stuffed with dry corn stalks and topped with that balled-up sheepskin coat, the one I'd worn when I killed Son the old crook. Blood, the smell of gunpowder, and the resentment that old bandit had spat out with his dying breath. It was all in this coat. This thing couldn't stay. The flames leapt up with a whoosh, the sheepskin sizzling and crackling as it burned, curling and blackening, giving off a foul stench. Expressionless, I watched the fire, poking at it with a stick, determined to see every last scrap of blood-soaked hide turn to ash. When the last spark went out, the hunter full of killing intent from last night died along with that coat. What remained was Zhao Shanha, the businessman of Washington. I picked up the shovel, filled in the pit, sprinkled a layer of ash over it, then spread fresh snow on top and stamped it down. Everything looked as if nothing had ever happened. "Bro!" A hushed shout suddenly came from the front yard, but no amount of hushing could cover the excitement in it. A moment later, Urga, sporting two big dark circles under his eyes, came panting and puffing into the backyard. The second he saw me, the kid grinned, so wide his gums showed. "I knew it was you. Saw the smoke coming out of your chimney first thing this morning, and I knew you'd snuck back in the middle of the night." He sidled up close, his eyes darting slyly over me from head to toe. Seeing that although my face was pale, I was cleaned up and squared away. With even more spirit in me than when I'd left, he rubbed his hands together with a fawning look. "Bro, that thing you get it." I leaned the shovel against the base of the wall, brushed the dirt off my hands, and looked at my little tag-along with a curl of my lip. "What do you think? Do you even have to ask?" Urga slapped his thigh, laying on the flattery thick. "When my bro rides out, it's in the bag every time. That Sable King probably took one look at you and crawled into the sack all on its own. All right, quit yapping." I laughed and cursed at him. "Is the truck ready?" "Ready. It's parked over at the forestry farm compound. Tank full and everything. Dajwang's waiting too. Bro, go inside and get yourself cleaned up. We'll eat breakfast and head into the city." Harbin, the International Hotel. Same familiar revolving door, same wave of heated air mixed with the smell of high-end perfume rolling over you. But this time, Urga stood ramrod straight, though his palms were still a little sweaty. He wore a newly bought, slightly baggy mouse suit, his hair slicked down smooth. The moment the bellhop in the big-brimmed cap by the door reached out to stop us, Urga moved with practiced ease, pulling an unopened pack of Great Front Gate cigarettes from his pocket, flicking one out with his thumb, and offering it with both hands, that ingratiating smile on his face. "Thanks for your hard work, buddy. We're from Shenyang Commune. Got an appointment with Boss Jean on the 3rd floor. Boss Jin's a busy man. We're late, and we'll catch hell for it. Cut us some slack, yeah?" The bellhop had been stone-faced, but one look at that smooth cigarette-offering technique, then at Urga's smile, rustic but sharp, and his expression softened. He took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, then glanced at me. I was dressed neat, a brand-new navy blue cotton jacket, sharply creased trousers, thick-soled corduroy cotton shoes. Nothing fancy, but clean and proper, and I didn't carry that earthy, gamey smell of a man who spends his life in the forest. I gave the bellhop a slight nod without saying a word. "All right, go on in. Don't go wandering around the lobby. Head straight to the elevator." Once we were in the lobby, Urga finally let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Bro, This great front gate really works like a charm. 35 cents a pack. Money well spent. I patted him on the shoulder without a word. The kid was really coming into his own. Third floor, VIP suite. The hallway was dead quiet. Before I even knocked, I could hear the agitated pacing inside, round and round, like a donkey turning a millstone. I raised my hand and knocked 3 times. Who is it? Didn't I say don't bother me? Jean Wanfu's impatient roar came from inside, his voice gone hoarse. Boss Jean, it's me, Zhao Shana. The footsteps stopped dead. Then came a rush of footsteps so hurried he nearly tripped, charging toward the door. The door opened. It was Jean Wanfu himself. This god of wealth, who dominated Heilongjiang's foreign trade world, was, at the moment, wearing a loose, traditional Tang jacket, a string of Bodhi beads in his hand, dark circles under his eyes, his face covered in stubble, his hair a mess, radiating the burnt-out look of a man pushed to the very edge of anxiety. But the instant he saw it was me, he froze. Looking at how clean and steady I was, those dull, lifeless eyes of his suddenly lit up, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. Brother Zhao, you're finally here. Quick, quick, come in. He grabbed my hand, gripping so hard his knuckles went white, ushered us in, then reached back to hang up the do not disturb sign and even locked the door behind us. The room was thick with smoke, so choking it stung the eyes. The ashtray on the coffee table was crammed with cigar butts. Clearly, for the sake of finding merchandise for this Moscow expo, Boss Jean had been up worrying until he was on the verge of collapse. He didn't pour water, didn't offer us a seat. He just stood by the coffee table, staring at me hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice trembling. Brother Zhao, I won't waste words with you. Next week I fly to Moscow. For this expo, I've turned over every bit of inventory in the whole province, and I couldn't find a single pelt that could command the room. You're an honest man. These past few days I've been praying for you to come, every single day. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the old satchel in Urga's arms, his eyes full of longing and dread. So, this trip back, did you come away with anything? He didn't dare ask outright, terrified that his hopes would come to nothing. I didn't keep him in suspense. I looked straight into his eyes and said, word by word, Boss Jean, I didn't let you down. The moment those words left my mouth, Jean Wanfu's body swayed hard, nearly losing his footing. Quick, open it. I gave Urga a nod. Urga, show him the goods. Urga darted over to the coffee table in a few steps, set down the satchel, and deftly pulled out the birchbark box. The moment he lifted the lid, that herbal fragrance instantly overpowered the smoke filling the room. I pulled on white gloves and steadily laid out that jet-black, glossy tube pelt with its faint purple shimmer onto the pristine white tablecloth. HSSS, Jean Wanfu sucked in a sharp breath. In that instant, it was as if all the light in the room had been drawn into that pelt. Black, it was a black of 1,000 shifting colors. Every guard hair glimmered with a faint purple glow under the lamplight, like a string of pearls in the dark of night. Jean Wanfu abandoned all composure. Thump! He dropped to his knees on the sofa, pulled out a magnifying glass, and pressed his whole face nearly against the pelt, examining it from head to tail, from the tips of the hairs to the roots of the down. The longer he looked, the more ragged his breathing became. The longer he looked, the harder his hands shook. A masterpiece. This is a true masterpiece. He jerked his head up, his face flushed red with excitement. Brother Zhao, I'm in awe. This is a genuine black pearl, and a fresh pelt, not even 5 days off the animal. Flawless. With this, the gold medal in Moscow is locked in. Our country's honor is saved. He shot to his feet, pulled out a checkbook, and slapped it down hard on the table. Brother Zhao, say no more. I've got to have this thing. Name your price. 20,000, 30,000. Whatever you say, I won't haggle. The room fell silent. When Urga heard the figure 30,000, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he forgot to breathe. But I smiled. Looking at the worked-up Jean Wanfu, I said the very words I'd already worked out in my head. Boss Jean, this pelt, I'm not selling it for money. What? Jean Wanfu was stunned, the pen frozen in midair. Not enough? Then name your price. This pelt is a gift from me to you. I stubbed out my cigarette in the ashtray. An old hand like Jean Wanfu, the moment he heard the word gift, grew even more wary than he would have at hearing raise the price. Free things are often the most expensive. He set down the pen, leaned back into the sofa, and stared at me. Brother Zhao, let's not play games. This pelt could buy a whole courtyard house in the provincial capital. You're just giving it to me for nothing? Out with it. What do you want? I put away my smile, leaned forward slightly, and spoke with utter sincerity. Boss Jean, since you're asking, I'll be bold and say it straight. My buddies and I want to put together a truck fleet and run a proper business in mountain goods. I've got the supply, I've got the skills. The only thing I'm missing is legs to run on. Transport. I can't crack that open. Jean Wanfu was puzzled. That's not right, is it? I heard County Chief Chin thinks highly of you. Didn't he give you 2 big liberation trucks by special approval? County Chief Chun is a stand-up guy. I sighed and gave him an honest, heartfelt answer. But those are government trucks. Boss Jean, you're a savvy man. Government trucks come with strings attached. Borrowing them now and then to haul goods for the commune is fine. But if I drive a government truck every day to make my own private money, isn't that just handing my enemies a weapon to use against me? Besides, those trucks are only on temporary loan. The moment the county needs them urgently, they take them back. And then, right when I've finally gathered a mountain of goods, my trucks are gone. Who am I supposed to cry to? I held up 2 fingers. So I'm asking you for 2 things. First, I don't want money for this pelt. Treat it as a deposit and get me an authorization slip. I want to buy 3 trucks the Provincial Materials Bureau has sitting in storage. Second, I want a long-term deal, not an empty promise. Something real, something that gives my brothers a goal worth putting their lives on the line for. The mood in the room eased at once. The wariness in Jean Wanfu's eyes dissolved, replaced by the kind of smile you give one of your own. If I'd asked him for power or lectured him with grand principles, it would have put him off. But what I'd said was so down to earth. Borrowed trucks aren't solid. I want to buy my own. What did that tell him? That I genuinely wanted to build something, to put down roots and start a real enterprise. Ha ha ha. Sharp. Jean Wanfu laughed, pointing at me. This is exactly what I like about you. This honest, no-nonsense streak. Not like those bureaucrats, mouths full of grand principles, bellies full of scheming. You just want trucks. He picked up that 20,000 yuan check and slapped it back into my hand. This 20,000 is what you've earned. Take it as starting capital. Then he pulled open a drawer, took out a requisition form headed with Provincial Materials Bureau, scrawled a line across it, and stamped it with his personal seal. Take this slip to the Materials Bureau and find Director Li. Tell him I authorized it. There are a few Dongfeng trucks in storage that were set aside for the Forestry Bureau. Have him spare you 3, at factory price. No waiting in line, no quota needed. Now this was a real gift. In an era when even buying a bicycle required a coupon, getting 3 trucks at cost price and flipping them could net tens of thousands. I took the slip with both hands, and the heavy stone finally lifted from my chest. With these 3 trucks, my Shanha transport fleet would have a real backbone. Thank you, Boss Jean. I'll remember this favor. I clasped my hands in genuine gratitude. Don't be so quick to thank me. Jean Wanfu waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. He walked to the window and pointed at the gray, hazy skyline to the north. Brother Zhao, I've given you trucks and money, but I, Jean Wanfu, never do business at a loss. I'm off to Moscow next week, and the market over there is terrifyingly huge. The Soviets are short on light industrial goods, short on canned food, short on furs, short on everything they can eat or wear. He turned around, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on me, and dangled the enormous bait. Over there, I can get a border trade special license. 3 months. He held up 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 months. 3 months from now, I'll come back with a Soviet procurement delegation. By then, if you can pull together a real fleet and pack me 5 full rail cars with all that top-grade mountain merchandise you promised, sable, ginseng, deer antler velvet, I'll sign the exclusive supply rights on that special license over to you. At that point, you, Zhao Shanha, will be the first individual businessman in the whole province to deal directly with the Soviets. This deal, you got the guts to take it. Boom. That pie in the sky was too big. So big that Urga, standing next to me, listened with his legs trembling, part fear, part excitement. Dealing directly with the Soviets, that was big money in rubles, a leap straight to the top. I took a deep drag on my cigarette. I knew this was Jean Wanfu's test for me, and the biggest opportunity of my second life. 3 months, 5 rail cars of top-grade mountain goods. It was damn near an impossible task. But I, Zhao Shanha, specialize in proving people wrong. I'll take it. I stubbed out my cigarette, a startling fighting spirit flaring in my eyes. Boss Jean, put your heart at ease and go to Moscow. 3 months from now, you just have the rail cars ready. If I'm short so much as a single pound of goods, I'll smash these 3 trucks and sell them for scrap to pay you back. Half an hour later, I walked out of the International Hotel with Urga. The snow was still coming down hard outside, but the two of us were sweating from the heat inside us. Urga clutched the bag against his chest for dear life. Inside was 20,000 yuan, a fortune, plus that priceless truck requisition slip. Bro, are we really going to do business with the Soviets? Urga was stammering. Those are the Ruskies. 5 rail cars. Where are we going to get that many goods? Even if we stripped the whole Greater Xinjiang range bald, it wouldn't be enough. I stopped and turned back to glance at that gleaming, golden building behind us. I knew the pressure had arrived, but I also knew the drive had arrived right along with it. What's there to be scared of? I clapped him on the shoulder, the corner of my mouth curling up in a confident grin. The Greater Xinjiang range is loaded with treasures. Before, we just couldn't get them out, and nobody dared to buy them. Now we've got money, we've got trucks, and we've got Boss Jin's slip to open doors. I swept my arm out, pointing toward the materials bureau. Let's go? First we get the trucks. Once we've got wheels, forget 5 rail cars. I'll fill 50 for him. From today on, we're racing against the clock. 3 months from now, I'll show the whole province how the Shanha fleet tears a hole clean through the sky. Out of the hotel, I took Urga straight to the Provincial Materials Bureau, gripping the requisition form Jean Wanfu had signed with his own hand. That slip might not have been an official red letterhead document, but on the Materials Bureau's turf, it worked better than an imperial decree. Who didn't know that Boss Jean Wanfu was the Foreign Trade Bureau's off-the-books god of wealth, bringing in several million US dollars in foreign exchange for the province every year? Even the director had to greet him politely as Mr. Jean. The Materials Bureau was in Harbin's Xiangfang district, the heart of the old industrial base. Tall smokestacks belching black smoke everywhere, trailer trucks running all over the streets, the air thick with the smell of burning coal. We found the auto repair and parts factory under the Materials Bureau. The manager's name was Li, a classic technical cadre type, wearing glasses thick as bottle bottoms, reeking of grease. He'd been chewing out an apprentice with a wrench in hand, his voice loud as a cracked gong. But when I handed over that slip signed with Jean Wanfu in those big flourishing characters, Manager Li pushed up his glasses, made out the personal seal, and his attitude changed instantly. Not fawning, but respectful. Oh ho, a slip authorized by Boss Jean himself. He wiped his hands and handed the slip back to me, admiration in his tone. The director called specially yesterday, said Boss Jean had an important purchase to run through us. Didn't expect it to be you. Well, if you're a friend of Boss Jin's, then you're an honored guest of our Materials Bureau. Come with me. He led us to the warehouse in the backyard. He shoved the big doors open, and there sat 3 brand-new Dongfeng trucks, painted deep military green, crouched quietly, long hoods, round headlights, like tigers lying in wait. Urga's eyes went straight. He rushed over and stroked the cold hood, practically drooling. Bro, these are brand new. The fuzz is still on the tires. I walked over and rapped on a door, listening to the solid ring of the thick steel, and nodded, satisfied. These trucks were tough, built to take a beating. But I didn't let Urga start one up yet. Instead, I turned to Manager Li. Manager Li, the foundation on these trucks is good, but to go into the Greater Xinjiang range, this setup isn't enough. Manager Li was taken aback. This is the Forestry District Special Edition. Still not enough. I pulled out a cigarette and handed it over, then pointed at the bumper. Where I'm going is deep mountains, running ice roads through no man's land. Does the factory have any scrapped railroad rails or thick channel steel? We've got some. What are you planning to do? I blew out a smoke ring, a fierce glint in my eyes. Take off the front bumper and weld me a triangular ramming prow out of railroad rail. Pointed at the front, wings on both sides, welded solid straight onto the frame. Manager Li sucked in a breath. Brother, are you planning to ram bears? A weld like that. Forget bears, You could punch a hole through a wall. I smiled a little and didn't explain. This wasn't about ramming bears. It was to guard against snakes in the grass, road bandits, and anything that stood in my way. Besides the bumper, 3 more places need changes. I held up 3 fingers, all practical stuff. First, the fuel tank. In the greater Xin'an range, it's 40 below zero at night. Diesel freezes solid as wax. Rig me a water circulation heater. Run a pipe of hot water from the radiator around the fuel tank so the engine doesn't die when parked and the fuel doesn't freeze. Second, the cargo bed. The side panels are too low right now, can't hold much. Weld me high sides out of angle iron, raise them by 1.5 meters, and put a tarp frame on top. Third, and most crucial, I pointed at the brand new tires. These are fine on flat roads, but on an icy slope they turn into ice skates. Swap me on the grippiest herringbone tread engineering tires and put double snow chains on all the rear wheels. And on top of the cab, rig me a row of big lamps, 4 of them, so at night the roads lit up like broad daylight. By the time I finished laying out this whole plan, the way Manager Lee looked at me had completely changed. This was an expert, no doubt about it, a man raised in the deep forests. Every one of these modifications was hard-won experience, paid for in blood. An expert. He gave me a thumbs up. But this is no small job. Just welding that ramming prow will eat up plenty of labor hours. We've got a lot of work on lately. Can't clear the schedule. I didn't wait for him to finish. I reached into my coat and pulled out a stack of big Unity 10 yuan notes, 30 of them, 300 yuan, and slapped it into his grease-covered hand. Manager Lee, I'm not asking the boys to work for free. This is 300 yuan for their trouble. Buy some meat, get some liquor. I've got just one requirement. Work through the night, and before dawn tomorrow, I want to see these 3 trucks ready to roll out. 300 yuan. The young apprentice standing nearby went green with envy. These days a month's wages were only a little over 30 yuan. This money was enough for the whole workshop to have a feast and still leave each man 8 or 10 yuan besides. Manager Lee didn't hesitate either. He stuffed the money into his pocket and swept his arm out. Done. If Boss Zhao's this generous, I can't drag my feet either. Everybody in the second workshop, drop what you're doing. We're pulling an all-nighter, a big joint battle. Get me the best welders. We're putting armor on these 3 trucks. The workshop sprang to life in an instant. I didn't idle either. I turned and gave Urga, still drooling over the new trucks, a kick. Quit staring. Stare all you want. It's still not your wife. I pulled out some change and shoved it at him, my tone serious. Get moving, find a post in telecom office, and put a long-distance call through to the commune. I didn't expect Boss Jean to move this fast. We got the trucks way too quick, and we're short-handed. Tell Dazhuang not to sit on the house. Get him to go find old Zhang and old Li from the forestry farm right away. Both of them are demobilized army truck drivers, solid skills. Have all 3 of them catch the overnight train to the provincial capital. If they can't get seats, by standing tickets. Tell them the trucks are ready and waiting, all brand new. If the trucks are done tomorrow and there's nobody to drive them, I'll hold him responsible. Only then did it hit Urga, right? 3 trucks, and just the 2 of us. How are we supposed to drive them all back? I'm on it. He grabbed the money, shoved the leather bag into my arms, and turned and bolted for the door. Don't worry, bro. Tell those 2 old vets they're coming to drive brand new trucks, and they'll crawl here if they have to. That whole night, welding sparks flew inside the auto shop, and the sizzle of the arc welders and the clang of sledgehammers rang out all night long. I didn't go back to the guest house. Still in that blue cotton jacket, I crouched in the workshop and worked alongside the men. I didn't give orders. I just handed out cigarettes and passed around water. At 2 in the deep of night, someone pounded on the big iron gate of the auto shop. Bro, we're here. The door opened, and a cold wind swept in with the snow. Dazhuang really was built. He charged in like a black bear, followed by 2 middle-aged men in old army cotton coats, their faces weathered by wind and frost. Bro, this is old Zhang and old Li. They both drove transport trucks in the army, and they're the finest hands in our commune. Dazhuang brushed the snow off himself, panting, got Urga's call, and hopped a train through the night to get here. We didn't hold things up, did we? Looking at these 3 travel-worn brothers, warmth flooded through me. This was what a real team was. One command, and they'd charge 1,000 miles. You didn't hold anything up. I tossed over a pack of cigarettes. Perfect timing, it's still fresh. Grab a bite, catch some shut-eye. Come daybreak, we roll out. By early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the oil-scented workshop, 3 completely transformed steel monsters sat quietly in the yard. The once elegant Dongfeng trucks now looked ferocious and menacing. On each front end was welded a thick ramming prow of railroad rail, like a massive battering ram. The cargo beds had been raised to double their height, like moving fortresses. Manager Lee, dark circles under his eyes, patted that ramming prow. Brother Zhao, the curb weight on these trucks now is almost up to a tank's. Only our big high-horsepower engines could ever haul it. I finished my last cigarette, dropped it and ground it out, and looked at these 3 battle wagons. Pure violent beauty made real. A flicker of satisfaction in my eyes. Now that's more like it. I waved my hand at the brothers and assigned the roles. I'll take Urga and drive the lead truck to scout the way. Old Zhang takes truck number 2. Dazhuang brings up the rear in number 3. Everybody, listen up. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Yes, sir. The men roared in unison, loud enough to set the workshop humming. I yanked open the door and swung myself up in one step. Let's go home. Vroom. 3 diesel engines roared to life at once, the wall of sound echoing over the Harbin dawn. This newly formed Shanha fleet, like 3 tigers just sprung from their cages, charged out the gate with the fury of something come to smash the whole world to pieces. Destination, the greater Xing'an Mountains. My family was waiting there for me to come home. Black Bear Gully. This was the throat, the only way in or out of the greater Xing'an range, and it was also a notorious death trap. Not because the road was dangerous, but because the people were. By now the sky had gone pitch black, and heavy snow was falling. A thick Korean pine log lay across the middle of the road, and a bonfire crackled beside it. 7 or 8 men in sheepskin coats, pickaxe handles, and hunting rifles in their hands, sat around the fire drinking and warming themselves. Nearby, a poor coal truck had been stopped. The driver was kneeling in the snow, snot and tears running down his face as he begged. Master Wong, I swear I'm broke. The whole fare for this run is only $20, and you're demanding 10. That leaves me working for nothing. The pockmarked man they called Master Wong kicked the driver over into a snowbank and spat. Broke? If you're broke, why the hell are you hauling freight? Black Bear Gully is a road my Wong family built. Generations of us wore this path down with our own feet. Even a lousy coal hauler like you has to pay. Hell, last month when the county supply bureau's little Jeep came through, even they had to leave me 2 cartons of cigarettes to pass. Enough talk. No money. Then pull off your spare tire to cover the debt. This was Black Bear Gully's Wong Gang. Backed by their numbers and their status as locals, they'd been running an illegal toll gate on this must-use road for years. It was so far from any authority that the county had come to investigate a few times, but the moment the cops showed up, these men vanished into the forest like rats down a hole. Impossible to catch. Once the police left, they came right back out to block the road. Over time, even county vehicles just held their noses and coughed up the toll to get through. Just as the driver, wailing to the heavens, was pulling off his spare tire, several powerful beams of light suddenly stabbed out from around the bend in the mountain road. The light was blinding. It cut straight through the blizzard, lighting up the pine forest by the road as bright as day. Then came a low, deep rumble. It wasn't the rasping roar of an ordinary liberation truck. It was a deep, powerful growl, so strong the snow on the ground trembled. Master Wong squinted into the distance and immediately grinned. Well, a big score coming in. Look at those headlights. Listen to that racket. That's got to be a whole convoy. Tonight's booze and meat is taken care of. He jammed his liquor bottle into the snow, hoisted up his double-barreled shotgun, and shouted at his crew, Boys, get to work. Sharp now, it's a convoy. In a flash, the 7 or 8 men scattered. Some dragged the pine log to block the road more completely. Others took up pickaxe handles and stood in the middle of the road, striking a "this road belongs to me" pose. Master Wong shouldered his shotgun, arrogance written all over his face. Closer, closer still. 3 dark green monsters, for huge lights on each roof so bright they hurt the eyes. By the old routine, this was when the trucks should slow, brake, and the drivers should climb down meekly, offering cigarettes and grinning apologies. Master Wong raised one hand, making that commanding gesture he'd rehearsed in his head 1,000 times. "Stop. Kill your engines. Get out here." But the next second, the smug look froze on his face. The trucks didn't slow. Not only did they not slow, an even more furious roar came from them. The Anguin's growl spiked, like beasts gone mad. By the glow off the snow, Master Wong finally saw the lead monster clearly. Welded to the front of the truck was a black, blade-sharp ram made from a railroad rail. The four lights on its roof were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper, locked dead on him. In that instant, there was no fat sheep to slaughter. This was the king of hell come to collect souls. "Oh shit. He's not braking. He's gonna kill us. Run." The road bandits who'd been plotting robbery a moment ago were now scared out of their wits. The terror of dozens of tons of steel bearing down on you left only one instinct: survival. Pickaxe handles, shotguns, they threw everything to the ground and, like frightened rats, screamed for their mamas as they scrambled and tumbled into the deep snowbanks on either side of the road. Master Wong's legs went weak. He let out a strange yelp and pitched face first into a snowdrift, crawling out on all fours, his crotch instantly soaked. He'd literally pissed himself in fear. The instant he tumbled into the ditch. Crash! The river of steel arrived. Not a moment's hesitation, not a shred of mercy. That thick Korean pine log, against the railroad rail ram, was as fragile as a chopstick. Bang! A deafening crack, splinters exploding everywhere. The massive impact drove the broken wood forward, flattening the wooden lean-to and the bonfire by the road. Wheels churned, kicking up a storm of snow. The three modified steel beasts didn't so much as tap a horn. They roared past with a domineering force that crushed everything in its path. Only after that icy blast of wind had swept over him did Master Wong, face full of snow, forehead gashed open by a wood splinter, crawl trembling out of the ditch. He looked at his toll gate, scattered to pieces, then at his own soaking wet crotch, and a humiliation like nothing he'd ever felt shot straight to the top of his skull. "You son of a bitch." Master Wong, beside himself, snatched up his double-barreled shotgun and fired twice at the truck's rear end. Bang! Bang! Tongues of flame spat out, iron pellets shrieking as they struck the last truck's cargo bed. A few crisp clangs rang out, but that was all they were, just noise. That reinforced angle iron bed didn't even show a scratch. Inside the cab, there was only the steady, powerful rumble of the diesel engine. I gripped the wheel with one hand, a cigarette in my mouth, my expression cold as iron. I heard the iron pellets rattle against the steel plating behind me, but I didn't even turn my head, just glanced casually at the rearview mirror. In it, that furious little black that was hopping around in the blizzard. A cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I flicked my cigarette ash, pressed down hard, and floored the gas. Vroom! The thick exhaust pipe suddenly belched out a column of black smoke, instantly leaving the curses behind and out of earshot. The steel convoy pulled away in grand style, its red taillights vanishing into the swirling snow. Ahead, the darkness was torn open. Kaohsiung Village. We'd arrived. The afternoon sun was just right. Sure, it was still ice and snow everywhere, but there was no wind now, and the sun felt warm on your skin. At this moment, I was still bouncing along the road from Black Bear Gully to Kaohsiung Village. But back in the village, my 3 trucks had already caused an uproar. All of this I heard later, bit by bit, from the folks who each told their piece. The south wall of the brigade headquarters was still the busiest news center in the whole village. A dozen or so men, young and old, in sheepskin coats, hands tucked into their sleeves, squatted in a row, soaking up the sun and shooting the breeze. "Hey, Erlangzi, Shauna's been gone 2 days now, right? How come there's still no word?" Lou Erlangzi, a blade of dry grass in his mouth, let his eyes drift toward the village entrance. 2 days is nothing. You think going to the provincial capital is some ordinary trip? That's a long haul. I heard Ergatzi say before they left, Brother Shauna is going to meet the big bosses this time to get a real highway built for our village. This is a huge deal. It's about whether we get to eat meat every day from now on. An old man beside him knocked his pipe against his shoe sole and sighed. Yeah, ever since Shanha led us to fight the wolves and gather the mountain goods, my heart's been unsettled, like weeds growing in it. Without him leading us, I honestly don't know how we'd get by. Relax. Wang Eru tightened his padded coat, his face full of certainty. You know what kind of man Shanha is? He's a mountain god who can take on a bear one-on-one and let us to wipe out a wolf pack. Once he's gone off to do something, there's no way he comes back empty-handed. We just wait and… He didn't finish. The brick under Wang Eru's backside seemed to shift. What's that? Why does it feel like the ground's shaking? I feel it too. My feet are all tingly. Luer Lingzi spat out his grass stalk and straightened up. The vibration grew stronger and stronger, more and more rapid, as if a herd of stampeding cattle were charging beneath the earth. Several local dogs that had been sleeping against the wall suddenly leapt up, tails tucked, barking wildly toward the village entrance while backing away. The enamel tea mugs on the brigade headquarters windowsill rattled, their lids jumping. Oh, mama. Is it an earthquake? Quick, get away from the wall. The mountain might be coming down. The loafers squatting by the wall jumped in fright, thinking it was an earthquake, and all scrambled up and ran to the middle of the road. Before they'd even found their footing, at the far end of that dirt road at the village entrance, around the bend, boom, a column of black smoke shot into the sky, announcing the arrival of an overlord like a signal flare. Then, 3 dark green steel beasts, each as big as a small hill, came roaring into everyone's view with a suffocating, oppressive force. These were no ordinary liberation trucks. Their bodies stood a full head taller than the usual ones, and welded to the front of each cab was that triangular ram made from a railroad rail, its sharp point glinting with a cold, black light in the sunshine, radiating a ferocious "die if you block me" menace. The huge construction tires crushed over the frozen solid dirt road with a teeth-grinding creak. That was where the shaking ground had come from. Good heavens! Luer Lingzi's mouth fell open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. This is a truck? Why does it look like a tank? To these villagers who'd never once left the mountains in their whole lives, the shock these 3 modified Dongfeng trucks brought was nothing short of a nuclear bomb. Hiss! An ear-splitting release of air brakes, and the 3 trucks lined up in a long row, stopping with pinpoint precision on the open ground in front of the brigade headquarters, no more than a dozen yards from the crowd. A rolling wave of heat and diesel fumes washed over everyone. The whole scene went dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the 3 giants, forgetting even to breathe. Clang! The passenger door of the lead truck was shoved open, and Ergotzi hopped down. This kid was really strutting today. In the dead of winter, he'd somehow gotten hold of a pair of aviator sunglasses perched on his nose, covering half his face, and clamped tightly under his arm was that bulging black leather bag. He first took off the sunglasses, wiped them with the corner of his shirt with fake nonchalance, then waved at the stunned villagers and hollered so loud he was afraid someone might miss it. Hey, 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 everybody step back a little. Uncle Eru, get your hand off there. Don't touch it. This is a brand new truck, just picked up from the provincial capital. That paint job is precious. Just then, I pushed open the driver's door and stepped down. I didn't do any of that showboating, didn't put on airs, just hopped down smoothly, my boots crunching in the snow. But the moment I stood in front of those 3 steel beasts, my presence alone gave the whole crowd something to anchor to. Shana, old party secretary Lu Deneatu heard the commotion and came running out of the brigade headquarters, coat thrown over his shoulders, in such a hurry he'd run right out of one of his shoes. He looked at the 3 mountain-sized trucks, then at me, so moved his beard was trembling, and it took him a while to finally choke out. Shanha, what is all this? I walked over, bent down to pick up his dropped padded shoe, and set it back by his foot with a smile. Uncle, put your shoe on first, the ground's cold. Looking at his shocked, bewildered eyes, I patted the scalding hot hood of the truck, my tone calm. Uncle, this is our rice bowl. This trip to the provincial capital, I got the road cleared. The higher-ups have given us a task. We're going to do work for the country, exporting to the Soviet Union to earn foreign currency. Work for the country? The moment the old secretary and the villagers around him heard this, their expressions changed on the spot. That's right. I nodded, and instead of rushing inside, I hopped down off the truck. Not minding the dirty ground, I squatted right down next to Wang Eru, who'd been chatting there earlier. I pulled an unopened pack of Dachinmin cigarettes from my pocket, tore it open, and offered one over. Uncle Eru, quit gawking. Have a smoke? Wang Eru was flattered. His hand trembled inside his sleeve before he quickly stuck it out to take the cigarette, his face crinkling into a smile. I couldn't possibly, did Qianmin, no less. I lit one for myself too, and just like an everyday chat squatting by the wall, I spoke to the several dozen people crowding around. Folks, you've all seen the trucks. They're good machines. But these trucks weren't brought back just to sit there and look pretty. I blew a smoke ring and pointed at the empty cargo beds behind me. These are for work. In the provincial capital, I pledged on my honor 3 months to ship 5 railcars of goods to the Soviet Union. This job's too heavy. Counting on just me and Ergotzi and a few others, we could work ourselves to death and still not finish. At this point, I looked up, sweeping my eyes over the crowd. So I need to ask for your help. And I won't waste words. I need people right now, the kind who'll put in real effort, won't cut corners, and will even risk their lives against wild animals. I'm hiring 20 loaders and 10 escorts to ride along with the shipments. As for the pay, I held up one hand, my tone as flat as if I were discussing something ordinary. $50 a month, 3 meals a day, with meat and oil. And at year's end, based on work points, half a pig's worth of pork on top. Boom. If seeing the trucks a moment ago had been a shock to the eyes, this $50 was a nuclear blast to the ears. The scene went quiet for 1 second, then erupted. How much? 50. The cigarette dropped from Wang Eru's hand in shock. He picked it up, blew off the dirt, and his eyes bulged round. Shanha, don't you be pulling your uncle's leg. County workers only make 30-something a month, and you're offering 50. Uncle, when have I ever gone back on my word? I smiled and patted the black leather bag full of cash in Ergotzi's arms. It made a solid slapping sound. Cash, paid monthly. Anyone who thinks I can't afford it can walk away right now. At that, who was willing to leave? Everyone's eyes changed in an instant, like starving wolves spotting meat. Shanha, I'll do it. I've got the strength. Don't shove. Sign me up too. I used to haul logs at the timber camp. The scene was on the verge of chaos. I stood up, didn't shout, didn't yell, just waved a hand. Everybody calm down. We do this by the rules. Ergotzi, take that anti-skid iron chain off the truck and toss it on the ground. This job's exhausting, and you can't do it without real strength. And we're not doing any of that fancy interview nonsense either. I pointed at the coil of iron chain on the ground, easily over 100 pounds. Whoever wants to be a loader, hoist this chain up and carry it 3 times around the truck. If your face doesn't go red and you're not out of breath, go register with 3rd Master Lu. You start work tomorrow. As for the escorts, I looked at the few discharged veterans in the crowd. You've got to know how to shoot, and you've got to have guts. Those I'll pick myself. This hands-on test was down to earth, and it suited these countrymen perfectly. It was fair, and it was clear as day. I'll go first. A burly man stripped to the waist charged forward with a roar, grabbing the chain and slinging it over his shoulder. In the brigade headquarters yard, work chants and cheers rose in a wave, the whole place buzzing with energy. While all this excitement was going on, I was busy hiring. But at the west end of the village, another little drama was quietly getting underway. The Lin family's house was cold as an ice house. On the tables sat a bowl of watery, meatless stewed cabbage and a few black flour buns so hard they could brain a man. Lin DePeo sat cross-legged on the kong, puffing sullenly on his pipe, his old face black as the bottom of a pot. I won't eat it. You call this food? A pig wouldn't touch it. At the far end of the kong, Lin Chong, wrapped in a quilt, hurled the half bun in his hand hard onto the floor. Dad, you've still got the nerve to smoke? The matchmaker laid it all out just now. The girl says no sewing machine, no marriage. She said our family even offended our own brother-in-law, so we can't be any good, and told me never to darken her door again. At the mention of this, Lin DePeo's hand trembled, and the burn made him flinch. Lin Chong's marriage prospect was a real beauty from the neighboring village. He'd counted on grabbing that sewing machine from my place to make himself look good, but not only did he fail to grab it, he'd nearly gotten hacked apart by my knife. Once word got out, the Lin family's face had been torn off, thrown on the ground, and stomped on. What are you bawling about? Lin DePeo knocked his pipe bowl hard against the edge of the kong. Isn't it because you're a useless piece of trash with no ability? If you had any prospects, would people be dumping on us like this? I've got no ability. Lin Chong's neck stiffened. Haven't you seen how vicious that Zhao Shanhe is now? He's got guns and trucks. You're the one who said to marry my sister off to him for the bride price. Now that he's struck it rich, he won't even give us a sip of soup. How's that my fault? Father and son went back and forth, each blaming the other, quarreling nonstop. Mrs. Liu, who had been huddled by the stove tending the fire, cautiously carried over a bowl of pickled vegetables and quietly pleaded, "Stop fighting. The outsiders will hear and laugh at us. Just eat. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat." Linda Peo kicked the bowl out of her hands, scattering the pickles all over the floor. "Just looking at you makes me sick. Popping out a white-eyed wolf of a daughter like Lin Xiao. It's all because you spoiled her. Get out of my sight." Mrs. Liu didn't dare make a sound. She silently crouched down to pick up the pickles, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Chong looked at the mess on the floor, growing angrier the more he thought about it, and flung off his quilt and got down off the Kong. "I'm not eating. Just looking at this fills me up. I'm going out for some air." He threw on that ragged coat with the cotton stuffing poking out and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The dirt road through the village was bitterly cold. Lin Chong hunched his shoulders, hands tucked in, and wandered along, his belly full of anger and full of the sour acid of hunger. Right as he was stewing, he noticed something was off. Normally on a bitter cold day like this, the villagers stayed holed up inside for the winter and didn't come out. But today the street was unusually crowded, everyone flushed with excitement, walking briskly, chattering cheerfully about something, all headed toward the brigade headquarters at the east end. "Hey, isn't that Suzy?" Sharp-eyed Lin Chong spotted a loafer up ahead, a guy usually just as idle as himself, now dressed all spiffy and hurrying east. Suzy, where you off to? Running so fast. You rushing to your own funeral?" Suzy stopped, turned, and seeing it was Lin Chong, his face took on a strange, slightly mocking expression. "Oh, if it isn't Brother Chong. What's this, still wandering the streets? You didn't go sign up?" "Sign up for what?" Lin Chong was baffled. "Playing dumb. Keep it up." Suzy curled his lip. "The whole village knows. Your big shot brother-in-law Zhao Shanhe is back. Not only did he bring back 3 big trucks, he's hiring." "Hiring?" Lin Chong's head buzzed. "You bet." Suzy held up one hand and waved it in front of his face. Envy, jealousy, and resentment all over his expression. "Boss Zhao says he's hiring 20 loaders and 10 escorts, $50 a month. Room and board included, plus pork at year's end. $50. Lin Chong felt like someone had smashed him on the crown of the head with a sledgehammer. A whole year of work in the production team came out to only a few dozen bucks in work points. And this was 50 a month? You telling the truth? Lin Chong's voice cracked. Would I lie? They announced it on the loudspeaker. Watching his dumbstruck face, Suzy deliberately leaned in and smirked. Say, Brother Chong, you're Zhao Shana's own brother-in-law. A golden opportunity like this. I can't believe he didn't tip you off ahead of time. What? You scared we'd cash in, so you're standing here playing dumb on purpose. Fine, fine, I won't waste time with you. Show up late, and the spots will be gone. You know Ergotzi's a foreman now? Strutting around like a big shot. With that, Suzy took off at a sprint, leaving Lin Chong standing alone in the freezing wind like an idiot. A gust of wind blew, and he shivered all over. $50, big trucks. Even a dimwit like Ergotzi has become a foreman. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Why? Why should Ergotzi get to feast and live large, while he, the actual brother-in-law, couldn't even land a wife and had to drink cold water at home? That was $50. Work 1 month and forget the sewing machine. He'd have the whole bride price. Lin Chong's face grew darker and darker until it twisted into a kind of greed. He stamped his foot hard, turned, and ran home. Bang! The Lin family's rickety door was thrown open again. Dad, Dad, something huge is happening. Lin Chong gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, and grabbed Lin DePeo's arm. Zhao Shana's back. That bastard really has struck it rich. He's hiring $50 a month. $50? What? The pipe bowl clattered from Lin DePeo's hand onto the Kong, his triangular eyes going wide. $50? Working for who? For him. That's right. The whole village went. Even that no-good Suzy went. Lin Chong slapped his thigh in his eagerness, spit flying. Dad, think about it. I'm his brother-in-law. If I don't get this job, who will? That money should have been ours in the first place. If I could go be a foreman, 60 a month wouldn't even be too much. By then, what wouldn't our family have? Hearing this, Lin DePeo's breathing quickened, and greed briefly made him forget his fear. But soon he deflated and plopped down on the Kong. What's the use of going? Did you forget he pointed a knife at us last time? Would he even want you? Then what do? Just watch this fat piece of meat get snatched away by someone else. Lin Chong paced in circles, frantic. Lin DePeo narrowed his eyes, his murky pupils rolling around in their sockets a few times. He looked toward my compound outside the window, then at Mrs. Liu, cowering in the corner and not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, a sinister, cunning smile spread across his wrinkled, old face. Force won't work. We'll have to be clever about it. He picked up his pipe and pointed out the window. I just heard the commotion. Zhao Shan has taken his people to the brigade headquarters to keep busy. There's definitely nobody home. No, there's one person who's definitely there. Who? Your sister, Lin Xiao. Lin DePeo sneered. That living king of hell Zhao Shan, huh? We can't afford to provoke. But a soft persimmon like Lin Xiao. Can't we still squeeze her? She's been afraid of me since she was little. One glare from me, and she'd dare to say no? Right. Lin Chong slapped his forehead, suddenly getting it. As long as we get Lin Xiao under control, have her whisper in his ear at night, or first pull some cash out of the house for us to spend. No matter how fierce Zhao Shanhao is, what can he do to his own father-in-law and mother-in-law? The two of them exchanged a glance, each seeing the familiar greed in the other's eyes. Lin DePeo stood up, straightened his greasy padded coat, and recovered his air of household patriarch. Come on, while Zhao Shan is away, let's go pay your sister a visit. Then he turned and barked at Mrs. Liu in the corner. You old hag. Quit playing dead. Put on your shoes and come with us. Mrs. Liu shuddered in fright. I won't go. Shanha said we're not to go. Bullshit. I'm his father-in-law. Going to my own daughter's house is only natural. Lin DePeo walked over, yanked her up, and threatened viciously. When we get there, you'd better cry for me. Say the family's got nothing to eat. Say Chong can't find a wife, and you're going to hang yourself. Lin Xiao's soft-hearted. She can't stand to hear you cry. And if you dare screw this up for me, I'll break your legs when we get back. Mrs. Liu trembled, but under a lifetime of her husband's tyranny, she didn't dare resist. She could only wipe away a tear, lower her head, and follow the father and son out the door like a prisoner. Destination, my compound. All this rotten business, I only pieced together later. But at the time, how could they have known I hadn't left at all? Let me put it this way. When I first got into the village, I parked the trucks at the brigade headquarters and got them settled, handed the hiring over to Ergotzi and Third Master Liu, and then slipped back home to be with Lin Xiao. I knew perfectly well that now that I'd struck it rich, those two Lin men would never sit still. Sure enough, I was right. My compound was quiet just then. The two brand new gates painted red were shut tight, the door god pictures pasted up neat and straight. In the yard, a few strips of freshly cured pickled pork hung on the clothesline, along with two clean red fox pelts, dazzlingly red in the winter sun. The kitchen chimney puffed gray smoke, and the smell of stewing meat drifted through the air. I sat on the Kong in the main room, holding my tea mug, watching the area outside the wall coldly through a crack in the glass. At my feet lay two fierce, unleashed hounds, one jet black all over with cold, sinister eyes, called Black Dragon, the other with gray-green fur, even bigger, the size of a small calf, called Blue Dragon. Before long, there was movement outside the wall. Slurp. That was Lin Chong sucking in a hard breath of the meat-scented cold air, a sound audible even through the wall. Then came low, hushed talking. Dad, you hear that? They're stewing meat. It's got to be big chunks of pork belly. And those pelts, red foxes. Just one of them would sell for at least $80 on the black market. Keep your voice down. A slap. That's our family stuff. In a bit, it'll all be ours. Go on, climb over the wall, and open the gate. I don't believe Lin Xiao would dare stop us from taking our own things. Climb the wall. Dad, I heard Zhao Shanha keeps two vicious dogs. Scared of what? It's broad daylight. The dogs are sleeping in their kennels. Besides, you're Lin Xiao's own brother. The dogs wouldn't bite family, would they? Hurry up, quit dawdling. If Zhao Shanha comes back, it'll be a problem. Holding my tea mug, the corners of my mouth twitched up. Sleeping? My two treasures had their ears pricked up at this very moment. Before long, a shape like a monkey appeared atop the wall, huffing and puffing as it clambered up. It was Lin Chong. Husband. Lin Xiao sat beside me, her needlework paused, her face full of worry. That's Chong. Are you really going to loose the dogs? When he climbed over that wall, did he ever stop to think this is your home? I stroked Blue Dragon's big head, my tone flat, but carrying a killing edge. Once you've become a thief, you'd better be prepared to get bitten by dogs. I gave the dog's head a light pat and pointed out the window. Go. Don't kill him. Leave him breathing. Blue Dragon and Black Dragon instantly pricked their ears, a savage light flashing in their deep green eyes. They didn't bark. Like two bolts of lightning, they shot silently out the door. At that moment, Lin Chong, up on the wall, was getting ready to jump down. Heh, I'm going to strike it rich this time. He fixed his eyes on a snow pile and leapt. He was still midair when a black shadow, without any warning, sprang out from behind the woodpile. It was Black Dragon, so fast that Lin Chong had no time to react at all. Woof! A roar like a thunderclap exploded right by his ear. Holy! Lin Chong was scared out of his soul, flailing his arms and legs in midair, but there was no way to dodge. Black Dragon leapt high, and that fanged, blood-red maw clamped precisely onto the thickest part of his padded pants at the crotch. It didn't bite flesh, but that tremendous force yanked Lin Chong completely off balance. R.I.P. A crisp sound of tearing cloth. Lin Chong's ragged padded pants split from the crotch all the way to the waistband. The whole pair instantly reduced to two strips of torn rag. Thud! He slammed hard into the snow, backside to the sky. Those two ass cheeks, frozen bright red, were instantly exposed to the -30-degree wind. Ah, my ass. My! Lin Chong shrieked pitifully, both hands clamped desperately over his front, rolling wildly in the snow. He was scared witless, truly scared, and a stream of hot piss shot out uncontrollably, soaking his ruined pants. After that one bite, Black Dragon didn't tear again. Instead, it crouched beside him, baring its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its throat, eyes locked dead on him. The instant he dared to move, the next bite would go for his throat. Chong, what's wrong? Outside the wall, Lin DePeo heard something was off and stamped his feet in a panic. Dad, help! There's a dog. Murder! Lin Chong rolled and howled, sounding worse than a pig being slaughtered. Hearing his son cry for help, Lin DePeo couldn't worry about anything else. Stepping on Mrs. Liu's head, he clambered up onto the wall. You useless piece of trash. Don't be scared, Dad's here. Throw a brick at it. He'd just straddled the wall, not yet able to see the situation in the yard clearly, when, roar, a growl even lower and more terrifying than before came at him. Lin DePeo looked up and nearly went into cardiac arrest. There, standing in the center of the yard, was a gray-green giant hound even bigger than Black Dragon, Blue Dragon. Its eyes were fixed coldly on him, like a tiger come down from the mountain, its presence enough to crush the breath out of a man. Before he could react, Blue Dragon moved. 2 running steps, and its massive body leapt effortlessly over 6 feet high, sinking a savage bite into the leg Lin DePeo still had planted outside the wall. This bite was the real thing, straight through the padded pants. The sharp fang sank right into his calf muscle. Arg! Lin DePeo let out a scream even more pitiful than his son's. The excruciating pain made his grip slip, and he tumbled off the wall, falling inward into the yard this time. Thud! A textbook faceplant, his big face smacking down against the frozen dirt, blood instantly gushing from his nose. Don't bite me. He'd barely lifted his head when he saw 2 pairs of glowing green eyes staring at him, one on each side. Blue Dragon and Black Dragon, front and back, had cornered the father and son against the wall. Creak! Draped in my officer's wool coat, tea mug in hand, I strolled unhurriedly out of the house. Looking at the 2 of them shivering, one bare-assed, the other with a face full of blood, the corners of my mouth curled into a mocking smile. Oh my, if it isn't my father-in-law and my brother-in-law. I blew the floating leaves off the surface of my tea, feigning surprise. Bitter cold day like this, and you don't come through the front door, decided to take up wall climbing and rooftop hopping instead? What? Is there gold up on my wall? Lin Chong, clutching his frozen stiff crotch, raised his head trembling, weeping snot and tears. Sis, brother-in-law, call off the dog quick. I'm freezing to death. I ignored him and turned to shout out the gate. Urgatsi, is everyone here? They're here, brother. Urgatsi's excited voice came from outside. The whole village, young and old, has come. Everyone's waiting to see the burglar. Good. I set down my tea mug, walked over, and pulled back the bolt on the gate. Clatter. The two gates swung wide. Outside was a dense black mass of people. Women's director Wang Xiaolan, sister Ging of the loudspeaker, the fiery fat Annie, and several hundred villagers there for the show, all of them craning their necks and staring wide-eyed into the yard. Truth is, I'd arranged all of this in advance. As soon as the hiring wrapped up, I'd had Urgatsi quietly spread the word that a burglar had broken into my place and asked the folks to come judge for themselves. What I wanted was exactly this, a yard packed with people. When everyone got a clear look at the scene in the yard, Lin DePeo lying flat on the ground playing dead like a whipped cur, Lin Chong sticking his bare, bright red ass in the air, yellow icicles of piss dangling from the front of his crotch. The whole crowd went dead silent for 1 second. Then, oh mama, an earth-shattering scream and burst of laughter nearly blew the roof off my house. I pointed at the two men on the ground, my voice booming. Everybody, take a good look. This is the Lin father and son. In broad daylight, they climbed over the wall and broke in, not only to steal, but relieving themselves right where they stood. It's only because my dogs know better than to go for the kill. Since you've all come, then judge for yourselves. What should be done about this? At my shout, the once dead silent crowd instantly erupted. Several hundred pairs of eyes, like several hundred bone-scraping knives, bore down hard on the Lin father and son. The first to react was women's director Wang Xiaolan, standing right up front. She stared at Lin Chong on the ground, froze for a moment. Then her face flushed a liver purple at a visible speed. It was too filthy, too disgusting. Lin Chong lay sprawled in the snow, the two rag strips of his padded pants hanging around his ankles, those two ass cheeks, frozen a bruised purple, trembling violently in the cold wind. Worst of all was the puddle of yellow piss ice underneath him, frozen solid between his legs, giving off a nauseating stench. Oh, mama. Wang Xiaolan suddenly clapped her hands over her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers were spread wide, and her scream pierced the sky. It's a pervert. Everybody look, this Lin family boy has gone mad, Bear asked, crawling up to a widow's door. That one shout instantly branded the whole affair. What had been breaking and entering suddenly became a sex crime 100 times more serious. I'm not. Lin Chong tried to explain, trembling, but with that pose, that piss-iced crotch, he couldn't have explained himself even if his whole body were covered in mouths. Not what? The fat auntie beside him was a hot-tempered sort. She happened to be holding a bundle of green onions she'd just bought, frozen stiff as clubs. She strode forward and jabbed a finger at Lin Chong's nose. Your pants are off, your front's like that, and you still say you're not? Your brother-in-law's away, so you climb over the wall? What were you planning? To violate your own sister, or every woman in this village? I got bit by the dog. Lin Chong wept, protesting his innocence. Bullshit. I stood on the steps and coldly drove in the knife. My dogs are hunting hounds, the most in tune with human nature. If you didn't have those filthy thoughts, why would the dog bite you right at the crotch? Why would it strip you this clean? Boom. Those words completely ignited the fury of every woman present. In that era, a morality problem was a matter of the gravest kind, the sort that could break a person's spine. Beat that shameless bastard, someone in the crowd shouted. No one knew who. The fat auntie had long been unable to hold back. She swung that bundle of frozen green onions in a full arc and brought it down right on Lin Chong's bare ass. Smack. The frozen onions were harder than a wooden club, striking his frozen skin with a crack so sharp it set your teeth on edge. Arg! Lin Chong shrieked in agony. His ass was already frozen crisp, and that one onion blow instantly raised a purple-red welt. The pain drilled straight to his core. Don't hit me. Not the ass. It's gonna split. Screaming, he rolled in the snow like a giant maggot, but he couldn't get up. That frozen crotch was like a shackle, nailing him to the ground, so all he could do was stick his ass up and take the beating. Hit him. Hit him hard. Sister Guiying grabbed a broom head, and second sister's mom pulled off a hand-stitched shoe. A hailstorm of blows rained down thick on Lin Chong's ass and thighs. Smack, smack, smack. Every crisp crack came with a wail. In no time, that ass had swelled up like a steamed bun rising in the pan, too awful to look at. Just then, Lin DePeo, who had been lying nearby playing dead, quietly raised his head, hoping to crawl away in the chaos. His calf, punctured through by Blue Dragon, was still bleeding, dragging a glaring red trail across the snow. Where do you think you're going? I was sharp-eyed. I pointed with my tea mug. There's an old one here, too. Father brings his son to climb the wall. The son drops his pants. The father stands lookout. What do you call that? That's what happens when the beam above is crooked so the one below is bent too. A whole nest of degenerates. I came to visit relatives. Lin DePeo started to make excuses. Visiting relatives over the wall. Visiting relatives empty-handed. I sneered, my gaze like a blade. The way I see it, you saw I wasn't home and came to bully a defenseless woman and child, didn't you? That one line enraged even the men who'd only come to watch the show. Bullying the defenseless was the most despicable, lowest thing you could do in a village. You old bastard. Have you no shame at all? Urgatzi charged forward and kicked Lin DePeo square on his wounded leg. Ow! Lin DePeo screamed and pitched over into another faceplant. Now it was perfect. The women beat Lin Chong, and the men surrounded Lin DePeo. Gobs of spit, snowballs, even shoe soles pulled off feet came down on his head and face. I don't want to live anymore. Lin DePeo clutched his head, ass sticking up, surrounded by the whole village and beaten like a dead dog. Every last shred of face he'd ever had in his life was gone today, utterly and completely. The gateway of my compound had become a boiling pot of chaos. Wails, curses, dogs barking, all of it composing the most ironic symphony imaginable. I stood high on the steps, looking down on the scene. I didn't lift a hand, didn't even set down my tea. I just watched it all coldly, not a shred of pity in my eyes. Husband, behind me, Lin Xiu watched the scene, the handkerchief in her hands nearly wrung to shreds, her voice trembling. After all, that's my dad and my brother. Beating them like this, won't someone end up dead? No one's going to die. I took a sip of hot tea, my tone as flat as if I were discussing the weather. It's the pain that'll make them learn their lesson. I turned my head to look at her. Sure, you take a good look. Before, they bullied you because you were soft, because you were afraid of losing face. Today, I'm going to strip off their skin and hang it on the flagpole to dry. Only by making them the rats everyone chases down the street will they never dare come suck your blood again. Lin Xiu looked at the side of my face, then down at the father and son below, beaten till they were crying for their parents, exposed in all their ugliness. She bit her lip, and that trace of reluctance in her eyes was, at last, slowly replaced by a sense of vindication she had never felt before. That's enough. Seeing they'd been beaten plenty, Wang Xiulan finally stepped forward, putting on all the authority of the village women's director. Stop hitting them. But we can't just let these degenerates off with a beating. She pointed at the father and son lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, and swept her hand through the air. Haul them up and drag them to the brigade headquarters. We'll denounce them publicly, in front of the whole village, and make them confess their crimes. Right? Take them to the brigade headquarters. Parade them through the streets. A few strapping young men rushed forward and hauled Lin Chong and Lin DePeo up like they were dragging dead pigs. The moment they lifted Lin Chong, his frozen crotch let out a sharp, crisp crack. Ah, another agonized scream. But he was in no position to fight back. And just like that, a grand parade of public shaming began. Lin Chong went first, bare-bottomed, with a lump of yellow ice stuck between his legs, every step pure torture. Behind him came Lin DePeo, limping badly, his face covered in spit. And behind them, I followed at a leisurely pace, my overcoat draped over my shoulders, holding Lin Xiu's hand. It was like watching a big drama I directed myself. In the bone-cracking cold of 30 below zero, the main street of Kaoshan village was staging the strangest spectacle since the village was founded. Two big, broad-shouldered women had a death grip on Lin Chong's arms, one on each side, dragging him forward like a condemned prisoner headed for execution. The plump Annie followed behind, landing a kick every few steps. Move. Get moving. Lin Chong howled like a pig at slaughter, but he simply couldn't walk. That puddle of piss he'd wet himself with in terror had frozen solid long ago, and now it was like he had a spiked slab of yellow iron wedged between his legs, stuck fast to his skin. Every step they dragged him, that lump of ice ground hard against his inner thighs and his most vital parts. Crack, crack. That was the sound of ice shards shattering and the sound of skin being torn. This wasn't the dull ache of taking a punch. It was like countless tiny ice blades, slicing his flesh one cut at a time. Watching from behind, I understood perfectly. This was a living, breathing death by 1,000 cuts. Oh God, it's gonna snap off. Lin Chong wept, his face covered in ice, desperately trying to spread his legs apart to reduce the friction. But to everyone watching, his bare-assed, dragged-along posture was too grotesque for words. Those two cheeks, frozen bright red, bounced along in the snow, and the icy wind lashed at them like a whip, quickly turning them a bruised purple. The crowd of onlookers along both sides of the road grew thicker and thicker. Everyone from 80-year-old geezers to 3-year-old toddlers came running out to gawk at the freak show. Isn't that the Lin family's boy, Chong? I heard he climbed over the wall to steal from Zhao Shana's place and tried to force himself on someone. Then a dog bit his pants clean off, and even his piss froze solid. Serves him right. Look at that pathetic sight. He's still got ice stuck down there. A few mischievous kids packed snowballs and aimed them right at his bare butt. Splat! The snowball burst, and Lin Chong flinched all over, but he couldn't even dodge. Shame washed over him like a tide, and he buried his head deep in his chest, wishing he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. For the rest of his life, he'd never be able to show his face in Kaoshan village again. Not far behind him, Lin DePeo wasn't faring much better. That leg the dog had bitten through bled with every step he took, and the spit flying at him from the crowd stung worse than any beating. You shameless old man, dragging your son into something this rotten. You've disgraced your ancestors. Lin DePeo covered his old face, trying to hide from their eyes, but RGA rushed up and yanked his hands away. If you had the guts to do it, you'd better have the guts to own it. Let everybody get a good look at that old mug of yours. Tears finally rolled down from the old man's cloudy eyes. Not tears of regret for stealing, but regret for ever crossing a bringer of doom like me. At the very back of the procession, I walked slowly, both hands in the pockets of my wool overcoat, each step planted firmly and deliberately, like an invisible overseer bearing down so hard that the father and son up front didn't dare even breathe too loudly. Husband, Lin Xiao, walking beside me, seemed a little at a loss listening to all the cursing. What? Going soft. I stopped and helped tighten her scarf. My voice was low, but every word landed like a nail. Listen to all this cursing. If I hadn't done this today, if I hadn't been home, the one stripped naked and pointed at by the whole village right now would be you. Lin Xiao shuddered violently. She remembered the faces of Lin Chong and Lin DePeo back when they tried to force her to marry the village idiot, tried to force her to go back to her parents and squeeze money out of them. If I hadn't come back, she didn't even dare imagine the consequences. She took a deep breath, and the last trace of pity in her eyes vanished. She straightened her back and followed close behind me. This wasn't just a public shaming. It was her final farewell to the weak, timid person she used to be. At the end of the few hundred yards, the courtyard of the brigade headquarters was already packed with people. We're here. Dump him. Wang Xiaolong gave the order. The two women let go, and Lin Chong crashed headfirst into the snow like a dead dog. His frozen crotch slammed against the hard ground, jarring every organ in his body. He let out a scream and curled up there, trembling. That lump of yellow ice was still stubbornly lodged in his crotch, its edges frozen purple. Wang Xiaolong leaned in for a closer look and sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, alarmed. That color's all wrong. Don't tell me it's actually ruined? If he dies right here at the brigade headquarters, that's an ugly stain of bad luck. After all, she was a cadre. If someone actually died on her watch, she couldn't shoulder the blame. Quick, RGA, go call Lu Laonian to bring his medicine box. It's a matter of life and death. Before long, the village barefoot doctor, Lu Laonian, came panting into the yard with his Red Cross medicine box on his back. Normally, this old man just delivered calves and gave people cupping treatments. He'd never seen anything like this. He crouched down and tapped Lin Chong's crotch. Thunk, thunk, like tapping a frozen pear. Pry it open? How the hell do I do that? Lu Laonian sucked his teeth. This thing's all frozen into one solid mass. The piss soaked through his cotton pants. 3 layers, inside and out, all frozen right onto the skin. If I force it off, the skin and flesh will come off with it. Then he wouldn't just be a eunuch. He'd be castrated outright. The whole crowd was stunned. Lu Laonian thought long and hard, then gritted his teeth and offered up a terrible idea. The only way is to melt it. Somebody go get a kettle of hot water, the hotter the better, and we'll pour it out. The onlooker's eyes went wide as saucers. 30 below zero, with ice frozen to his crotch, and now they wanted to pour boiling water on it? Wasn't that going to kill him? Standing at the edge of the crowd, the corner of my mouth finally curled into a cold arc. RGA, do what the doctor says. Go boil the water. Make sure it's at a full boil. Don't leave any of the chill in it for this little punk. In under 5 minutes, RGA hauled out a big army green tin thermos, steam curling from its spout. Lu Laonian found a wooden stick and jammed it hard against Lin Chong's knees, worried he'd kick wildly from the pain. The instant Lin Chong opened his eyes and saw that steaming thermos, his survival instinct exploded. No, don't pour it. It'll scald me to death. Grit your teeth. If we don't melt it, you'll be a cripple for the rest of your life. Lu Laonian barked. Pour it. Whoosh. The boiling water streamed from the spout, landing dead on that lump of scorched yellow ice at his crotch. There was a hissing SSSSS. A cloud of white steam shot up into the air, along with the sharp stench of urine and the smell of burning fabric. Under the assault of the boiling water, the ice cracked and burst. Crack, crack, crack. Aha! Lin Chong let out the most horrific scream of his life. It didn't even sound human, more like a wild beast being skinned alive. His whole body thrashed like a live fish thrown into a frying pan, his limbs clawing wildly at the snow, gouging out bloody streaks with his fingers. Hold him down. Wang Xiulan's face went white with fright. It took 4 or 5 big men to finally pin him down. Pour more. Don't stop, I said flatly from behind. An entire thermos of boiling water, right down to the last drop, was poured over him. Lin Chong's screams gradually faded into broken, sobbing gasps. The snow was covered in steaming yellow water, and those cotton pants that had frozen into an iron plate finally softened and collapsed. Lu Laonian picked up a big pair of scissors and snipped the ruined cotton wadding open, finally freeing the family jewels from their icy shell. The inner thighs were scalded bright red and blistered, still stuck with bits of shredded cotton fuzz, a sight that made your scalp crawl. All right, his life's saved. Lu Laonian wiped his sweat and shot me a look, still shaken. That trick had been vicious. Water too cool wouldn't melt it. Too hot would cook the man alive. My instruction, don't leave any of the chill in it, had been torture timed with cruel precision. Since he's not dead, then let's get this whole thing out in the open. Wang Xiulan put her stern face back on. Lin DePeo, Lin Chong, breaking into a home over the wall in broad daylight. Do you two have any respect for the law at all? Lin DePeo knelt on the ground, tears and snot everywhere. Director, I was wrong. I figured, it's my own daughter's house. Taking a few things doesn't count as stealing. Your own daughter's house? I walked over and looked down at this old parasite who'd spent his whole life sucking his daughter's blood dry. Then I turned and raised my voice to the whole village. Everybody, be the judge. This father and son climbed over the wall. Even after the dog bit them, they wouldn't leave. They came here to kill. If I hadn't been home today, who knows what they'd have done to my wife and child? Director Wang, what should we do with degenerates like these? Wang Xiulan was eager to curry favor with me. Those job placement slots in my hands made me the god of wealth for the whole village. Send them to the police station. Send them to labor reform. No, I don't want to go to the police station. The moment Lin Chong heard labor reform, he broke into another fit of convulsions. Shanha, I'm begging you. I'm your own father-in-law. Lin DePeo crawled desperately toward my feet. I took a step back to avoid that filthy hand. The rage I'd suppressed across 2 lifetimes had finally found its outlet. But I didn't agree right away. Sending them to the police station would only mean a few days in a cell. Real revenge meant making them wish they were dead out here in the world. Director Wong, hold on a moment. I sighed and cupped my hands to the villagers. It's the New Year season. Sending them to the police station wouldn't look good. Even though they wronged me, I have to think about Shio's reputation and the Lin family's face. I'm going to give them a chance. At once, a light of hope flashed in the father and son's eyes. But little did they know, hidden inside this chance was a blade far crueler than labor reform. I unhurriedly lit a cigarette, my gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally settling on a man in a tattered cotton jacket with an honest, simple face. Li Baodian, husband of the women's director Wang Xiaolan. Annie Wang, let's talk over here for a second. My tone was very courteous. Wang Xiaolan, flattered, hurried over, speaking loudly as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Shanhe, don't you worry. I'll send them straight to the police station and vent this anger for you. I flicked the ash off my cigarette. I appreciate the thought, but it's the new year. No sense making trouble for the government. They may have been heartless, but I can't afford to be unjust. It wouldn't sound good if word got out that I threw my own father-in-law in jail. Let them go. The moment those words left my mouth, the whole crowd buzzed. The villagers looked at me with instant admiration. Now that's the kind of big picture thinking of a man who does great things. Then, as if I'd just remembered, I looked toward the crowd. Oh, by the way, Annie Wang, that's Uncle Li Baodian over there, right? Wang Xiaolan's heart gave a sudden jolt. Yes, he signed up to come work for you, too. I smiled, warm as a spring breeze. I can see Uncle Li is a sturdy fellow, honest and reliable. As it happens, my transport team is short ahead of security, managing the warehouse and riding shotgun on shipments. 60 yuan a month. Uncle Li would be perfect for it. 60 yuan? Head of security? A collective gasp went around. Wang Xiaolan's head buzzed, hit dizzy by this pie falling from the sky. She was so overcome her hands were trembling. Don't you worry. Anyone who dares cause trouble at your place, I'll skin them alive. This one move, kindness and intimidation combined, not only won people's hearts, but tied Wang Xiaolan firmly to my bandwagon. Having handled all this, I slowly turned to face Lin DePeo, who just breathed a sigh of relief and was getting ready to slip away. Pa, don't be in such a hurry to leave. My leather boot crunched into the snow. Lin DePeo's whole body stiffened. He forced a dry laugh. Pa knows he was wrong. I'll be heading back now. Heading back, I sneered, then turned and called toward a corner of the crowd. Ma, come out here for a second. The Lu woman, who'd been hiding the whole time, walked out trembling, too scared to even look at Lin DePeo. In front of several hundred people, I took hold of her sleeve. Ma, you're coming with me today, into the city to stay at my house. Shio's business has gotten big, and she's run off her feet with no time to spare. The household needs someone of our own to hold down the fort, to help her look after the child and cook the meals. I turned, my half-smiling eyes locked dead on Lin DePeo. Pa, you're the head of the family, so I'm just informing you. To support Shio in making good money, I'm taking Ma with me. You've got no objection, right? Lin DePeo's face instantly turned the color of liver. He wasn't stupid. His leg was broken, his back was wrenched, his son's crotch was ruined. This was exactly when they needed someone to wait on them the most. Once the Lu woman was gone, who would cook their porridge and change their dressings? But I just let him off the hook, and now I was crushing him under the grand banner of supporting his daughter in getting rich. And right beside me stood a Wang Xiaolan who'd just gotten a windfall and was watching him like a hawk. If he dared utter a single no, he'd be clapped back in handcuffs on the spot. This, fine, go ahead. He swallowed his shattered teeth along with his pride. I gave him no chance to change his mind, waving to Erga, help Auntie into the car. Bring Ma along. Let's go home and eat some meat. Before the car door slammed shut, I walked up to Lin DePeo one last time, bent down, and spoke in a low voice that only the two of us could hear. Old man, this is what you get. From now on, it's just the two of you. One with a broken back, one with a ruined crotch, and nobody to cook. Winter's still got a long way to go. You take your sweet time suffering through it. The Jeep kicked up a trail of snow dust and roared off, leaving Lin DePeo to collapse butt first into the muddy snow, old tears streaming down his face. He knew that, starting today, the Lin family line was well and truly finished. Back home, it was a whole different scene. The moment the heavy padded door curtain was lifted, A wave of heat from the stewing meat rushed out, instantly driving away the bone-deep chill clinging to the Lu woman. Inside, the firewall was blazing hot, and a big pot of sauerkraut and pork belly bubbled away. But the Lu woman just stood awkwardly on the doormat by the entrance, wringing the patched hem of her old cotton jacket, her soaked cloth shoes caked with mud and slush. She looked at the clean cement floor and curled her toes back, not daring to take a step. "Shanha, I'll just crouch by the stove pit for a bit. Don't want to track dirt on your floor." Her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's whine, the product of years living under Lin DePeo's beatings and curses, feeling she wasn't worthy even of standing on a decent floor. "Ma, what are you saying?" Lin Xiu's eyes reddened as she stepped down off the Kong. She took her mother's hands, cold and cracked as tree bark. "This is your own daughter's home. There's no such thing as making my mother crouch by the stove pit. Come on, get up on the Kong. I've already got the warm end heated up for you." Without another word, she pressed her mother down onto the edge of the Kong, crouched, and pulled off those soaked shoes and socks. Inside, her mother's feet were covered in frostbite sores, her heels split with cracks, a shocking sight. Lin Xiu said nothing. She took a warm towel and gently wiped them clean, wiping away the mud and cold bit by bit, then lifted her mother's legs onto the warm Kong mat and pulled a quilt over to tuck her in. Grandma, little Nyonyo, who'd been playing with knucklebones on the Kong, clapped her hands with delight. She wore a new red cotton jacket with a little floral print and her hair up in pigtails, looking like a child straight out of a New Year's painting. She crawled over and held up a piece of candy to the Lu woman's lips. "Grandma, eat it. It's sweet." The Lu woman held the candy in her mouth, and the sweetness ran from the tip of her tongue straight to her heart. Yet it was also so sour it made her want to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back, not daring to let them fall, afraid of spoiling the happy mood in the room. The Kong table was set, a basin of sauerkraut stewed with pork belly, a layer of grease from the 3-layered fatty meat floating on top, a basin of chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms, and a basin of snow-white rice. "Ma, let's eat." I handed her a bowl I'd filled. "Try this sauerkraut." Xiu pickled it herself. "The flavor's just right." The Lu woman's hands still shook as she held her chopsticks. In the Lin household, she'd always waited for the father and son to finish before nibbling on the leftovers. Being seated at the table to eat, with her son-in-law even filling her bowl for her, it felt like a dream. She didn't dare reach for the meat, just picked at the little bit of sauerkraut in front of her in tiny bites. After a few bites, as if suddenly remembering, I walked over to the cabinet and picked up a large duffel bag. Almost forgot. I unzipped it and pulled things out. A dark blue corduroy padded jacket with black fur trim at the collar, a pair of thick wool long johns, a pair of fleece-lined cowhide-soled cotton boots. "Ma, try this jacket on. The fabric doesn't let the wind through, so you won't freeze even going out to the well. And these boots are lined with fur, nice and warm." The Lu woman set down her bowl and chopsticks and reached out trembling to touch the brand-new jacket. The fabric was so soft, and it still carried the smell of new clothes from the department store. In her whole life, apart from her wedding day, she'd never worn anything this fine. This is for me." Her voice trembled with disbelief. "It's for you, Ma." Lin Xiu clasped her mother's hands. Shanha went and picked it out specially. "He said your old one wasn't warm enough, that it'd be awkward for taking care of the child, and this would be more comfortable for holding Nyonyo." That one sentence set the Lu woman's heart at ease more than any "we want to honor you" ever could. Being given work to do meant this family needed her, meant she wasn't some useless freeloader eating for free. Oh. She lowered her head, and tears fell drop by drop onto the new jacket. She hurried to wipe them away, afraid of soiling it. "I'm blessed. I'm truly blessed." Crying and laughing at the same time, that piece of candy still sweet in her mouth. In that moment, there was no earth-shattering wailing. Only the warm fire wall, the bubbling of the stewing pot, and the peace of a family gathered together. Outside, the icy wind howled, and the Lin family's few ramshackle rooms were probably as cold as an ice house right about now. But here, the lamplight was warm and welcoming. The days rolled on, one after another, and before long it was the second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raising its head festival. The wind no longer carried that face-slicing edge. Instead, it held a hint of early spring. Early that morning, the big iron gates of my courtyard swung wide open. Right in the center of the entrance stood a big iron pot over a meter across, with a roaring pinewood fire beneath it. Inside, ginger, red date, and brown sugar water bubbled away, steaming, and the aroma drifted downwind for over half a mile. The most impressive part was that I personally carried over a big sack and poured its contents into the pot. Whoosh! Glistening white sugar going into the boiling water like snowflakes. Oh my goodness, Shanha, that's white sugar. Isn't that awfully wasteful? The plump auntie tending the fire winced, her hand actually trembling with heartache. Wouldn't a little saccharin do the trick? I stirred the pot with a smile. Auntie, it's not the same thing. Too much saccharin gives you heartburn. When the folks come battling the wind and snow to deliver their goods, having a cup of hot, sweet water the moment they step in, that's what puts their hearts at ease. I didn't say it loudly, but a few old men stamping their feet against the cold at the gate heard it clear as day. They glanced at one another, their hearts already warmed before they'd even had a sip. Stepping into the courtyard was even more of an eye-opener. In the past, buying up mountain goods in the various villages had been a chaotic free-for-all, everyone shoving to the front, having to watch out for getting their feet trampled. But today, my yard had 5 or 6 neat rows of long benches, all specially borrowed from the village school and the brigade headquarters. Li Baodian wore an old army uniform, washed spotlessly clean, with a red armband on his sleeve, leading a few young men in keeping order. Uncle, sit here. No rush. We're going by number. Ga, pour a bowl of sweet water for the sister-in-law over there. Careful not to scald her. In his hand, he held a stack of numbered bamboo tags, handing one to each person as they arrived. Everyone held their sweet ginger sugar water, basking in the sun, and some folks were even passing out cigarettes. This didn't look like people coming to sell their sweat and labor. It looked like coming to visit relatives. Boss Zhao really is something. This setup is classier than the county supply and marketing co-op. An old hunter sat with his legs crossed, contentedly puffing on his pipe. 3 inspection tables were set up in the middle of the yard, and here you could see the results of all my recruiting. The first table was for the initial check. 2 young men dumped out the sacks and nimbly picked out the weeds and stones. Uncle, your hazelnuts have a bit of dirt clod in here. Let me sift it out, otherwise it'll throw off the weight and mess up the tally. This both saved the villager's face and guaranteed the purity of the goods. The second table was for grading, manned by an experienced old hand brought in from another village. They didn't scold anyone. They'd hold up a pelt and point it out to the seller. Brother, this fox pelt's shedding because it's in its molting season. By the rules, it grades as second class. Is that all right with you? If not, take it home and raise it a while longer. It's fine. Whatever you say goes. When people spoke that courteously and pointed out the flaws honestly, folks were convinced and satisfied. The third table was where old Master Lu made the final call. When top-grade goods came through, say, a glossy, smooth sable pelt, fine stuff, 1 top-grade sable, into the warehouse. At his call, the old accountant beside him, the best abacus man around, sent his fingers flying, clacking away like a shower of pearls big and small tumbling onto a jade plate. 1 top-grade sable, purchase price 60, plus a 5 yuan bonus, comes to 65. The accountant pulled open the drawer. Inside were neat stacks of crisp 10 yuan Great Unity bills. Here you go, brother. Count it in front of me. And he'd hand over a red paper receipt as well. The old man selling his goods held the money with trembling hands. In all his years selling mountain goods, this was the first time he'd ever felt like a guest, rather than someone begging others to buy his scraps. That whole day, at least 200 or 300 people came and went through the yard, yet there wasn't a single argument, not a single trampling incident. Taking a number, drinking tea, having goods inspected, getting paid, all orderly and proper. Folks from miles around now had a scale in their hearts. Selling your goods to Zhao Shanha was a pleasure, and it meant being treated with respect. As the sun dipped toward the west, the piles of goods in the yard had grown into small mountains. Standing on the steps, I nodded with satisfaction. As long as this reputation held firm, the mountain goods of the entire Greater Xing'an range would belong to no one but Zhao from now on. Shanha, we're about done buying for the day. Old Master Lu came over, rubbing his shoulder. Top-grade pelts alone came to over 40. Haul those to the provincial capital, and it's a killing. Thank you for your hard work, old master. I handed him a cigarette. Have everyone put in a little more effort to settle the accounts. Tonight, drinks are on me. And just at this peaceful, thriving, business is booming moment, a harsh screech of brakes outside the gate shattered the calm. Screech, a 212 Jeep bringing up the rear charged up to the entrance like a spooked wild bull, kicking up a whirl of snow dust. Before it had even stopped steadily, the door was kicked open, and out jumped Hoosie, the deputy security captain I'd just promoted. Normally, this kid was a tough guy, but right now his hat was knocked crooked, his head drenched in sweat, and there was murder in his eyes. Brother Shauna, Uncle Baudion, grab your weapons. That shout carried the smell of gunpowder, and it blew the money-counting cheer right out of the yard. What is it, Hoosie? Slow down. Li Baoyan's brows knotted into a tangle, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. Something went down at Black Bear Gulch. Hoosie panted, pointing toward the village entrance. Our number 2 truck had just cleared the mountain pass when old Master Wong and his sons of bitches ambushed it. These lunatics dug a 2-meter-wide trench across the road and felled all the trees on the hillside. The roads blocked solid. Where's RGA? I strode over, my voice as heavy as iron. Brother Erga's holding them off there. Hoosie wiped his sweat. Old Master Wong's crew has a double-barreled hunting rifle, and they're demanding 500 yuan in toll money. Pay up, or they seize the truck. Brother RGA wasn't having any of it. He drew out his Type 56 semi-automatic right there on the spot, and De Zhuang and the other guys riding shotgun all racked their bolts too. Now it's a total standoff. Our men have their backs to the truck wheels, gun barrels aimed at the enemy's heads. They're hunkered behind the dirt trench, gun barrels pointed at our fuel tank. Brother RGA said the second the other side so much as moves, he'll blow old Master Wong's head off first. But these road bandits have the numbers, and they're about to surround us completely. Gun against gun, a deadlock, about to be surrounded. In that instant, the air in the yard froze solid. The villagers selling their goods were too scared to make a sound. This wasn't doing business anymore. This was war. My hand, in the middle of lighting a cigarette, froze in midair. And that gaze, once so gentle, turned cold in an instant. On the north slope of Black Bear Gulch, the icy wind drove snowflakes right down people's collars. All of this I pieced together later from the mouths of the ones who survived, but just thinking about how absurd that farce was still makes me laugh. Old Master Wong huddled behind a big windbreak boulder, clutching a liquor bottle, gulping down the fierce moonshine one swig after another. There was a scar on his forehead that still throbbed and twitched. That was from the last time my convoy plowed straight through his roadblock, when a flying splinter of wood had slashed him and nearly cost him an eye. He'd been nursing that grudge for half a month. Behind him crouched a scattered 30-odd men. Numerous as they were nothing but a rabble. Half were Wong clan relatives from Wangjia village who'd come to lend a hand. The other half were riffraff from the neighboring village, hired on as muscle with 2 crates of cigarettes and 5 pounds of meat. This bunch huddled with their necks drawn in, clutching pickaxe handles, shovels, and a few homemade guns meant for hunting hares. A man in a thick cotton jacket sidled up, his cousin Wang Er, the closest thing this gang had to a strategist. Wang Er stared at the pitch-black mountain road, his voice shaking. Brother San, us doing this, it'll really be fine? Word is that convoy's got connections up at the county level. If we actually hurt someone bad, is the police station really gonna let us off? Scared of what? Old Master Wong jammed his liquor bottle into the snow, his eyes bloodshot. Use your head. This place is dozens of miles of mountain road from the commune. There's not even a single telephone line out here. By the time they run off to report it, by the time the cops come putt-putting over on their motorcycles, it'll all be over and done with. Besides, we're not killing anybody. We just want the money, just want to blow off some steam. Soon as the truck stops, we smash the windows first, drag the men out, break a leg apiece to teach him a lesson, then unload the goods and duck into the woods. The law can't punish a crowd. Who's gonna know who did it? The moment they heard no killing and splitting the goods, those riffraff who'd been ready to back out suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. As long as no lies were on their hands and they could skim a little off the top, this job was worth doing. They're coming, Master San. Headlights, the lookout shouted. Two blinding beams of light sliced through the wind and snow like sharp swords. My number 2 truck, leading the way, didn't slow down at all. It barreled straight ahead, plowing forward. Old Master Wong squinted, a vicious, sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he counted under his breath. 3, 2, 1. Crack. The crisp snap of breaking wood, followed by a heavy thud. Boom. The seemingly flat, even snow suddenly caved in. The truck's front end lurched violently downward, as if pressed into the earth by a giant, invisible hand. The rear end reared up high, then crashed back down, shaking snow loose from the trees all around. White smoke billowed from under the hood. The engine sputtered twice and died. That dragon-slaying trench was one he'd spent half a day digging especially for me. Up on the slope, Old Master Wong was so thrilled he leaped straight up on the spot. He smashed his liquor bottle, straightened his dogskin hat, and, hoisting his double-barreled hunting rifle, strutted out to the most conspicuous spot with a swaggering, don't-know-your-own-mother gait. Behind him, all 30-plus men swarmed forward too, each one puffing out his chest and belly, whipping his pickaxe handle through the air. Old Master Wong cleared his throat and bellowed at the silent truck down in the trench. "You in the truck? Quit playing dead. Know who your daddy is. Old Master Wong of Black Bear Gulch. That Zhao fellow who's your boss. Wasn't he a real tough guy? Wasn't he gonna run me over? Come on then. Come run over another one and let your daddy see." His words echoed all around, plenty of swagger. But the only reply was the howling of the wind. Inside the truck, it was dead silent, not so much as a peep. It was like he'd performed a whole grand opera up on the stage, only to find every last member of the audience fast asleep. That feeling of being ignored was worse than being cursed out. Unable to save face, Old Master Wong turned and waved his hand. "Erling, aren't you always bragging about how gutsy you are? Go. Smash the truck windows and drag those chicken-hearted turtles out." The one called out was his eldest nephew, the type who, after a couple of shots of liquor, was bold enough to climb up and tear the tiles off a roof. But right now, looking at that dark, ominous truck, half his buzz sobered right up. He hunched his neck in, his face constipated. "Uncle San, word is these people got serious hardware." "Hardware my ass. It's just some trucking outfit, a wrench at most. You spineless coward. All that pighead meat I fed you for nothing? Go." Erling had no choice. Gripping his pickaxe handle, he inched toward the truck like a thief, taking 3 little shuffles for every step. Everyone held their breath, watching him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, with 5 meters left to the door, just as he was about to raise the pickaxe handle to bolster his nerve. From inside the truck came a very soft but very crisp click, piercing as a thunderclap in the silent snowy night. And then, from that dark gap in the window, a tongue of flame spat out. Rat-tat-tat. "Mama!" Erling let out a scream more pitiful than a slaughtered pig. In truth, the bullets hadn't hit him at all. They'd kicked up a spray of snow right at his heels. But this kid flung his pickaxe handle straight up into the sky, his legs buckled, and he performed an on-the-spot faceplant, slamming his face hard into the frozen ground. Then, scrambling backward on all fours, he shot back into the crowd, the front of his pants soaked in an instant, his voice breaking into sobs. "That's no trucking team. That's a real army unit. Uncle San, you set me up." And where was the Old Master Wong who'd been striking poses a moment ago? The instant the gun went off, this fellow reacted with lightning speed. With a yelp, he threw himself into a nearby pit used for storing radishes, his butt sticking up in the air, his head buried deep in the snow. As for those 30-odd gallant heroes, some threw down their torches, some screamed and clutched their ears, some crashed into each other, some clung together yelling, "Don't kill me." The whole thing fell into chaos. That mighty, awe-inspiring Wong army from moments ago had, after a single burst of gunfire, turned into a circus act. 10 minutes later, this bunch lay flattened in the snowdrifts, and a fierce round of buck-passing began. "Jiaoxi, you go? I'll pay you extra." "Not going." "What good's money if you're dead?" "Nephew, you go." "Second uncle, I've got a leg cramp. I really can't move." Passing the buck back and forth, they arrived at a stunning consensus. Not a single one of them dared go up to it. That truck was like the hall of the king of hell. Whoever got close to it died. "So what do we do when the cops show up?" That one question from Wang Air sent a chill through everyone's hearts. They couldn't win a fight. Running away was too shameful, and dragging it out meant the police might come. They were well and truly stuck riding a tiger with no way to get off. Just as old Master Wang was scratching his head and ears in desperation, Erlang, still dripping down there, had a brainstorm. Uncle San, I've got it. We don't need to go over there at all. We stand up on the slope and throw rocks and torches down at him, burn him out, and force him to come out. Old Master Wang slapped his thigh. Uh-huh, that's my nephew for you. That's a killer plan. We're up high, we're safe. Hearing they wouldn't have to face the guns, this pack of cowards perked right back up, sticking their rear ends up in the air to pick up rocks and light torches in the snow. Old Master Wang stood up again, hoisting a big rock, and shouted down below. Hey, you little bastards. Your daddy's gonna give you a fire siege. Let's see whether you turn into roast pigs or crawl out nice and obedient to surrender. And just as this pack of clowns thought they'd gotten hold of the ultimate winning weapon, old Master Wang's rock-hoisting hand gave a shudder. It wasn't his hand shaking. It was the big rock under his feet. The torches he'd just lit had their flames whipping wildly. Snow came crashing down from the trees. What's going on? An earthquake? Erling was so scared the rock dropped from his hand, landing squarely on his own foot. Old Master Wang was stunned too. The vibration was too rapid, too heavy, like countless wild bulls stampeding beneath the earth. Rumble, a low, oppressive roar that felt like it could shatter every organ in your body, came rolling out from the mouth of that pitch-black valley, 100 times more terrifying than the gunshots earlier. It was the roar of a steel monster. Old Master Wang's neck stiffened like a rusty bearing as he turned to look. The mountain pass that had been pitch black suddenly lit up with four ghastly, blinding columns of light. Boom! 2 heavy trucks side by side charged out, carrying a murderous aura fit to level this whole gulch. The vicious steel rails mounted on their front ends glinted cold in the harsh light, like a gaping maw ready to swallow this pack of play-acting clowns in a single gulp. The torch fell from old Master Wang's hand and landed plop on his crotch, the scalding making him jolt. But he forgot even to jump. Only one thought remained in his mind. I'm done for. This time I've really crossed the living king of hell. Those 2 trucks, that was me, arriving with my men. The screech of brakes tore at our eardrums as the 2 Jiefeng heavy trucks, wrapped in a smell of diesel and cold air, planted themselves domineeringly across the bottom of the trench. Their high-powered headlights all blazed, lighting up this stretch of snow bright as day. I kicked the door open and jumped down. The sheepskin coat on my body was still dripping water, and on my feet were big leather boots with iron cleats, crunching on the frozen snow. I didn't so much as glance at the crowd up on the slope. I walked straight over to the number 2 truck stuck in the pit. The deformed door was forced open with difficulty from the inside. Ga climbed out clutching his left shoulder, which was still oozing blood, and De Zhuang followed, carrying that rifle he'd fired empty, its barrel still hot to the touch. The 2 of them emerged filthy and disheveled. By the truck's headlights, Ga recognized me. This tough guy who hadn't so much as blinked in the face of dozens of men suddenly went red around the eyes. He hung his head like a child who'd done wrong, his voice hoarse. Brother, I let you down. I got the axle broken, the goods didn't get delivered, I disgraced you. Beside him, De Zhuang said not a word. This iron tower of a man, his lips trembling, jammed the empty rifle into the snow, his knees going weak as he started to kneel. I grabbed his arm and, with an iron clamp grip, hauled him back up before his knees could touch the ground. I first looked at the bloody hole in Erga's shoulder, then at De Zhuang's guilt-ridden face. I reached up and straightened the collar of Erga's tattered jacket, then gave De Zhuang a hard slap on the back. I pulled out my cigarettes, stuck one in De Zhuang's mouth, lit one for myself, and cursed. What's this? You gathering at my grave to mourn me? Straighten your backs. A truck's just a dead object. If it's broken, we fix it. If we can't fix it, we buy another. Goods are just possessions. Lose them, and we earn more. As long as you're still breathing, we've come out ahead. Just that one sentence. And those 2 grown men, standing 7 feet tall, gritted their teeth as tears fell in fat drops onto the frozen ground. Having comforted my brothers, I turned around. In that instant, every trace of warmth vanished from my face. Step by step, I started up the slope. Up on the slope, old Master Wong, who'd just been dazzled dizzy by the headlights, saw that only one man was coming up, and that local bully swagger came surging back. He gripped his hunting rifle, climbed up onto the big rock, and pointed at me, cursing. "You, Zhao? You've finally goddamn shown up. Still remember busting through my roadblock the other day? Your daddy's been waiting for you half a month. Finally, you've fallen into my hands." Bang! Without any warning, and before anyone could see when I'd raised my arm, a gunshot rang out. It flew right past the base of his ear and blew apart the crooked-necked tree behind him, with splinters and gunpowder residue sprayed all over his face. The second half of his tough talk got shoved right back down his throat. He clutched his ear, screaming, and instinctively shrank back. I walked down to the base of the slope, gun still smoking, and asked coldly, "You finished talking?" He felt his ear and found it still attached, just grazed. And that sense of being humiliated in public instantly overpowered his fear. He glanced behind me. Apart from the two wounded drivers, there was no one there. Empty. "Fine, fine, fine. You little bastard, staring death in the face and still got the nerve to sass your daddy." He waved his hunting rifle, pointing at the 30-odd men around him holding pickaxe handles, and grinned viciously. "How many bullets you got left in that junk gun of yours? Open your dog eyes and take a look. How many men have I got? Even counting your two crippled brothers, your 3 men, tops, and you dare charge into Black Bear Gulch? I think you're tired of living." The more he talked, the more pleased with himself he got. "Zhao Shanhe, your daddy'll show you the way out. Leave the truck keys. Leave the goods. Then hand over 2,000 yuan in life money and crawl through your daddy's crotch. I'm in a good mood today. Maybe I'll spare your worthless life." Yeah, crawl through his crotch. The rabble around him joined in the jeering. One of the riffraff, used to throwing his weight around, wanting to show off in front of old Master Wong, sauntered over to me with a pickaxe handle, stuck his head forward, and put on a shameless face. "Hey Zhao, aren't you good with that gun? Got the guts to shoot right here? We got dozens of men. One spit each and we'll drown you." Slap. I didn't even blink. My backhand caught him. No fancy technique, just pure, raw force. Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body spun around 2.5 times on the spot like a whipped top, spat out a few blood-streaked yellow teeth, and toppled thud into the snowdrift, twitched twice, and passed out cold. The whole place went dead silent. Not one of them had imagined that, surrounded as I was, I'd dare to strike first. I pulled out my handkerchief and wiped my hands, like I'd just swatted a fly. You all heard him. He begged me to hit him. In my whole life, I've never seen anybody ask for that. Those words lit the fuse for good. Old Master Wong was shaking with rage, hysterical. "That's it. Everybody get him. Beat this little bastard to death. If anybody dies, that's on me. Kill him." In a rush, more than 30 thugs with bloodshot eyes came charging at us from all directions, waving shovels and pickaxe handles like a pack of rabid dogs. Facing that wave of murderous intent, I actually smiled. I didn't move. I just raised my hand lightly above my head and snapped my fingers. Snap. Behind me, the canvas tarps on those 2 silent liberation trucks were suddenly thrown back. Thud, 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 one after another. Men in sheepskin coats with eyes as cold as death gods leapt down from the truck beds, smooth as dumplings dropping into a pot. 1, 2, 5, 15. In the blink of an eye, 15 fully armed militiamen formed an unbreakable wall of men behind me. What they held wasn't pickaxe handles, wasn't fire pokers. It was 15 identical, pitch-black Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. Click-clack. All 15 worked their bolts in perfect unison, chambering rounds. That crisp clash of metal instantly drowned out every battle cry. 15 black muzzles, like 15 eyes of the Reaper, locked onto that crowd up on the slope. It was like someone had hit the pause button. The hoodlums who'd charged halfway with their pickaxe handles froze mid-step. One had a leg suspended in the air, unable to set it down. Another had his shovel raised over his head, suddenly feeling like a fool trying to fight the king of hell with a fire poker. The savagery on old Master Wong's face froze in an instant, his mouth open wide enough to stuff a fist in, his throat rattling, unable to get out a single complete word. The whole situation flipped in a heartbeat. I stood in front of that row of gun barrels, calmly lighting a cigarette. The flame flickered, lighting up my expressionless face. Through the smoke, I looked up at the now dumbstruck old Master Wong and said flatly, "Come on, old Master Wong. What was it you wanted to say just now? Go ahead, keep talking." Dead silence. Only the cold wind howling. In those days, Type 56 semi-autos against these road bandits with their homemade guns and pickaxe handles. That was a complete mismatch. No contest at all. Old Master Wong's legs cramped up. Cold sweat ran down his pockmarked face, freezing into little icicles on his chin. He wanted to act tough, but his lips trembled like a telegraph key. Zhao? Zhao Shana. You're mobilizing militia without authorization. This is against the law. I couldn't be bothered to argue law with him. I stuck the cigarette in my mouth and held up 3 fingers. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill that could crack a man's bones. Cut the crap. 3 seconds. I'll give you all 3 seconds. Everybody, drop your weapons, put your hands up, cover your heads, and squat down. Then I narrowed my eyes and added, after 3 seconds, anybody still clutching something in their hand, I don't care if it's a knife or that thing dangling between your legs. I'll blow it clean off with 1 shot. That threat was so vicious it sent a chill straight through the crotches of all those grown men. I suddenly stuck up 1 finger and roared. 1. That shout was like a thunderclap on flat ground. These hoodlums were fine at bullying honest folks, but when had they ever faced real guns and knives like this? Someone, nobody knew who was first, dropped a pickaxe handle with a clang onto the ground. But a few reckless young ones, counting on their numbers, still gripped their sickles tight, eyes flickering, betting I wouldn't actually dare to shoot. I gave a cold smile, didn't turn around, and slowly raised a 2nd finger. 2. The instant that word left my mouth, without any command, click-clack, all 15 militiamen behind me worked their bolts at the same time, as if reading my mind, perfectly synchronized, crisp, and ear-splitting. The sound exploded through the valley, more terrifying than actual gunfire. This was absolute obedience, a killing machine that moved and stopped on command. Those few reckless young ones who'd still wanted to gamble, their nerves shattered on the spot. Before I even shouted 3, clatter, clatter, hunting rifles, shovels, sickles, and pickaxe handles went flying everywhere, clanging against the frozen ground. Wong's army, so ferocious just moments ago, now looked like a flock of startled quails. Thump, thump. More than 30 grown men knelt down neatly in the snow. Some, afraid they weren't kneeling fast enough, buried their heads straight into their own crotches, hands clamped tight over the backs of their skulls, rears sticking way up in the air, terrified I wouldn't see how sincere they were. It didn't even take 3 seconds, just 1 round chambered, and the outcome was decided. Even the most arrogant one, old Master Wong, had already tossed his hunting rifle and slid down off his rock, kneeling trembling at the very front, his face buried in the snow like a dead dog. I slung my smoking rifle over my shoulder, walked up to him, and stepped on his upturned back, grinding my foot down like stubbing out a cigarette butt. He let out a muffled groan, his whole face pressed into the snow, but he didn't dare move a muscle. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to make me crawl through your legs?" I said, looking down at him. "What's the matter?" Not worried about the cold ground anymore. He struggled to pull his face out of the snow, tears and snot smeared all over it. "Master Zhao." I was blind. I didn't recognize a great man when I saw one. I was out of my mind. "A big man like you doesn't hold grudges against a small fry. Just let me go, treat me like a fart, and let it pass." "Let you go? Keep dreaming." I crouched down, patted his face with the scorching hot gun barrel, then pointed at the truck with the broken axle, then at the road they'd dug through. "My truck's wrecked, the road's cut off, my brother got hurt. We've got a serious account to settle. Everybody, get up, take off your coats." That shout left everyone stunned. Take off their coats in 30 below. Seeing them hesitate, the militiamen behind me simply raised their rifle butts as if to smash them. "I'll take it off. I'm taking it off." Old Master Wong was the first to strip off his dogskin coat. The rest didn't dare drag their feet either. One by one, they stood bare-chested in the freezing wind, shivering like plucked chickens. I pointed at that truck stuck in the ditch, my eyes vicious. "You dug the hole. You drove the truck into it. If that truck isn't out tonight, and this road isn't filled in, then every single one of you, you're going into the pit as roadbed fill." That night, the temperature dropped to 35 below, cold enough to freeze dripping water solid. The north wind cut into the marrow of your bones like a knife. And on that freezing night that could kill a man, an absurd scene played out beside the deep pit. More than 30 grown men worked desperately at the bottom of the pit, bare-chested, just to stay alive. It wasn't that they weren't cold, they didn't dare stop. Slow down even a little, and the sweat would freeze into a shell of ice. Once your body heat gave out, that was a death sentence. Chant the rhythm. Push hard. If you don't want to freeze to death, hold that line. These road bandits, so pampered on ordinary days, now had savage faces, shoulders braced against the icy cargo bed panels, straining to push it up the slope. Meanwhile, less than 10 meters from the pit, it was a completely different scene. A bonfire blazed away, and I sat comfortably beside it, wrapped in an army coat, roasting 2 white flour buns skewered on a stick. In 2 tin can containers next to me, red braised pork bubbled away, the aroma of melting fat drifting downwind to the bottom of the pit. One of the dimwits pushing the truck caught that smell, and his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. The drool in his mouth froze into an icicle on the spot. Freezing to death on one side, the smell of meat wafting over on the other. It was living hell. Old Master Wong finally couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't young, I'd stomped on him, and after half an hour of bare-chested labor, he was purple all over, his lips as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the buns in my hands, his craving for food and warmth made him forget the beating from earlier. He crawled trembling up the edge of the pit, half rolling and half scrambling toward the fire. Master Zhao, I can't make it. Give me 1 mouthful of hot soup, and I'll give you all the gold bars in my house. He stretched out a hand covered in frostbite sores, reaching for a bun on the ground. I didn't even raise an eyelid, just kept turning the buns leisurely over the fire. Just as his fingertips were about to touch a bun, crack! A leather belt whistled through the air and lashed hard across his hand. He let out a horrible scream, a purple-red welt bursting up on the back of his hand. Before he could react, a big leather boot slammed into his face with a thud, kicking him head over heels. The one who did it was Erga, his arm still in a sling. Injured as he was, right now his eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward one-handed, whipping the belt across Wong's head and face. Want to eat meat? You old piece of trash, you think you deserve it? You wrecked my truck, you held up my cargo, you got my arm shot through, and now you want to eat something hot? Dream on. The last lash caught Old Master Wong across the mouth, splitting it open bloody, sending him spinning across the snow like a top for several rolls. Erga panted heavily and roared, "Get back there and work. Look this way one more time and I'll gouge out your eyeballs and stomp on him like blisters." Old Master Wong curled into a ball, clutching his face. The pain, it was too much. Torn flesh combined with the bone-chilling cold drove him to utter despair. He could see it now. These people didn't treat him like a human being at all. They meant to destroy him. The hoodlums at the bottom of the pit, watching their boss beaten like this, didn't even dare to breathe loud. To break the terrifying tension, they worked while cracking crude jokes in tearful voices. "Man, it's so cold. I think that thing in my crotch shrank clean away. Same here, I went to pee just now and couldn't even find the tip. Only then did I take the roasted bun off the fire, tear off half, and toss it to the big yellow dog at my feet. This dog belonged to the militia captain's family, a greedy mutt. It had smelled the wild boar meat in the truck bed and, during the confusion at assembly, snuck up onto the truck and hid under the tarp. It didn't show its head until the truck had driven several miles. We couldn't chase it off. It smacked its lips as it ate, wagging its tail and barking. Even the dog was eating white flour buns, while Old Master Wong was eating belt-stewed meat. Despair pushed to the extreme turned into hysterical madness. Old Master Wong suddenly lifted his head out of the snow, no longer begging. That face, covered in blood and snot, was twisted with ferocity as he glared at me. "Zhao Shana, don't you dare push me too far. If you really dare freeze me to death out here, or send me to jail, you won't come out of it well either." I stopped my hand feeding the dog. "Oh, is that so?" He gritted his teeth and pointed venomously toward the direction of Bear Gully. "I'm from Little Wong Village. Everyone around here knows Little Wong Village sticks together tighter than anyone. These 30+ at the bottom of the pit are all my clan kin. You touch me, and you're making an enemy of the whole of Little Wong Village. Hundreds of us. In the countryside, clan power was as good as heaven itself. The more he talked, the more confident he felt. He wiped his snot and threatened darkly. Zhao, I know where your family lives. You can run, but can your pretty wife and daughter run? You dare touch me, and I'll make sure your whole family never knows another peaceful. Bam! My big leather boot with its iron sole came whistling through the air and slammed into his chest like a pile driver. That kick was so heavy you could hear the dull crack of his ribs fracturing. His chest cavity caved in instantly, the breath knocked clean out of him. Even his scream was choked back into his lungs, and he bent up like a dead shrimp. Then, in the same motion, I dropped into a crouch, my left hand clamping his right arm like an iron vise, my knee braced against his armpit. Expressionless, I wrenched it backward hard, then jerked it up. Crack! Squelch! First came a crisp snap that set your teeth on edge, then the sound of flesh tearing. On his right upper arm, a jagged, white, blood-streaked splinter of bone punched through the skin and jutted out like a dagger. The broken bone tore a blood vessel, and a jet of blood sprayed out, steaming, splattering across my face and onto the pure white snow, red and white, dazzling and stark. Aord, he convulsed all over from the pain, eyes bulging in terror at that white bone poking out of his arm. A final muddy gurgle came from his throat, his head tipped back, and he passed out cold from the agony. Silence. Dead silence. Only the blood still dripping from that broken bone. Drip, drip, scalding little red pits into the snow. The 30-plus men at the bottom of the pit were scared witless. Some were retching, hands over their mouths. More of them shook at the knees, their crotches instantly soaked. Too brutal. This was a butcher, snapping a man's bone clean through until it punched out of the skin. I slowly stood up, not wiping the blood off my face, letting those few drops slide down my cheek. I let go of that now ruined arm, looked at the unconscious old Master Wong, and coldly spat. Remember, this was the light version. I turned around, my blood-flecked eyes sweeping over that terrified crowd at the bottom of the pit. This is what happens when you try to touch my family. Anybody else want to give it a try? Total silence. Nobody dared even breathe loud, terrified they'd be the next one to get their bones taken apart. I peeled off my gloves and tossed them disdainfully onto old Master Wong, then waved at Dezhuang. Get to work. Grab the heavy rope. Tie these pieces of trash up tight like pigs and throw them all in the truck bed. We're heading into town, to the police station. On the winding mountain road deep in the heart of the Changbai Mountains, late at night, my liberation truck roared itself hoarse, its two headlights cutting through the pitch-black wind and snow. Cold air whistled into the cab, freezing hands and feet numb. The steering wheel on these liberation trucks was heavy as death, no power steering, all shoulder muscle. Wearing my still blood-stained cotton work gloves. Whenever I hit a sharp turn, I'd stomp the clutch hard and swing the wheel around one-handed. In the passenger seat, RGA was hunched in his army coat, his injured arm in the sling, sucking air through his teeth in pain with every bump. But right now, he couldn't spare a thought for the pain. His whole mind was on the truckload of cargo left behind. Brother. He held it in for a long while, then looked back at the pitch-black road behind us, his face pained. Are we just going to leave like this? The number 2 truck's still stuck in that pit. And that load isn't just dried mushrooms. Under the tarp, there's 2 bundles of sable pelts and several sets of deer antler velvet. If some hoodlum from a nearby village sneaks over and helps himself, that was thousands of yuan worth of premium goods. Losing it would break your heart. I turned the wheel to dodge a snow pit and exhaled a puff of white mist. Put your heart back in your chest. The cargo's not going anywhere. RGA was about to nod, then suddenly froze, twisting around to look behind us, then glancing around the cab. Hey, wait, where's Dezhuang? I saw him under the wheels checking the main axle just now. How come he's not with us? I took a drag on my cigarette, a little resigned. That stubborn mule wouldn't get in. I'd originally arranged for the militia to stand guard there and told him to come back to town with me and rest. But that guy flat out refused, stiff-necked as ever, insisting he was the one who drove the truck into the ditch, so keeping it safe was his responsibility. He said as long as he had a breath left in him, he'd stay put, and nobody was going to lay a finger on that cargo. Couldn't talk him out of it. RGA sighed. That's just Dezhuang for you. Won't bend once he's set on something. But with him watching, I feel better about it. Oh, and brother, you mentioned militia just now? Aren't the militia in our brigade all Wang Changwei's men? That old cheapskate usually can't wait for us to hit bad luck. He'd lend you armed militia? I gripped the wheel, saying it like it was nothing. I didn't borrow them. He insisted on shoving them on me. Before we set out, I hadn't planned to go to him at all. But the moment that old codger heard my truckload of sable pelts was being delivered to the city's native products company, he got frantic on the spot. He jabbed a finger at my nose and said, "Comrade Zhao Shana, delivering goods to the city is a political task. If bad elements hijack that cargo on our turf, that's a disgrace to Kaoshan village and a serious dereliction of duty." He issued a strict order right then and there for the militia captain to lead his men, take the brigade's few Type 56 semi-autos, and provide armed escort, no exceptions. He wasn't doing it to protect me. He was protecting his own reputation for high political consciousness, so he could climb up in the commune, I said, glancing at the road ahead with a faint smile. But with that big hat of his hanging over them, those militiamen were even more diligent than us. If the cargo got lost, Wang Changwei would skin them alive. RGA let out a long breath and leaned back against the seat. All right, hearing that, I can finally relax. 3:30 in the morning, Qinghai County Public Security Bureau. The county town was dead quiet, with only the dim yellow street lamp over the main gate still lit. In the duty room, old officer Zhou dozed off with his coat draped over his shoulders. Rumble, a huge engine roar, along with the ear-splitting screech of brakes, jolted Zhou awake. Who is it? In the middle of the night. He groggily pushed the door open and got a fright at the sight before him. A mud-caked liberation truck had stopped, charging right up to the main gate. The doors opened, and two men climbed out, cold air rolling off them, one in an officer's wool coat, one with his arm in a sling. "What are you here for?" Zhou pressed his hand warily on his holster. "Take it easy, comrade." I stepped forward and handed him a letter of introduction stamped with the special receiving seal of the city's native products company, along with a freshly opened pack of Great Front Gate cigarettes. "I'm delivering that batch of foreign currency earning materials for the city. Here's the letter of introduction." Zhou didn't take the cigarettes. He took the letter and read it by the street lamp. The red stamp was a bit blurry, but it did indeed have phrases like urgent transport and foreign currency earning. In those days, anything tied to the city and earning foreign currency was a matter of enormous importance. "Why'd you drive a truck up to the police station in the middle of the night?" "Break down." His tone had turned considerably more courteous. I took the letter back and pointed at the truck bed behind me, half covered by a tarp, my tone as flat as if I were talking about a load of firewood. "Nothing major. Just ran into a gang of road bandits over at Bear Gully who tried to rob the city's goods. Figured they were having a rough time out in the cold, so I picked them up and brought them over for you." "Road bandits? Brought them over?" Joe was utterly confused. "You could just casually pick up a thing like that?" Half doubting, he took his flashlight, stepped up onto a tire, and shone it into the truck bed. Hiss! One look and he nearly dropped the flashlight. He sucked in a cold breath, a chill shooting up from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Under the ghostly white flashlight beam, the wide truck bed was packed tight with more than 30 living human beings. But right now, none of them looked human anymore. Every one of them was hog-tied, mouths stuffed with rags, wearing nothing but underwear, their skin frozen in eerie blue-purple, coated with white frost. 30-plus people crammed together, yet not a single voice could be heard, only the faint groans of extreme agony. The old man on top was the worst off. His arm was snapped into a V shape, a white splinter of bone punched through the flesh and exposed to the air. The blood had long since drained away, the wound frozen into a lump of dark red ice. His eyes were rolled back white, his mouth hanging open like a dead fish. Only air going out, none coming in. This wasn't delivering prisoners. This was a truckload of frozen, mangled meat. Joe whipped his head around and looked at me, the young man still smoking under the street lamp. I still wore that same easygoing look, as if this whole ghastly scene had nothing to do with me at all. He swallowed hard, his voice cracking, his hand pointing at the truck bed trembling. This is what you meant by picking them up." I blew a smoke ring and nodded, my face utterly harmless. "Yeah, that's right. They insisted on going after the city's goods, So there was nothing for it but to invite them aboard to cool off a bit. Comrade, mind signing for them? That one with the broken arm looks like he's about done for. Maybe call a doctor first. 3:40 in the morning, the police family housing compound, in a red brick tenement building. Ring, ring, ring. The ear-splitting telephone bell exploded in the silent night, like a summons from the grave. Bureau Chief Zhang Guodong was sound asleep, his heart clenching from the fright. Groggily he rolled over, meaning to bury his head, but the telephone bells of that era were famous for their piercing power. If you didn't answer, they simply wouldn't stop. Son of a bitch. Zhang Guodong, hair a mess, climbed out from under the covers bare-chested, threw his coat over his shoulders, and grabbed the receiver with a dark face. Who is it? Sick of your job, are you? Do you even know what time it is? Is the sky falling or the earth caving in? He'd come up through criminal investigation, and his temper was fiery to begin with. Woken in the dead of night, his anger was harder than ever to keep down. On the other end of the line, Zhou's voice was trembling, yet carried an unmistakable excitement. Chief, the sky's not falling, but something big has happened. A comrade just drove a liberation truck in with a bunch of armed militia. They scooped up that whole gang of road bandits from Bear Gully in one net. Hauled them all here to the bureau. What did you say? Zhang Guodong's squinting eyes shot wide open in an instant. It's old Master Wang's whole crew. 30 plus of them, all neat and tidy, not one got away. Zhou swallowed, his voice quivering. Chief, you'd better get down here. These guys are about frozen into popsicles. If nobody comes soon, I'm afraid they'll die out here in the yard. Click. Zhang Guodong hung up the phone. All his morning grumpiness, all his drowsiness, flew clean out the window. He jumped out of bed and, while pulling on his cotton trousers, shouted to his startled wife, "Get my service pistol. Ready the car. I'm going to the bureau." 20 minutes later, the police bureau courtyard. The once dead silent yard was now blazing with lights, red and blue police lamps flashing alternately, casting an eerie glow over the snow. Several sidecar motorcycles and a jeep came roaring in. Zhang Guodong strode out of the car in that washed-out army coat, and with him came 2 emergency doctors from the county hospital, hauled out of bed in a hurry. Those 2 doctors had still been groggy, but the moment they got out and saw the truck bed, their faces went white with fright. Is this a slaughterhouse? One young doctor stammered, shivering. Zhang Guodong, though, didn't pay it any mind. In a few steps, he leapt up onto the wheel, gripped the truck side rail, and looked in. Ha. Good. Good indeed. This normally stone-faced chief actually let out a burst of utterly delighted, wild laughter in the dead of night. Old Wang III, you old bastard. Never thought you'd see a day like this. He pointed at old Master Wang, pinned at the very bottom, his eyes shining brighter than the police lights. This Wang gang from Bear Gully had been a thorn in the side of the Qinghe County Police for years. Relying on their numbers and being local-born settlers, they'd been setting up checkpoints and collecting tolls on that essential mountain pass for years. The mountains were high and the emperor far away. The county had launched investigations several times, but the moment this bunch ducked into the forest, they were like rats bolting into their holes. You simply couldn't catch them. The instant the police left, they'd come back out to prey on passing drivers. Nobody ever imagined that today they'd be packaged up like dead pigs and delivered right to the doorstep. Drag them down. Don't let him die. Dying's too easy on him. Zhang Guodong swept his big hand through the air. Several officers rushed up and dragged the frozen stiff old Master Wang down off the truck like a dead dog, dumping him in the snow. That fall jolted the unconscious Wang awake. Ow, my arm. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was that familiar pair of big leather boots and that blood-reeking sheepskin coat. It was me. That bone-deep terror made him forget the pain, forget where he even was. Instinctively, he wriggled toward my feet like a fleshy worm. Master Zhao, Grandfather Zhao, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. My arm's already broken. I've got old folks and little ones at home. Just treat me like a fart and let it pass. Tears and snot smeared all over his face. He knocked his head against the snowy ground with loud thumps, still trying to grab my leg. Enough, quit your howling. I stepped back in disgust and pointed coldly at our surroundings. Open your dog eyes and take a look at where you are. Old Master Wang froze, stopped his wailing, and turned his stiff neck to look around. That one look left him utterly frozen. Red and blue flashing police lights, blinding searchlights, and a ring of peaked-cap officers surrounding him, weapons on their belts. Directly across from him stood a middle-aged man in an army coat with a dark red face, looking down at him from on high, wearing a smile that sent chills down his back. Chief Jean. Old Master Wang's teeth chattered violently. As the notorious head road bandit of the whole region, how could he not recognize the #1 man of the Qinghe County Police? Over these years, Zhang Guodong had led teams to arrest him several times, only for him to escape into the deep mountains each time. Well awake. Zhang Guodong looked at him lying on the ground like a rat that had finally walked into the cage. He didn't lose his temper. Instead, he chuckled out loud, sauntered forward, and actually crouched down to look old Master Wang, sprawled on the ground, level in the eye. He even reached out to straighten Wang's tattered dogskin hat, his mouth full of mockery. Old Wang III. Oh, old Wang III. We're old acquaintances, you and I. A few years back when I came to arrest you, you ran faster than a rabbit, ducked into that gully and vanished without a trace. What's this now? Turned over a new leaf today? How come you got yourself tied up like a dumpling and delivered special to my bureau? Where's that old swagger of yours? This road is mine. The surrounding officers couldn't help but roar with laughter. That laughter stung worse than 2 slaps to the face. Hearing all that mockery, blood rushed straight to old Master Wang's head. It was over. He'd truly fallen, and landing in this man's hands, even if he didn't die, he'd lose a layer of skin. The enormous terror, the searing pain of the broken arm, plus the humiliation of being publicly shamed, he couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back, his body twitched, his head plunged into the snow, and he passed out cold again. Fainted already? Zhang Guodong stood up and dusted off his gloves, his smile vanishing in an instant, cold and hard as iron. Useless piece of trash. He waved his hand in disgust. Drag him off. Get a doctor to set the arm. Don't let him die. In a bit, splash cold water on him to wake him up, and we'll run an all-night interrogation. Let's just see how much dirty money that belly of his is hiding. Several officers dragged him off toward the interrogation room. At last the yard fell quiet. These rats, you're the one who brought them in. Zhang Guodong turned around, his gaze piercing. Reporting, Chief. Yes, it was me. I dropped my cigarette butt and ground it out on the ground, stepping forward, back ramrod straight. He said nothing, just reached out and grabbed my wrist, spreading my palm open. In the light, those seasoned criminal investigator eyes swept over my hand. The tiger's mouth between thumb and forefinger was all calluses, the knuckle of my index finger thick and enlarged, the marks of years handling guns and doing heavy labor. He squeezed my shoulder and arm too, those slabs of muscle hard as stone, their explosive power evident even through the wool sweater. Solid frame. This is good iron. Zhang Guodong's eyes were full of appreciation as he let go. This build, these calluses on your hands. You're a tough man who can eat hardship. What unit do you work at? Want to come work for me? The criminal investigation team needs exactly your kind of soldier, good skills, decisive hands. Just give me a nod, and I'll handle all the paperwork. Those words left even old Zhou beside us dumbstruck. The chief had genuinely fallen for this talent. In those days, getting into the criminal investigation team was something so good that plenty of young men wouldn't even dare dream of it. I paused, looking into his sincere eyes, and felt a flush of warmth in my heart too. But I knew what I wanted. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Chief Zhang. I smiled, my tone earnest. To put on that police uniform, that's guarding the country and defending the people, punishing evil and upholding good, an honor beyond words. There isn't an ordinary citizen among us who doesn't respect the police from the bottom of their heart. I paused, then shifted my tone with a touch of self-deprecation. But I'm a rough man, wild by habit. I've just got some brute strength. Catching a thief for you, that I can do. But once I got into the bureau, I'm afraid all those rules and regulations would cause you trouble. Besides, I'm blunt by nature. I couldn't handle the delicate office work. I pointed at the fully loaded truck behind me, my eyes turning firm. And Chief Zhang, you've seen for yourself. This truck is carrying export materials the city's native products company urgently needs, sable pelts and deer antler velvet, that earn foreign currency for the country. This whole operation has only just gotten off the ground, and the whole village, young and old, depends on it to eat. Boss Gene on his end is pushing hard too. If I ditch it halfway to become a policeman, then there'll be nobody left to shoulder this foreign currency earning mission for the country. Earning foreign currency? Zhang Guodong looked at me, then at the truck, and nodded thoughtfully. He was a man who understood the big picture. Right now, what the country lacked most was foreign currency, and this too was contributing to the nation. All right, to each his own ambition. He no longer pressed the matter. If anything, he thought even more highly of me now. This young man had a sense of responsibility. He wasn't the type who couldn't tear himself away the moment he saw an iron rice bowl. Whether it's catching thieves or doing foreign trade, as long as you put your strength toward the right path, it's all serving the people. A gust of cold wind blew past. He tightened his coat, glanced at my thin wool sweater, and laughed heartily. All right, don't stand out here freezing. Come upstairs with me. I've still got half a bottle of beidakang in my office, and some peanuts. Don't rush off. Come up and warm yourself. And tell me properly how you dug these 30-plus rats out of that gully. I'm damn curious. I didn't put on airs either, just turned up my collar. Sure, since you've got liquor, Chief Zhang, I'll tell you all about it. The two of us walked toward the office building through the snow, one in front, one behind. By now a faint pale light was breaking in the east. In the chief's office, that old cast-iron stove burned red-hot, the tin kettle hissing and puffing out white steam. Zhang Guodong fished that half-bottle of beidakang out from the very bottom of the file cabinet. The liquor was a little cloudy. He poured it into 2 chipped enamel mugs, giving off a nose-stinging smell of alcohol. No good food to go with it, but this liquor's got a kick. Come on, bottoms up. He raised his mug to mine, tipped his head back, and downed most of a mug of high-proof liquor without so much as a twitch of his eyebrows. Setting the mug down, he let out a long breath of fiery liquor fumes, that dark red face flushing instantly. Looking at that still bubbling strong liquor, I said nothing, just lifted the mug and threw my head back too. Gulp, not a drop left. I flipped the mug upside down to show him, without changing my expression. Good. A real man. Zhang Guodong slapped his thigh, his eyes full of admiration. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and crunched them loudly, then leaned forward, his tiger eyes fixed straight on me. Shanha, isn't it strange? This old Wang III, I truly couldn't do a thing about him. That old son was like a loach smeared with lard, slippery as anything. Couldn't get a grip on him. He gestured as he talked. These past years I've led teams to block him off several times, but every single time the truck barely made it into the gully before he was gone without a shadow. Those bastards would duck into the deep mountains, and it was like fishing a needle out of the sea. I was in the open, he was in the dark, made my teeth itch with rage. So how come the second he lands in your hands, these loaches stop being slippery? How come each one's meek as a grandson, brought back whole and intact? Did you feed him some kind of magic potion, kid? Come on, spill it. I toyed with the enamel mug, and hearing his mouth full of country slang, I couldn't help but laugh. I pointed at the sky, my face full of plain honesty. Chief Zhang, honestly, it's not that I've got any special trick. To tell the truth, when he cut off my cargo, I hadn't planned to bother the authorities at all. My original idea was to bring a dozen or so strong lads and our weapons, go have it out with them, and grab the cargo back. But guess what happened? I spread my hands and told it with relish. Our village party secretary Wang Changwei is an official glory addict. The moment he heard this batch of goods was foreign currency earning material headed for the city, his legs went weak with fright. Terrified something would go wrong on the road, and he'd bear the blame. He absolutely insisted on shoving the brigade's militia squad on me, with 20-plus Type 56 semi-autos all hidden in the truck bed. When old Wang and his crew came charging up, boy, were they arrogant. Thought they were squeezing a soft persimmon. Then I flipped back the tarp, wham. 20-plus black gun muzzles pointed right at their foreheads. That bunch of hoodlums who usually strut around sideways. Their crotches went wet on the spot. They walked straight into the muzzles themselves. PFF, haha. Zhang Guodong nearly sprayed his mouth full of liquor, then burst into wild laughter, slapping his thigh, tears almost coming to his eyes. Good. Evildoers get what heaven sends them. Serves them right. Damn well serves them right. After the laughter, The office quieted down, leaving only the crackle of the stove fire. Zhang Guodong filled both mugs again, took a sip first himself, and tossed a peanut into his mouth. A few cups down, his floodgates opened for good. Shanha, it feels good. All right, but you've got no idea how hard this rice bowl of ours is to hold. He sighed, spreading his big, calloused hands on the table, and pointed at the night outside the window. The common folk all curse us police as good-for-nothings who just eat and do nothing, jab us in the spine. But really, we've got our own bitterness inside. These past couple years there have been too many idle people in society, big waves of educated youth returning to the cities, plus junior high grads who didn't get into high school, all sitting at home waiting for jobs. No work, no money, and full of energy. That's when trouble starts easily. He held up one finger, his face full of helplessness. Just last week, at the county's Red Star ice skating rink, two kids, 17 or 18, glared at each other while skating. One asks, "What are you looking at?" The other says, "What if I am?" Over that trifle, that piece of crap, they pulled knives. Stabbed him 3 times right there. The kid's still lying in the hospital. He slammed the table in fury. You tell me, what kind of thing is that? When was there ever such savagery before? These green kids nowadays, they really dare to draw blood. I quietly lit him another cigarette. I remembered this case. Later it turned out to have started over robbing one of those officers' wool army caps that were the fashion at the time. In that era, a single cap really could cost a life. And that's not even the worst of it. Zhang Guodong took a deep drag, his tone growing heavier. The hardest part is catching people. Like this Bear Gully bunch, duck into the mountains and nobody can find them. There's an even slicker trick. Nowadays, some who've committed crimes don't even go home. They hop a freight train straight for some faraway place, find some shady channel, spend a little money to buy a fake letter of introduction, even get a fake household registration and change their name. Then you can never find them again. Our methods now are just too backwards. No network, no cross-region checks, all done on 2 legs and 1 mouth. It's hard, so hard. At this point, he looked at me, a touch of gratitude in his eyes. So Shanha, I really do have to thank you. This old Wong crew was a thorn in our bureau's side. If you hadn't scooped them all up and brought them in, who knows how many more passing drivers they'd have preyed on. I smiled modestly and took a sip of liquor. You're too kind, Chief Zhang. I just happened to catch them at the right moment. Besides, evil never overpowers good. They'd have fallen into your hands sooner or later. Ha. From your lips to God's ears. He was pleased by the flattery, and that seasoned investigator's confidence surged back up. He unbuttoned 2 coat buttons and leaned back against his chair. Anyway, this time old Wong III is in. And once he's in my cage, he can forget about ever getting out. I set down my cup, hesitated a moment, then spoke up to warn him. Chief Zhang, you've got the man locked up, but I'm afraid this business isn't over yet. Oh, how so? His eyebrow arched. My tone was calm, but carried real seriousness. I'm a born and bred countryman. I know how this bunch operates. Old Wong ran things in Bear Gully all these years relying on that little Wong village clan power. In the countryside, clans sticking together is famous. Hit a youngster and the elders come. Arrest one and the whole nest shows up. Tonight's commotion was huge. I'm afraid once word reaches those villagers, they won't just let it drop. They may come to the bureau to make trouble. Make trouble? Zhang Guodong's eyebrows shot up, the fury of a man who'd been provoked. Storm a government office? They wouldn't dare. That'd be turning the world upside down. Still, as a veteran investigator, he didn't blindly overestimate himself. He knew all too well how this bunch of legal illiterates behaved once they went mad. But you're right to warn me. Better safe than sorry. I'll call the People's Armed Forces Department right away. But the instant his hand touched the telephone receiver, boom, a huge crash, like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, set the office windows humming. That sound was right downstairs, right at the main gate. Then, put, 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 the noise of dozens of tractors gunning their engines all at once, loud enough to tear the night sky apart. Release him. Let old Master Wong out. The police beat a man to death. That wasn't the shouting of a few people. It was the roar of hundreds gathered together, mixed with the clang-clang of shovels smashing against the big iron gate, instantly shredding the peace of the police compound. Zhang Guodong's hand froze. He shot to his feet, rushed to the window in a few strides, threw it open, and looked down. The main gate was a black mass of heads. Countless torches lit the entrance blood red, like a fire dragon coiling around the police bureau. At the very front, someone was even carrying an unpainted black coffin, ramming it madly against the main gate. These lunatics. His hand was trembling, from rage and from shock. He'd anticipated this bunch coming, but never imagined they'd come this fast, this crazed. This wasn't people coming to make trouble. This was bandits coming to lay siege to the county town. Boom. The two dark green iron gates crashed down amid the teeth-gritting shriek of twisting metal. Before the kicked-up snow dust even settled, an acrid smell of burnt paper drifted into the yard first. What had rammed the gate open wasn't any heavy vehicle. It was 16 strapping men, bare-chested and wearing red waist sashes. Thick carrying poles on their shoulders, chanting a unified rhythm, they hauled a massive black coffin that reeked of raw wood. Like an ancient siege engine, they'd forced open the police bureau gate that symbolized the authority of the state. Set it down. At the lead man's strange cry, thud, the several hundred-pound coffin slammed heavily onto the open ground before the office building, lying there crosswise like a black scar. Then, hundreds of torch-wielding villagers surged in like floodwaters through a broken dam. What are you doing? What do you people think you're doing? Old Joe on duty rushed out with a dozen or so young officers, his beard bristling with rage. This is the police bureau. You haul a coffin and storm a government gate. Are you trying to start a rebellion? This is threatening the police. Joe's voice was loud, but he didn't dare draw his gun. By regulation, even his baton was tucked behind his waist. Threaten? Who's threatening who? The crowd parted, and a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a face full of fierce flesh charged out. It was old Master Wang's wife, Lu Tsuwa. She didn't take up Zhou's talk of law at all. The tears came the instant she wanted them. She plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing, "Heaven above! Everybody come look. There's no way to live anymore. You've arrested my man. That's like ripping out the pillar of our home. He'll work the fields. He'll feed this whole family. We're dead either way. Rather than starving to death at home, we widows and orphans might as well die right here at your gate today. Let the whole county, young and old, open their eyes and see just what kind of scum you people really are." That cry was like a signal. Thump, thump. Dozens of gray-haired old men and women in tattered black cotton coats suddenly stepped out of the crowd. They didn't curse. They tottered up to the row of young officers and, all at once, dropped to their knees. That move left those 20-something young officers completely stunned. "Honorable officers, we beg you, spare my son. He's my only son. You've arrested him, and I can't go on living either. I'm kowtowing to you." Dozens of old people knocked their heads against the frozen hard ground with loud thuds. "Grandpa, Grandma, what are you doing? Get up, quick. You mustn't do this." How could young Lu, fresh out of school, have ever seen a scene like this? Watching people about the age of his own grandparents kneeling and kowtowing, his heart softened in an instant, and he instinctively bent down to help them up. "Grandma, the ground's cold. Let's talk it over standing up." But the very instant his hand touched the old woman, the whole scene flipped. The old woman who'd been kowtowing and begging a second ago suddenly latched onto young Lu's leg like an iron vice. "I won't get up. If you don't release him, I won't get up. Oh, my son, how horribly you've suffered." Dozens of old people rushed in all at once, grabbing legs, grabbing waists, clutching arms with a death grip. "Grandma, let go. Stop pulling my clothes." The scene instantly dissolved into chaos. Those old men and women shouted, "Please, please," out of their mouths while their hands showed no mercy at all. In the scuffle, those withered, bark-like fingernails dug hard into the young officer's flesh and clawed at their faces. Ryup, young Lu's sleeve was torn. Another officer's cap was knocked off. Someone even took advantage of the chaos to scratch bloody streaks across an officer's face. "Calm down. Everybody calm down." The officers were bound up so tightly they didn't dare pull free with any force, terrified they'd break these old bones apart and get blackmailed for it. All they could do was take the beating passively, each one turning black and blue. Just then, in the second-floor lights, Zhang Guodong walked out in his coat, holding a bullhorn, his brows knitted tight, forcibly suppressing his anger. I am Bureau Chief Zhang Guodong. Everyone quiet down and hear me out. We handle cases by evidence, by law. Old Wang III had guns and controlled knives on him. He led men to block the road and commit violence, and was caught red-handed on the spot by passing citizens and militia. That's man and evidence both in hand. We will never wrong an innocent person, but we will never let a bad one off either. Please respect the law and disperse at once. To Lu Tsuehua's ears, those words were just wind past her ears. I don't care. She leapt up from the ground and jabbed a finger at Zhang Guodong, cursing. What law? What evidence? That's whatever you people decide. All I know is you arrested him, and arresting him is just wrong. It's bullying us common folk who've got no power and no connections. Everybody, tell me, am I right? Right? Release him. Hundreds of villagers joined in the uproar, their voices shaking the heavens. You're simply beyond reason. Zhang Guodong was so furious his hands shook. Still won't back down, huh? Fine. I see you'd rather take the hard way than the easy way. Lu Tsuehua suddenly let out a savage grin, whipped around, and hoisted up a big basin of yellowish-brown liquid she'd hidden behind her all along. Splash! Without any warning, she used all her strength to fling that whole basin of liquid straight at Zhang Guodong, who had just come down the steps, and at that front row of officers tangled up with the old folks. It was stale old urine saved up for several days, mixed with slop water and mud. That throw was too vicious, covering too wide an area. It wasn't just Zhang Guodong. The 7 or 8 young officers in front all got drenched. The yellowish-brown liquid poured down over their heads and faces, dripping off their cap brims, running down into their collars, hanging from their eyelashes. A nauseating stench of urine burst out in the freezing air. Ugh! Several officers retched on the spot from the reek. This is piss. Young Lu got it the worst. He'd just been helping that old woman up when a whole basin of urine splashed straight into his face. Even into his mouth, that salty, bitter taste. His whole body went rigid. He was a fresh college graduate who'd come to be a policeman with a heart full of passion, to catch the bad guys, to protect the people. But now, he'd been splashed with a face full of piss by the very people he was there to protect. That grievance, that humiliation, shattered his psychological defenses in an instant, and his eyes went red at once, stung by the urine, and crying from the rage. What are you trying to do? Young Lu wiped a handful of filth off his face, looking at Lu Tsuehua, who still stood there with hands on her hips, smirking coldly. His reason snapped clean through. You stay right there, he bellowed with a sob in his voice, and violently tore free of the old woman clinging to his leg, charged forward, and grabbed Lu Tsuehua by the arm. You assaulted an officer. You're coming back with us. But he was too green. This was exactly the chance Lu Tsuehua had been waiting for. The instant she was grabbed, she didn't resist at all. Instead, she used the momentum to fall flat on the ground, ripped her own collar wide open with both hands to expose the red belly band underneath, and then desperately pressed young Lu's hand against her own chest. Aya! Everybody, come look! A shriek piercing enough to burst eardrums rang out across the whole yard. He's molesting me. A policeman is raping a woman. I don't want to live anymore. A policeman is behaving like a hooligan right out in the open. That was like tossing a spark into a powder keg. The hundreds of villagers who'd still been watching from the sidelines instantly blew up. Beat these hooligans to death. Charge!